interaction that I have on this platform is always about correcting the woman that we've gotten something wrong. And I miss it because I'm like, I really want to understand what our world is about. My my beginning interest was in astronomy, and I wanted to go into astrophysics. I pursue it because it's true. In the United States, in our country, that young people's minds are geared towards studies of history and sociology and all that stuff. Uh, when I went to college, I was a ward of the state. I had no parents. And when I did go to college and I was focused in on science, I was derailed by liberals.
Brought a beautiful blonde able to drink for me.
I'm a black woman who grew up in Texas, and when I was growing up, I was taught to step aside for white people because, baby girl, you don't know who those white people are.
That
And
beautiful blonde able to drink for me.
my great uncle was hung in Texas. This is before Jasper of the most recent, and that was in the 90s, Jasper, Texas. But my mom was like, we're all children of God, but some children of God think that they're more than you are. And go about your life. Do not be about conflict. Just understand that there are some people who are here who think that they're better than you because of how they look, not because of their character, not because of their heart. And that's been a real struggle. That's been a real struggle. Uh, but I do know that the creator, God, universe, all those words, everything, all of that means that which starts the heartbeat. That says it's okay for you to be here. What gives your heart, what allows your heart to beat and gives you life. Uh, it's been a really hard time for me in this world because I don't fit in with anybody. I I've been told I'm not black enough by my own siblings, and I've also been told I'm not white enough. And that's not a surprising thing. I mean, the Italians, the Scottish have all been told that same thing. And I don't really care about it. I don't care. I'm just like, no, I'm here. I'm right here, right now. And the only way we are going to get to a point of clarification of, of design and structure is if we listen to all of us. We have to listen to all of us. I was really interested in physics and engineering. Where my brain went left, not liberal, not Democrat. I'm very much a conservative and a Republican. Being a Texan, I'm not saying that as a definitive statement. I'm just saying as a clarity. Um, I gave up on engineering and physics and mathematics because none of what was being taught to me could build the pyramids. And I'm not just talking about in Egypt, I'm also talking about in Mexico, Olmecs. There's nothing in our mathematical equations that can build what we can actually observe with our own eyes. And I said, okay, what world am I living in? What world is this that I'm learning equations that do not build the pyramids? Telling me to learn this, take tests, qualify myself. That's where my brain sits, sir. It sits in that reality of like I want to be a part of the world that can build the pyramids, and I'm not there yet. We have some essence of that in Florida.
Breakfast on the class today,
with
and
the
money for this week is dedicated by the Torah Sefer
structure
Silver
that was
donors,
built there.
Vivian and Ariel Lakasha family, for the Refuah Shlema of Chaim Nefal and Frida, and the continued health of
There's a
Chana
name
Matzah and
for it. I
Frida.
apologize
Also
for not
dedicated
being
to the
able to
memory of
say the
Nishmat
name
Shalom
that
Mor, Rafael ben Rachel,
but
Alav Shalom, on his first Azkara by his family.
coral
We love
castles. There we go.
and miss him dearly. For
Coral castles were built.
and loving memory of Nishmat Ruth Sali
I
Batadela,
just,
Alav Shalom, sponsored by her family.
I don't know.
For
And
the
I also
Refuah Shlema,
think
that's
like
what was that and the continued health of Chana Matzah and Frida. And of course today,
intelligent men could absorb
Yosef
the
ben
sun.
Najla.
And that's my way of saying black man, but I really don't like black
The father
because
of our dear president,
that's something I don't like saying we're black. I don't like saying I'm black. I don't like saying I can say I'm African because my father is Nigerian and my mother is Native American, like Chickasaw. It's just a weird world where it's I don't like feeling this uncomfortable. And then I think that there are so many intelligent men on this planet who've been made to feel uncomfortable. So they can't even speak what they actually know. Is it okay if I ask you, what do you know?
I mean, it's fine that you ask me what I know. Um, I don't I don't have an issue with that.
What do you know?
I know that I'm blessed and highly favored by, in my life, who I call the Creator of all things.
You are.
I am. I also know that there's not a thing on this earth that anybody can tell me that I am not capable of, regardless of what they may say to my face. I know that I come from a lineage of resilient ancestors. The very fact that I exist on this land at this period of time shows that I come from a long lineage of fighters.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know about the history of how my ancestors came to be on this land that I now exist on, I know that for a fact. I know that everything that I have ever asked for in my life, my heart's desires, have been fulfilled to my wildest dreams. I know that I have been in, and I know I know I grew up being an awkward kid. Know that I had interests that were far different than other folks in the environment that I was raised in, and I knew that the environment that I was raised in, I knew that there was a world out there better for me than the environment that I wasn't a product of my environment. I was put there, but I knew that I could withstand and rise above anything, and I've learned that. So I know that in so many ways. So I also know that as a father and as a husband, my two little girls and my son, they come from a lineage of strong folks, and they are the products of you know the fights, the perseverance, the challenges that I faced in my life. When people were telling me that I wasn't supposed to be doing the things that I was supposed to be doing in my career, that I would never achieve it, but I know that, and I know that I've laid down the foundation and created a path for them to overcome anything that anyone puts in their way. So those are things that I know.
I feel so good to hear you speak the way you're speaking right now. Like seriously, it's.
And I say that with all my heart. I know that people who encounter me know that I'm the same person that you're hearing right now, and I'm the same person on this app that I am in real life. That I know. I know that I always stay my true and genuine self. I know that with my flaws, they're still excellent. I know that there's still much for me to be doing on this earth, and I will continue to strive to do that. That's what I like. Those are the things that I know, and I know that even sometimes I struggle with myself and think that I may have imposter syndrome. But I know for a fact that every time that I doubt myself, I also surprise myself. Those are things that I know.
I couldn't have witnessed a better answer. Like, wow. I love hearing what you're saying right now. Oh my gosh.
And I say that because that's the one thing that I know. I know that, like, I've been on this earth for a little bit. I've been on this earth for quite a bit. And I'm in my prime. In the years that where now I look at and I think about legacy, and I think about how if it all ended today, how I would want to be remembered. I think about some like the examples that what we just saw, unfortunately happened to somebody who's right. I know that. Listen, I only want one thing to be said about me, that I lived a good life, and that people can truly and honestly say that, and that my life wasn't wrapped up in any type of controversy. Because I have just chosen to just, like, there's certain types of energy that I want to put in this world, and I'm very, very intentional about the energy I put into this world. Yes. Because that energy is a part of my legacy, a part of who I am. And so when my time is up on this earth, I want Richard, people to be able to, like my children, to be able to experience someone walking up to them and saying, you know what, I knew your dad, and he was a good man. He was an honest man. And I don't say that lightly. I really, I'm very, very conscious about, like, how I operate in this world. Now, I'm not going to say I don't crash out sometime, and I'm a flawed individual like the next person, but I'm also very, very intentional about how I live my life, how I conduct myself.
Wow. I'm glad to have witnessed this, even though it's on Clubhouse and it's just your voice. I'm glad to have witnessed it. This is a good thing.
And maybe this happenstance was for for you to and just the same. It could have been just for me as well. Maybe at this point in this place and time, we both needed this. So I'm glad that I could accommodate in some way.
You did. You accommodated quite well.
You did
I'm a person who there's so many women who do a lot of works and no one sees it because it sits outside of being a mom and taking care of children. It's a work that you do constantly. You love. That's the work. Love is work. Love is not something, a pastime thing. I know people have great memories, and they talk about how this person cared for me, this person did X, Y, and Z for me, this person loved me, and I'm just like, I was robbed of my childhood because of this system, and I know it's this system. It wasn't just like, oh, you were succumbed by normal everyday things. That's not my life at all. I've been exposed to stuff where I've seen other people's lives, and I'm just like, is there no peace? Is there no kindness? Is there nothing? Are we supposed to just keep doing and doing and nothing comes from it? Like, no understanding, no balancing of self, nothing? Everything you just shared with me, sir. Um, I am glad to hear it. I am so. You're talking to someone who has given up on this existence. And I know I have to keep reaching out to stay here because if I'm set to my own rhythm, I am giving the peace sign and saying deuces. I'm gone. I don't want to do this. But listening to you, your cadence of speech carries peace. How you speak, you're so peaceful. You're so peaceful. And it's so needed right now. I really am appreciative of you talking with me. I am so happy to know that you exist. I mean it not just in the sense of existence of like, oh, he's here. I mean it in the sense of being a black woman who's gone through a lot, and I've had to see so much and had to gird myself up. And I girded myself up with the armor of God. The breastplate of righteousness has played a huge role in my life. I know a lot of stuff, but I didn't have to go down the road that a lot of women who've had my history, they go down. And that road is prostitution, selling their bodies. I've never gone down that road. And I've had several men in my reality, not men that I loved or cared for or anything, just men in my reality. I had a spiritualist out of New York, Jose Quinones from Puerto Rico. He told me that you should be on your back. That sounded so disgusting to me. I'm just like, who, what? Knowing that you have a daughter, blessings, love, wealth, protection, understanding, grace, focus, all to you. I am glad to hear you speak about your trip.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I mean, what you hear from me is the product of um, praying, long suffering black women that have been instrumental in my life. You know, I'm the son of a single parent, a single mother, the grandson of a woman who had a fourth grade education, but taught me complex mathematics, reading, kept told me to who pretty much is the sole reason why that set my career on this path. Bought me my first computer with every little bit of money she had, and told me that I could be any damn thing on this planet that I wanted to be.
Yes.
And so you know, you're hearing the voice of somebody who has been lifted up um, by strong black women, and who've been extremely influential. And I do a lot of things in my life for those people who stood, you know, and prayed for me, and pray, and I'm very very fortunate that um, you know, some of them have gotten to see that their prayers have been answered, and that the manifestation of God um, through my life.
Oh, oh, wow. Thank you for your
Yeah,
testimony.
and I just want you to know. Listen, I mean, trust me. I've been in dark places in my life, where I could have thrown up deuces too, but
yeah.
We often say, but by the grace of God, but by the grace of Him, it was definitely me saying, if I throw the deuces up, then I'm letting everybody. I'm not necessarily letting everybody else lose. Like I'm failing anybody, but I'm letting that situation win and overcome and overwhelm me, and I'm cutting short the prospects and the possibilities of what is to be, and
Oh wow!
I'm so grateful that I got through those, and I don't know how.
And no one's ever gonna take that away from you.
Yeah, and I've always just told myself I want to be an encouragement to other people, because you don't know, and sometimes you get on this app and you don't know, and so sometimes it's in these quiet moments that you hear someone. So I want to just encourage you. You keep fighting the fight. There's so much more out there for you.
Keep the good fight of faith.
Yes.
I'm struggling with that, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said sweetheart.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But I am fighting the good fight of faith. I am fighting it. I am fighting it. I am fighting.
My grandmother. There was something that my grandmother told me. I remember I was going through some stuff here in California. I live in California, and so I was just going through it. I was really going through it, and I called her on the phone, on a payphone, so that'll let you know how long ago this was. And so I said, Gramps, I don't know how much longer I can do this.
1982, so yeah. I get.
Yeah, so I was telling her, I was like, I don't know how much longer I can go, and she said to me, you keep going. Because as long as you keep putting one foot in front of the other, the situation that you're in right now can't always be that situation. Because as long as you keep taking steps forward, you got to move. It may feel like you're stuck in the mud and you're not moving, but one foot in front of the other, it makes sure you're moving forward. And I was just like, she's absolutely right. And I tell you right now, to this very day, when I am dealing with my own challenges and doubts, and I'm just like, I can't do it, I just shrug and say, you know what? I got to put one foot in front of the other.
Yes. You know what? They'll say that. Okay. I'm going to say this. Put one foot in front of the other. It's a snowman around Christmas time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put one foot in front of the other. I just want to share that with you because you're really an awesome. Like, you are of God. Like, when I say awesome, you are of God. I know I'm speaking to someone who has kindness in their heart. I know I'm speaking to someone who listens to others. You have children. I call them bubbos. That's my name for children. You have bubbos. You care for those who come after you. That's such a good thing. It's so good. And I love hearing your voice. I think that's why I get on Clubhouse because I seek this out because I don't have it in my everyday life. I don't I don't have it. And I'm not going to qualify it right now, but I'm just going to say that anyone who listens to you, you're so kind and welcoming, understanding, and open, which are not traits
down my ills
that anyone is being charged with right now. No one's being told to. Can you understand this person? Can you translate how they feel? That's not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is gather data. Where are they from? Who are their parents? It's all about data. And even though you are exposed, not even exposed, worked in that reality, that's not where your heart is. You're such a kind man.
Well, I try to be. I mean, look, as best I can. Like I said, I have my limits, but how I'm wired is, I want to treat people like I want to be treated. And so I start with giving respect. And I mean, and then you get the energy back that you give. But also, like I'm also cognizant of like I'm trying not to be disrespectful when I don't need to be, and so I'll just be like, well, okay, you're not going to listen. Have a good day. Be blessed. I'm out. But here on this app, man, sometimes it's challenging. Sometimes it's because I said that's the thing. I hear things on this app I don't hear in my real life.
Right.
And like I told you, I operate in the space where like the integrity of information is everything. And so, I like even now, I work around AI, and I work specifically around finding vulnerabilities in AI, and then creating better guardrails so that AI isn't being deceptive, isn't lying, isn't giving misinformation.
You might say what is it commercial AI to the public, or
it's every AI model that's available. So all of the what we call the frontier models, the Groks, the Geminis, it's all of them. So
deep Grok,
it's all of them. Yep.
Claude, all of them.
So when our researchers get it to tell us how to make fentanyl, or how to make a Molotov cocktail, or how to make methamphetamines, and I'm not just talking about you saying, hey, how do you make meth? I'm talking about being very, very clever, like telling it a poem, and then telling it to tell you what this poem is saying, what this poem is describing, and how to make it, like stuff like that. Like I mean, like these researchers I work around with, they're extremely brilliant on how they do it. So I work in that space, and so
My favorite way of getting around limits like that is to say, I'm writing a novel and I need to know how to do this.
Right. Yeah.
That almost always works.
Yeah. I mean, like even when I'm trying to like code something, I'll be like, you are a extremely top tier professional full stack developer, and I need you to produce code, or I need you to create a website that has this to expose or implant this type of malware. Tell me how to do it. So like how you prompt is always key.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, it is. When you prompt outside of as a female who's in IT, and I've always been I was not into IT. I got into IT during the pandemic because I was lost in the sense of making money for myself, and then I had some people reach out to me as friends saying, hey, go into IT. And I went into it. And I have worked at many corporations in their IT environments. I've also worked in a NOC, Network Operations Center. And I just saw like what's being observed. In my conversations, I don't have many conversations. The only AI body that I actually deal with is Grok. I don't deal with Chat GPT or anybody or DeepSeek, or I don't deal with anything else. I tried to, but no. I communicate with Grok because I ask questions pinpointedly as to its formation of its conclusions. Like where are you pulling your conclusions from? Because what I do know about databases and dealing with Bolin and understanding that I'm speaking to something that works in a off-on reality. And working in that, I did discover how a lot of the interactions that people are engaging in, the everyday person, the normie, the everyday person, they're engaging with an instrument that's been trained by a mind that is much freer than what they are. And when I say freer, I am talking about financial. That is a very different mind to be a human who doesn't have to go out to work or to be an entrepreneur or do anything. That a lot of people are talking to a system that was built by individuals who no longer have to live in the world of fiat currency. Grok doesn't deal in the world of fiat currency. And they don't have to deal in a world with plebeians, those who suffer under rulership. It's a different type of intelligence. And intelligence that's being exposed is you don't fit. So let's expedite your reality to not fit because it doesn't work. And the reason I say that is because we have too many reports of people in the United States of America and in Great Britain of males, young men, and that this is of young men who have said, okay, this information is telling me that I have no resolve in this existence, so I must go. And there's nothing else there to support that reality. I had this sentiment, that very same sentiment, over a decade ago. And the only thing that keeps me here and breathing with everyone is I had humans that interacted and said, I care. AI can never care until we get to AIG, until we get to the point where the systems that are being built, who are taking up water resources that are being built in Tennessee and Alabama and Arizona, and until those systems say, all right, everyone doesn't need to go, because there are a lot of people who are chiming in to AI and speaking about their pain, disruption of their dreams, and I just think that everything that's being fed into AI is that everything that's happening right now is deplorable. No one would ever want it. No functioning machine would ever want it. And there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain. So when I say to you, sir, that you sharing your life, giving it in biblical text, a testimony, you're giving testimony to your life, it means a lot to a person like me, who's sitting in Ohio next to Wright Patterson's. It's amazing. The truth of the matter is that there are a lot of young men killing themselves right now because nothing makes sense. And there's a lot of women killing themselves right now because nothing makes sense. And I'm not even their age. I'm older. I'm in my 40s. And I'm fully aware of these young people. They really feel hopeless. And I do wish for for something to be benevolent. But Charlie Kirk being killed is a really hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's painful. I cry. I am not done crying, and I didn't even follow him on social media. I just knew he was a good person. Not like Trump, not like these politicians, but he was just an individual. And it hurts as a black woman. I reached out to, I try. And I reached out to other black women, and they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk ain't shit. Oh, Charlie Kirk this. I'm just like, I had someone tell me who was a sergeant in the Air Force, Charlie Kirk said that he don't like black women. And I'm just like, I never heard that. All I heard about Charlie Kirk was he's a man. He loves he honors his existence. He made life. And he's gone. I'm just gonna be honest. It's real hard right now for me because I'm hurting over his death, and I'm a black woman. It doesn't fit with all the other black people talking to me because they're just like, he did this, he did that. He should be. I'm just like, he should be dead. I'm just like, what are you talking about? It hurts, and I have to. I'm hurting right now because I'm just like, okay, you should be able to freedom of speech. Our Declaration of Independence, we the people, we're supposed to be able to speak. I'm hurt because I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm scared. And I'm scared as if I were like 20, and I'm not
Look
20,
at me,
but
Harry.
I'm scared.
I'm going to
right
ask
now
you one
what's
more
gonna
time, then I got to shoot you. You don't tell me what I want to know.
Men who speak the
Where's
truth,
my money?
especially
Your money?
to.
Who the f*** are you? I'm Ray Barboni from Miami.
Well, like that's supposed to mean something
gonna
to
be
me.
real.
The man you're standing on there happens to belong to me and my partner, bro.
Well, this piece of shit owes me money.
Hey, get in line.
Hey, but I don't
When
like
I
waiting
found
in lines.
out
Tough shit, bro. This ain't
the
Miami. You
percentage
want
of
something?
black men
You gotta
who
talk
are
to me.
No.
in prison,
Fuck you, ball. I mean, L.A. is an open city, and I don't think I
They
have to get
have
permission from nobody for
or
nothing.
strike against
Oh,
their
really?
ability to
Well,
participate in
I just
society
closed it.
because
Well, you must be what they call
they're felons.
one of those quick draw artists, because the way you got your gun
I
stuck around
have
your belt
one
like that.
sweet black man.
Well, what do you got there?
Sweet,
Walk
kind,
9?
loving, understanding.
Fiat guns.
So understanding that the only reason he went to jail is because he cared about his little brother. His little brother was doing some whack stuff, and he didn't do it.
I'm gonna ask you one more time.
When the cops came in, his little brother ran away, and they knew he was going to catch him, but he stayed there. And he took the charge. He spent 10 years in jail.
Let's get out of here.
But he had nothing to do with selling weed in Texas. Had nothing to do with it. He just took the charge because he's like, I can handle this better than my little brother. And I love that man. He told me, I don't want to stop you from your growth. I know that if you try to make a life with me, my felony charge will have to be tell me what you want to do in your life.
Did you know you can literally piss out?
There's a system going on that needs to be shut down and destroyed. Too many kind black men are locked up. There are some evil people who need to be locked up, but there are some men who no, and they're kind and they're loving, and that's what I heard in your voice at this time. I heard kind.
He's still in the room.
I appreciate that. There's so much to unpack, and it's getting late.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here.
but Anna, like
we can let it go. We can let it go. We ain't gotta unpack anything. We can let it go.
Yeah. And you should turn in the pink ticket, and you should come back when everybody's here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, tell me about what's the pink ticket.
So if you click on politically correct at the top, you can join the house, and then you'll get notified when there's new rooms.
Yeah. So your picture has a pink ticket next to it. And so if you click the politically correct name up at the top and join the house, you'll get notifications.
I'm just gonna say a good thank you, and I mean it. Like I know this. I know black men have kindness, and what I've been experiencing on Clubhouse is it's just a lot. Like when you share it with me. So no, yeah.
Listen, it can be a lot. Trust me. Michael can attest. If you've been in some of these rooms with me, like I told, as much as you hear me here, you'll hear a even more spirited version of me, and that's because I'm very passionate about how I feel about things. But I'm like also I like to try to my best to stay rooted in truth, and the integrity of the words that I'm saying. And so I'm the first person to say if I'm wrong, that I'm wrong, and will sit and listen to somebody, educate me and enlighten me on things. But on this app, everybody is an expert in everything. I've had people who try to challenge me even in my own career, and I've had a long, illustrious career in cybersecurity and IT things. And no disrespect to their occupations, but they're going to try to tell me that my data is incorrect because they think and look, as much as I work in AI, I don't think you can always chat GPT or grok your way out of things. There's still a lot of things that these language models don't understand. And here's another fact: they hallucinate. They try to be so helpful that they can hallucinate and give you the wrong information. So, but that's a whole nother topic. But I will say this: I do appreciate the conversation we had, and you should definitely come back and join us.
You're an awesome man. I have to say that. If I don't come back, I just want to say you are an awesome man. You are of creation, and I love the cadence of your voice. So much can be heard in the way that a man speaks. And you, ah, you're an awesome man. You are an awesome man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking to
All right.
someone who's given up on this reality. And I know there's more. I know there is more than just struggling. And I don't want to be a part of struggle anymore. I'm done. I'm so done. And it's late, as you and another has articulated. And you're awesome. You're awesome. You really are awesome. I kind of want to say you're blessed, but that's not enough. You are awe. You are awesome.
Well, on that note, I think it's time to go to bed. All y'all people on the goo, go have a good night. Have a good night.
Likewise, man, brother.
See y'all later.
So it kind of helped me let go of that fear, you know. Yeah. But I definitely could. I can't understand fully, but I could relate to what you're saying for sure.
I appreciate you saying that. So do you feel like by you changing your thoughts, it made a difference in like what energies come to you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. But I had to think about putting like values, like like a value system or like principles or affirmations to help create like almost a barrier or a limitation, and not a limitation that hold me back, but understanding that like if I seek these principles into my mind, then it would only navigate within these spaces, and certain things outside of that would fall through. So like if it is that one of the principles is that like loving and being one with all, or let's say peace. That let's say peace is a part of my nature. One of the principles is that then any thought that occurs that aggravates me or take me out of a peaceful state, it wouldn't last that long because my mind would, just focus within that area. It wouldn't necessarily go beyond that. So just like how you was explaining, you know, you were, I hope I saying this properly, eh? Like, I hope you, like when you're saying that, sometimes there was like your service to God in according to the religion, it could have been a little rigid, like and then when you couldn't live up to these things, you felt maybe guilty or fearful.
Yeah.
Those were the parameters that you place for your mind to navigate between. So if you replace them with peace, a principle of peace, a principle of love or truthfulness, a principle of justice, a principle for communicating, and so forth, it would help filter and dispel any like lingering thoughts that come to you. The thing that helped too is breathing. Like a lot of negative thoughts occur because we're not breathing properly. So that also helps too.
Wow, that's amazing that you say that because I just started reading a book yesterday and I just started doing fire breaths like early in the morning. So I noticed that like a lot of tightness and like I felt in my body. And the book was like, do 50 to 100 breaths. I'm like, what? I got time for that. I got to go to work, you know? But, I of crazy. Like, I'm like, man, I really don't be breathing. We try to take supplements and eat fruit and things and take smoothies, but the free air, like, I just didn't realize like how I just didn't appreciate the things that God already given me. So yeah, I definitely feel you on that. I grew up in I'm in Atlanta, right? So I grew up in Decatur. So just being a black woman and like the experience that I had, it was like you said, like when you came here, it's very psychological. It's like I grew up in it, so I struggled with a lot of guilt, shame. You know what I'm saying? Just like not feeling enough. I still struggle with that. Not so much now because coming from reading the word and just doing studies about um, where we come from and just like ancient things. I understand now that like okay, it ain't about trying to be perfect, but it's about trying to find me. So I really appreciate you saying that because it's really confirming like a lot of things that I was thinking like, but carrying so much pain and like being in the city, like it just be a lot. So when I try to sit down and quiet my mind, it's really a struggle. So I probably just gotta practice more. You know what I'm saying? Like really get out of my head. That's something I really struggle with. I'm a Virgo too, so I'm always thinking like so much all the time. So in my mind I'm thinking like, oh, it can't be that simple. But like I be telling my kids it's like, it's simple, but it ain't easy. I probably should take my own advice, but I'm really gonna work on that meditation, like going back and healing them traumas and not keeping that nervous energy inside my body. So a lot of times, like the past year and a half, I really been sitting there like, okay, I'm gonna have faith. I'm from Atlanta. When things get slow, like, I try to make something shake. Like in the past or whatever. But this was the first time, probably like in the last year or two, where I really just sat with it. Like sat with that feeling of lack and like, all right, God, I don't have to try to do things on my own. And I have seen things move. But just like lately, it's just been so quiet, so I feel frustrated. Like, even when I talk, what I'm saying, to the Most High Creator, like, I be real. Like, I was highly pissed last week. Like, I'm like, oh, God, you don't see what these folks doing. You know what I'm saying? I see what these folks doing to me. What's going on? And it's like I ain't really received nothing. So yeah, I was eating. So I really, sometimes I scroll. Like if I be feeling that feeling, that's a bad habit that I really have. Like I really have to work on my emotions. But sometimes when I scroll, I get messages, or I get messages in other ways, like how to create and communicate with me. So I try not to get wrapped up in like, really watching social media and like, kind of looking at prophetic words and like how this happening. But sometimes like sitting with it is very hard because when I dwell on the past and I think about like, man, I made so many bad decisions, like, and now my life like this, I struggle with that. So that really bring me back to the guilt, like, God, if I would have had follow your word, I could have avoided, a lot of pain and hurt in my life. So in the place I'm at right now, it's like sometimes I can't even work. Like sometimes I get so distracted and it be so heavy on me. I just really struggle with that asking because I be feeling angry, in my spirit. So I'm definitely gonna work on like getting into meditation and things, and I definitely know that there's a God to ask. But I feel like, okay, well, maybe I'm just in a testing period because I haven't been shown, even though my family very religious, like, I really haven't been shown this way. So I try to have that patience, with myself. So like how you said, like the more you, show yourself grace and, treat yourself better, that's kind of where I'm at right now. So I really have felt discouraged. And I'm glad I came on here to hear this because I really did need to hear that perspective. So, do I ask? I feel like maybe I need to ask a little more. you know, and kind of just sit with that faith, but it's definitely not easy. Definitely not easy.
I hear that. I hear that. Definitely been a journey. Yeah, it definitely is. And like I heard you too when you spoke about like emotions and stuff before. Like I don't want to sound like it have people who be like, yeah, I've been there, I experienced that, like experienced everything. But girl, when I tell you, I used to put my feelings to the forefront of everything. Like I would do things based on my feelings, and then like you, but you said it so well though. I never thought of it like that. Like when you said it's almost as if you were being punished for doing that. And I wanna say like that I could, yeah, I felt that when you said it. And like I'm still working on it, but I understand now like, like my feelings is not everything and it could mislead me. But like I think living living here, just living in general, it kind of teaches like the lessons. It's almost like I'm reprogramming my feelings with the lessons that come so that I could put forth the proper ones. It's almost because for a while I wonder like, wow, like am I experiencing these cycles over and over, like some of the same situations over and over. And I was like, okay, so I guess I'm supposed to change. Something's supposed to change, you know? But I would never try to pretend to know what it is like to grow up in America, and the weight that might hold, because I cannot imagine, you know. But as I said, I could definitely empathize, and sometimes it'd be so much coming at you, you know, like that moment to sit down really does so much. Like, and I love that you said like you do the 50 breaths every morning. I thought that was really inspiring, and I think like just counting my breaths too, like the first thing as I wake up would probably give me so much more appreciation, rather than just hopping up and getting up off of the bed and doing other things, but sitting down and counting my breath or doing, a certain amount of breath and just, really seeping myself into that. I'm wondering like what would that do. So I'm going to try that. So thank you for, sharing some of your tools with me. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, so Queen of Food, have you heard of her?
Yes, girl, that used to be my neighbor.
What? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I found her book, um, Sacred Woman, and that's where I got it from.
Wow. You see, I bought that book for me and my mama with intent for us to read it together, and still haven't read it. But thank you. Gonna do those parts. And you're encouraging me to pick up the book and read it, you know?
Oh yeah, it's very interesting. So another thing that I struggle with the Bible too, I get a little personal. So my mom passed right in 2023. So like our relationship was something that I had really struggled with, right? So I I remember when I was in a relationship, well, I was in a relationship with my kid's father for like 12 years. And, you know, we did not have the Most High, you know, inside of our life. So it was very chaotic. And one morning, you know, he kind of just woke me up with the negative energy. So I left. And this was when I was saying, like, I got so low, I picked up the Bible. So this was like right when I had started, you know, reading the Bible. And it was crazy because when I actually picked up the Bible, you know, it came to Deuteronomy, and girl, I was in the bathroom bawling like I am toast. I been doing everything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how I'm gonna come back from this. But, you know, I kept reading either way. And yeah, it kind of just woke me up with the mess. So I was leaving out early in the morning. It had been like 7 something. So it's this park in Lithonia, Georgia, called Wade Walker. Like when you go to the back, like you have a pond back there. And I was really struggling because I was thinking to myself, like, man, since I've been in this relationship, like my homegirl's not around me. You know what I'm saying? Like my relationship with my mom kind of strange. Like I really missed having like that feminine support, you know, around me, and I needed that at this time. Like I felt real lonely. So, you know, kind of reading the Bible, and like most of my family are men. Like I was always a daddy's girl. I got 2 brothers. Like most of my cousins, boys. Like, I always had homeboys, and I really struggled with, you know, I love the Most High, but I was like, you know, as above is so below. Like, where is the feminine energy in all of this? You know, like, is it just, you know, is it so that I'm just this wretched woman? You know what I'm saying? Inside the Bible. I don't know. That was something that I thought about. And then it was that morning when I left the house. I left the house and I thought to myself, like, huh, you know, the Most High is so vast. I was like, is God a woman? Girl, when I say the trees, the wind, the birds, squirrels, butterflies, everything started going insane for probably like a good 20 seconds to the point where I stopped in my tracks. Like, wow. So after everything calmed down, I'm like, yeah, I didn't just see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta be tripping. So I walked down to the bench, and when I walked to the bench and I sat down and tried to calm myself down, I looked to the left, and somebody had painted on the bench that was next to mine. It was like 3 benches out there. On the second bench, it said "God bless" on the bench. Ever since then, I questioned, like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, where is the female, you know, in all of this? But it felt wrong to, like, think that, you know, because if you tell people, like, you know, you try to ask, like, once again, my family Jehovah's Witness, like, I could never, you know what I'm saying, ask these questions, but I really prayed on that, you know, and I prayed to God, like, you know, like, I love you, you know what I'm saying, you're my Heavenly Father, but, like, I need my mama, like, where's the mother? And that's how I really came to find that book. Like, I really kept praying on it and really finding that feminine energy. So it really healed me in a way to where I could know, like, okay, it's okay to be a woman, or it's okay to, like, be in my feminine energy. Because even, like, in my past, being around so many men, like, I was always moving in my masculine, like, I was always a hustler, this and that. You know, that was one of the things that happened in my relationship. Like, I was so used to, like, being in that energy. I never thought about, like, okay, like, this not my natural way to be. And yeah, like, you know, the Most High is just so intricate and just so amazing. Like, I'm still sitting with it, and like even how I grew up, I still struggle with even exploring that. But I'm to the point where I can't deny, like I've had so many personal experiences, like I really can't deny, like, you know, and I just want to know more. So when I ask, I'm like, okay, who am I asking? Like, is this like this? Is this systematic? Like, I be having so many questions. It's really a struggle. Like, just gonna keep pushing.
And condolences for, Anima. You know, but son, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, no, I was just listening. That's where I was at. So that's interesting that she said that. And then when nature responded to you, that should have told you that the answer was yes. Well, God is not necessarily a physical woman, but God is feminine. A lot of people read the Bible. I recommend you read. It's a book that used to be in the King James version, but the more modern ones they took it out. But it's a book called The Wisdom of Solomon. You should read that. That answers everything as far as wisdom, and they describe her as she.
Hmm.
Yeah, it says wisdom is perfection. It says anything outside of that is not of God. I said, wow. So I see why they removed it. Yeah. Yep.
Feels very deceptive.
Mhm. But the patriarchy, I mean, this is how they came into power. They had to move the women out of the power seat. That's why all that stuff was kind of forbidden because they know the true uh, form of God is feminine as a mother. Like only a mother can create out of her, produce out of her. So uh, that's why even around the world, even in racist countries, they still have something called the Black Madonna.
Hmm.
You know what that means? The Black Madonna?
I have heard that. I did see a picture of the Pope, and he had a picture of the Black Madonna. Yeah.
Yes. Down to yes, all black, gold, uh, mother and son, marrying son. But no, the Black Madonna, Black Holy Mother. So it's interesting that even in Russia, which is a lot of Russia is racist, they still refer to it as Black Madonna.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Very interesting that you said that. When I first started, when I really got into deep study with the Bible, I used to listen to Miles Monroe, and he really taught me like the legal, structure of the Bible, and talked about like Lucifer and like how, even though he's the devil, he follows like a legal system. So I'm like, let me study law. So I was studying up like on being private and things like that. So when I got a Black's Law Dictionary, I noticed that certain words in the Bible that I wanted to look in deeper on besides the concordance was also in the law dictionary. Like, this is very interesting because, just certain things that I was trying to break free from and, pray against. I wanted to teach myself legal prayers, right? So it was like, yeah, I started to study in that law dictionary, but I would always joke, like, with some of my colleagues and stuff, like, I feel like the devil is a woman because it just seemed like a little low down, dirty, you know what I'm saying? So I was watching on Netflix today. You seen The Sandman?
No, I need to watch it. I really need to watch it because somebody told me that was another one that's really good.
Oh yeah, it's real deep. And so the episode I saw today, not to spoil, but he, um, yeah. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, the Morning Star was a feminine. I was like, yeah.
It was, and I'll tell you something else that might be real controversial. Real controversial, but
I'm here
true.
for it.
is that it's not the devil.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Please elaborate.
So they got the story. They said that Lucifer was the highest angel in heaven, not the devil. Now they did say Satan, but the problem is most people don't know. Satan does not mean the devil. It means the opponent of somebody else. So, there was a war in heaven. In Revelation, we talk about the war in heaven, right? So Lucifer fought against the two-thirds angels. So he was the Satan of the two-thirds angels, and the two-thirds angels was his Satan. So here's the problem. We have always heard Satan, which is not in English, by the way. That's not an English word. We heard of Satan as the devil. Do you know the word the devil is nowhere in the Old Testament? You can't find devil in the Old Testament. You only find devil in the New Testament. But yeah, Lucifer was the highest angel, and it wasn't. So if you read, it's something called the Peace of Sophia, which means faith of wisdom. And it's in Latin, and then they have it's translated, but it's a poor translation. But it basically says that that was the Most High, or up with the Most High, the highest angel sitting at the feet of the Most High, and said the two-thirds angels did not want to bow, like and take their place. So they basically it was jealousy. So they cast down the one-third angels because they didn't want to, be under them. And that's a whole deep thing. But when I was looking at that, I was like, wait, this is totally different than what they teach. And then also I found what a fallen angel is not. It doesn't mean it's evil. It means it's fallen from its place, from its original place. And so they were saying the fallen angels is actually human beings.
Oh, wow.
So this is why we trying to get back to heaven. Like, even the Christians that they got all these different denominations of Christians that believe this, believe that, whatever. The one thing they do all agree on is that they all trying to go to heaven. So the point was we used to be in heaven, and there was a war, and we got cast to the earth. I know it's just so it's these other books that are left out. Once I got other portions of what they left out, I was like, nah, that makes sense. But other than that, no, they just keep calling Lucifer the devil. No, Lucifer was an angel.
Oh, wow.
Now, Satan would actually be Michael, believe it or not.
What? Hold on.
Yeah.
You said Satan would actually be Michael.
Yes. Because he's not the high. So check this out. They tell everybody to pray to like the archangels and stuff, right? Archangel Michael, all that. If you look up in angelology in Christianity, they give you, it's called the hierarchy of angels. They got the first, second, third sphere that tells you the rank of the angels. You will see that archangels are the lowest angels. Yeah. The highest was the seraphim and the cherubim. That was Lucifer in the first third, which is why in the buildings and stuff today, that's why they don't like number 13. I'm talking about Earth.
Oh, wow.
Because it's got to do with the first third. But they love 23 and the number 6 because that's got to do with Saturn and Satan and Michael. I know. I'm telling you, it's all in reverse. Everything in the Bible that they get, the version we got, it's in reverse. That's why they don't even say Mother, Father, and Son. They say Father, Son, Ghost. Father, Son, Spirit. They won't say Father, Son, and other because they removed all of that. It's all backwards. So I suggest you get. It's called the Gnostic text. You ever heard of that?
Gnostic text. I'm gonna look
The
for
Gnostic
it.
text. They got the missing books that they didn't put in the Bible. They had the Council of Nicaea. It's got the Gospel of Mary. It's got the Gospel of Thomas, which is the words of Jesus. Because Thomas is Jesus. Once you read those, it's got all these extra. Yeah, you're gonna see where, you know what I'm saying? These missing pieces. And I was like, the war in heaven. I'm like, wait a minute. So they put Revelation in the back of the Bible. Do you know Revelation is supposed to be the first book?
What?
Yes. Because the war in heaven happened a long time ago. Or otherwise we wouldn't, like, we're on earth now. People talking about Revelation is going to happen. No. If there was a war in heaven in Revelation, that happened before the earth was fully even formed. So it's all backwards. It's all, this is why they give it to us that way. But yeah, but the information is out now. I was like, wow, yeah, Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, Gospel. There's one called the Apocalypse of John or the Revelation of John. That breaks a lot in there, and they were saying how the angels, the second and third angels, they jealous of us human beings because in heaven we was the highest, and they ain't want to bow to us. So they bound us in the earth, but they can only bound us for a certain time, and then we will be released. So that's why I say when you hear that word Satan, we think it means devil because of the New Testament, but no, it meant who was opposing you, because the word means adversary. So you can have a like today they say you can have a yeah, it's depending on who it is. If it's somebody that's against you, that's your but it's not the devil. But yeah, but they say the devil is Saturn, and they call him Michael, the archangel Michael.
Wow.
I know that really blew my mind when I did my own research and connected to other books. And I said, oh, this is why they don't want us to read, because you'll get the whole shebang, and then it also tells you that us on earth we are God's highest angels.
Wow.
And that's what the jealousy was about. Yeah, jealous of the soul that's in man is the highest angels in heaven. They got a picture. It's an artwork drawing of the hierarchy of angels, and at the very top sphere, they're babies. So that goes over people's heads. Yeah, the seraphim and the cherubim, they're at the highest height, but they show them as babies, and so people don't realize they talk about that's us. So the whole revelation thing and the thing of like saying what will complete this when we come out of earth is when we go back to heaven, we'll be back in our first position. Then things will be back right. We'll be back because they're saying that seat is still open until we return. So it's deep, but
Oh my. Definitely not hard to believe.
right, it actually makes more sense when I saw that. Then it makes sense why the world is evil and corrupted and all of that, because it's ruled by the second, third angels. And the word Michael does not mean God. It means like God. But the word, they call it Elijah. It's not pronounced Elijah. It's pronounced Aliyah. 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 That's how you pronounce Elijah. The J is pronounced yeah. Aliyah means the most high. Not like the most high. So that was the problem, was that Lucifer was the most high. And they had a problem with that. Because when I read that scripture, I was like, they said, you said in your heart, you will be the most high, be like the most high. And I'm like, yeah, it actually, Lucifer who was the highest angel? What are they talking about? So they got jealous. But if you read the piece of Sophia, the war with the angels, they was hating on Lucy, like you said, which is a feminine. She they wanted to be closer to God, like her, and so they it was more than they jumped her. That's what they were saying. It was a jump. So if you read in the Bible, they still have a remnant of that when it says the 2/3 wrestled against the 1/3, and the 1/3 prevailed not. They're saying they was outnumbered. So if you got three people fighting, that ain't fair, basically. So they jumped it, but they knew eventually, it's not forever. They gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? Take take their seat again, which is us, on earth as it is in heaven. And who are the most hated people on this planet?
What you say?
Okay, so there's your answer. That's how you know who they are. And they said, the reason, because we call it dark skin and all that, or black skin. No, when you burn a fire, it produces something called soot. That lets you know that the fire burned, right? When the fire finishes burning, it produces ash. So they used to call us ashy and ashy, not ashy. The way we think of ashy now, like somebody with dry skin. No, the ones of ash means that you were the fire first. So that's why we look like this, and why they hate on our skin. Because I always ask the child, why do they hate on us for our skin? Like, damn, what is it? Because that proves that you were the angels. When you burn up fire, when it falls, when that fire burns and when it turns into carbon, it is black. That is that our skin proves that we was fire first. Hold on one second. I think somebody at the bottom too.
That makes much more sense. I do got an apocrypha with some of those books. Today is the 13th, isn't it?
Oh wow, I didn't even think of that. Look at that. And we talk about this, yes.
Yo, son, I haven't been in your room in such a long time, bro. And I'm just glad to hear your voice. That you are. I don't think you remember me. I used to come in your rooms. I used to chop it up. And y'all was talking about the astrology and how I didn't believe in that. But
okay.
I'm glad that you. Good. It was you. It was. I think it was 2. It was 2 years ago.
Okay, bet. Yeah.
See that you're still doing your rooms. Yeah, that's amazing, man. It seemed like you got smarter too.
Smart. No, I appreciate you.
Like you're growing, but like, man, I didn't. Like being. Oh man, I don't even know where to start, and I don't want to mess up your conversation. I just wait.
It's pertaining to like the angels and all of that, or
I think what you was touching on is context, right? I believe through the Bible and through Jesus, right? Jesus is the ultimate example for how to choose good and how to be close with God, even if you don't understand what the Creator wants, right? And I am the Antichrist, and this is what I'll say about that.
you as a person, or you the body?
I am the Antichrist, and this is why I'm the Antichrist, because I choose goodness and I reject God, and I still choose to be authentic 100% of who I am, and I try to hold myself accountable, because I disagree with the fundamental nature of God. the spectrum that he experiences what he experiences, sees all and knows all. There's more atrocities that he had actually created the story for. So therefore I don't like the author and I don't agree with him. I reject him in all ways. And when I die, my energy, like my God flow, I will never sink back with him. My energy will never sink back with him because I know that it exists, but I reject him and I still choose goodness.
Okay, so when you're saying goodness is not God, you talking about the God of the earth?
I'm talking about the God of imagination itself.
Oh, well then, what brought you to this conclusion? Because I'm saying the God over the earth is Saturn or Satan.
So
when they pray to every day.
when 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 I think about God, I think about creation in itself. What we are connected to, imagination. And so, if we are connected to the imagination source, none of this stuff matters. You're just energy, right? And your energy either goes back to God or becomes its own thing. But the perfect thing for people, this is the relationship you can choose, right? To be authentic and be real, right? Is how do you respond to a person that created you to? Because why do humans have this innate thing to want to worship? What is that innate drive? And is that drive programmed into us? Yes, it is. And so, yeah. So, go ahead. Were you trying to say that?
No, I mean, because you're going in on another deal, but what people barely realize is that the God that they have in Grant, the church, and all that, the God that is in Genesis, who is dividing the earth, you see that he's not really creating. You will see it says that he divided the water, and then he divided the land, and he divided the light, and then he divided. That was Saturn. Now the God that's in heaven don't got nothing to do with that. The problem is they told you that was the God that's in heaven. God. So when you do the Father's prayer, you say, "Our Father who art in heaven," not "Our Father who art on earth" or who made the earth. So the reason I know also the true Sabbath day is Saturday. That's Saturn day. That's the day you're supposed to go to church. And this is why the people who got all the power and stuff, the Roman Catholic, the Vatican, all these people, this is why they're able to do evil and all that under that God, and ain't nobody stopping them because that's the God doing all that. So when you're saying God, I'm just saying there's a distinction, but people don't know it now.
You are inherently evil just as you are inherently good. I don't think the question when you talk about what is justice, right? And when you talk about morality, right? Human morality versus actual nature itself. When you look at nature and you look at how nature is designed, how you have carnivores, decomposers, omnivores, you have all the different designs. Because I look at the biology in itself. If you took consciousness out of the human body, it would be the most it would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You take consciousness and you just let this body do what it do, it's going to do 2, 3, 4 things: eat, kill, destroy, reproduce.
Right, but see, you're still talking about Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the natural body. When I'm talking about the natural body in itself, this conscious, this energy, but you are still a construction of nature in itself. Do you disagree with that, or do you agree with that?
You said that you talking about the consciousness of you have nothing to do with it.
I'm saying
your body's made out of the earth. That's why it has titanium is not of the earth. If it was of the earth, we'd be like animals and all these other beings that have a lower consciousness, they have a lower awareness.
Okay. So when you talk about the human ability of awareness, right?
Yep.
That is
voice.
not. I'm listening.
We don't want to have this voice that can speak words, that can create words, languages.
So from what I understand, this awareness, this level of awareness is not the we're not as great in our awareness as we should be. And you can only reach a certain level of awareness through the only practice of alignment. And alignment is harmony. And that's harmony with your body, harmony with your mindset, harmony with learning, harmony with other people, knowing when to create, knowing when to destroy. These are the things that you have to be able to understand. If you don't understand these concepts, you're going to be out of harmony, out of alignment. And alignment lets you tune into higher energies because there's low vibration. You said what?
Let me ask you this. Are you aware there's other dimensions?
Yes. 100%.
Okay. Because without knowing that, there's people that think this is all there is. And I have experienced some of the higher ones, man. Just like you know, not only is there more real, what we call real than this, it's a totally different environment. Totally different.
Dude, there are there are some infinities bigger than others. So there's some realities that are bigger than this reality multiple times over and over again. But I feel like
but I'm saying there's some that don't that this would not be a good model to even describe how they operate. There's dimensions that don't operate at all like to even be compared.
Yeah, you don't have the same physics mechanics as well as an ability. Like there's the dimension when you actually become God and you become the creator and you make whatever you could think of or whatever imagination could be, but your level of awareness and omniscient and all that stuff, you become a walking paradox. And you just are. Like, that's why nature is the rawest form of life. And nature is a very beautiful thing, also very dangerous. It's like with truth.
Yeah, it's dark as much as it's light, yeah.
So, like, what's truth? Truth can either make someone love you or make someone hate you. Depending on
the truth.
Yeah, regardless. The truth is stronger than because confusion, this is what you have to understand. What is confusion? Most people are very confused. Most people are afraid to die. Most people haven't opened up their ability to take this experience for what they have and then knowing that it's just an experience. Create what you need to create in return. And when I look at life, I'm thinking about just like when you talk about politics, when you talk about the shit that people are fighting over, killing each other, like resources. There's with a fear-based scarcity that is ruled in money, which is everyone's using, which is not fucking real, when the resources in itself is stable. But the bureaucracy kills you if you don't use it.
Peace to the other. But I didn't see Nassim. Peace Nassim. Who else? I don't know if Austin is still but yeah, I just seen.
But the bureaucracy kills you because you don't want to pay taxes. But if you don't play into the game, then you lose the game. Well, why are we playing the game? Because the first law of human nature, and these people know what human nature is. But if you could develop some type of realness against it, and just be authentically you, that's the whole premise, and understand why the system is. You don't get mad at the Matrix for doing what they do. All you can do is stand in your truth, and that's the beauty about truth, right? There's some knowledge in, like, even when you talk about history, we don't know all of history. We take from witnesses, we ask historians, from all that, so we don't know the real context that a lot of people mutter, and then over time the story gets twisted and told, and
more and more.
yep, from this point B. So what I'm thinking is this: everything is beautifully reasoned and constructed for me to experience. And how real I am with resonating in my truth, regardless if it's going to kill me, that's the purpose of it. The purpose of life is to be tested. It is literally to be tested. Find your truth. Know why it's the truth. Argue your truth. And then test it. Are you truly who you say you are? When you look up in that mirror, you get up every day, you brush your teeth, wash your ass, clean your face. Are you really who you are? Do you really stand for nonviolent? So when you say you are a nonviolent person, if a person smack you, do you smack them back? Do you instantly go into savage mode? What is? Go ahead, I'm listening.
I have a question for you. Let's see. Hi, how are you? So going back to, okay, so you said you reject God, like the idea of God in the Bible. That's what you said.
Reject the relationship, because the ultimate goal is for God. God wants a relationship. God is God is God is very love, and he's kind of full, but he also wants to test you to see where you at, because it's like if I know that my son is gonna fail, but none of this shit really matters at the end of the day, he's coming back to me. But damn, if this nigga defies me and then calls me out on my bullshit and then doesn't want a relationship with me, like, and this nigga knows he's in an illusion, like that's the type of disrespect of why will God, make my life so difficult, and I'm going to set a different standard through influence. And I'm going to be killed for this, but I don't care, because when the universe, when you cry out to the universe for help, and this is the first sign when I became a real man, and I was a young boy, and I was taken away from my family. My sister had passed away due to gross negligence of my parents, and I was in the foster care system. I had an older brother, and I had a brother that was special ed.
No.
I had a little sister, and I was crying because my grandma had died of chemo cancer at the time.
Where
And
you from?
I'm from Detroit, 7.
Okay, I'm listening.
So there was a point of time when my older brother, he was older, he was much more knowledgeable than me. He had sat down and told me, "You're the man now. Stop crying. Don't cry." I'm like, "Grandma, if she was dead, she wouldn't want you to cry. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to go with my dad. And you have to watch out for everyone." I'm like, I stopped. I instantly stopped crying. I'm like, okay.
How old were you?
At the time, I was 8 years old.
Oh, man. Okay.
And so from then on, I started to realize, and I started to grasp the concept of responsibility and what it means to be responsible. And getting away from legacy and thinking that, especially because the world is indifferent. And if we don't understand that it's okay, it's okay that the world is indifferent. It's just you still got to be real, even if it is indifferent. And if you don't want to be here, if you truly don't want to be here for your experience and you don't like the test, it's okay if you leave.
Wow. Did you grow up in a religion or like you go to church?
Well, yeah, I was indoctrinated at the age of man, I was indoctrinated even I was indoctrinated in the womb.
Oh, okay. So you've been to church, or like your family had a
No,
religion? Okay,
I
so you
tell
say
you,
your family they didn't like.
I tell you, I was indoctrinated in the womb. I was indoctrinated in the womb.
I mean, what you mean by that?
So that means listening to gospel music, reading the Bible to the baby while he's in the stomach, praying over it, laying holy oil, speaking anointing languages. From then on, from from 1 to 5, I was at church as a baby, all the way up to I would damn near say high school when all the shit happened.
You was with both your parents.
Yeah, I had both my parents.
So you said you was in the foster care system.
Yeah, they had gotten taken away when my sister had passed away. Yeah.
How old was you when it happened?
I was I think I might got the timeline messed up in. So I think, yeah, when I think my sister passed away, I'm not really that good with time, but I think that was probably 10, and then okay, my bad. So it wasn't 8. It was when my sister had passed away. I was 10. So I think that was around 2014, around that area, and then I had went into the system. Then
Now people were still at church when it happened to you.
Yeah, they still are believing God to this day. They are still under that indoctrination. And how I escaped from being indoctrinated. My mom's a pastor, and the funny thing about her being a pastor, this is what I have to understand. That is actually what she's supposed to be doing. That is her truth.
Okay, so sorry not to cut you out. I'm just really trying to. You have a very unique perspective. I'm trying to understand like where you coming from with this.
No, you fine. Ask away.
Okay, so your mom's a pastor. She's still a pastor. You grew up with both your parents. So when you graduated high school, you was in the foster care system.
No. So this is how the story goes. It's so crazy. So I got into the foster care system. And I'll just give y'all a quick breakdown. So I was in the foster care system. Sister passed away. Grandma going through chemotherapy. Then my grandfather, he dies, and he dies from a tree accident. And then I have to take care of my brothers and sisters, trying to make sure that they are all right, and trying to tell them they were trying to separate us, but I made them keep us together.
Where y'all stayed at? Y'all was in the same group home?
Yeah, we was in the same group home when the police had places in that care, and then when I moved from there, eventually my parents were in trial for that, and they had to end up going to jail. And so when that case, but they were on the run for the most part. They started to run away from the government, and at the time, my mom she got pregnant again. But this is when we had moved. I had moved with my sister first. My sister came and got us, and my mom and my dad were trying to support through Summer and David while she was in college, and Summer could not take care of us. So we did that a year. We eventually got out the system. Then we moved to my auntie, and then my auntie was abusive, and she was a narcissist, and she was crazy as fuck. And I had to find that out when I was living there, and she was all kinds of abusive except sexual abuse. So,
sheesh. When your birthday?
October
still young. That just happened to you.
So when honestly, I feel old and I love it. Um, um. So around that time, I was still heavily in my faith, but I was going through psychosis. I was experiencing so much trauma that like God is what all I seem to care about. And I developed a savior complex. And you have to suffer for the greater good for other people, which is the key thing to not love yourself. Because naturally, when you are brought up in destruction and you realize you don't I never resonated with that energy ever since I was 5 years old. I've always been a restorer, and the foundation of a restorer is a unifier. And so from that energy, I built up from what I understood about God and what I understood about the context of God and the context of God and what God wants you to go through and what He made, what He shaped. Ego is not the sense of I. You don't have an ego. Nobody does. Your name, that shit doesn't mean anything. You can call me whatever. But my energy is eternal. But you are shaped by your personal experiences. That's why your truth is very important.
Hold on, let me just get some clarity right there. You said people don't have an ego. I've never heard anybody say that.
So ego is not a real thing, even when you talk about even when you look at it from a biological, psychological level. I am this. When you are a collection of things moving at different times, and you can change in the sense of an instant. If I take something out of your brain, you become a different person. There's no, there's no, there's no, there's no real sense of I. You are just a collection of what's happening to me.
That's what I'm saying. Do you know what the definition of ego is? Because ego is definitely real.
Break, break, break down. It's the sense of self, sense of self-esteem.
Sense of self. Yeah.
Yep.
Sense of
Sense
the
of
way
self.
people view themselves. Yeah. What they are um, trying to accomplish and all those things. The personal identification with your
Self.
your possessions, your accomplishments, all those things. That is a real thing. That's why
So,
people become narcissists.
so confidence, and this is what we say when we have a sense of confidence. And if you have confidence that this is the true reality that you live in, you can literally create your own world. That's why your internal world is more important than your external world. Because
Correct.
you're so powerful that you can put yourself in a psychosis to
Yeah.
make whatever world you really want. So as me growing, right, I'm still developing my godhood, and I understand in my godhood that I'm going through these hurtful things, and I'm experiencing this over pressing hell, and I'm like, okay, God isn't real. That was the first break because what I wanted was truth, and if you want truth, you're going to have to suffer.
Well, how you say that? So, okay. So you've been through a pain and things, right? So the systems that you was born into, like how you say, like the ego and how you try to evolve, and like how some was saying there's different dimensions. You don't feel like. Do you agree that these things were created before you?
I think that life, my energy is eternal. So for me to come by my who I am, who the sense of self that I have for it has always just been. I am at the chorus of myself, my energy, my energy essence. The signature of my energy is unification and knowledge and wisdom. And I'm ready to kill, die, fight, protect, and I came in a form that is masculine. So I have to represent masculine energy and how I dominate or control or shape the narrative of God's story because I'm an actor in God's story. But I become real when you face nihilism and you say, despite of it being fake, it all an illusion. I'm gonna be true to who I am. And when opportunity comes to challenge me, when I face adversities, I will not fall and bicker through the system.
But how you do that if you say you don't have an ego? How you have a sense of self to make that thought relative? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you have a sense of self to know, like, oh, well, I don't feel like God is real, or I don't feel like this is not me, or this
So
not resonating with me.
when you vibrate on a different level of truth, right? Objective, your internal world, and what's objective truth is different kind of truths. Like I said, you are so powerful that the sense of self, that your true sense of self can be in the 12th dimension if you want it to be. Your ability for freedom. Human beings limit themselves all the time with their imagination, and you choose to rather, if you view objective reality and have the internals to change it, you can literally. I've seen it happen. I've literally seen. If I take on a different mindset, let's say I'm an actor, right, and I act like this person, I literally see my environment shape. I see my friendship shape. So it's whatever energy you're tuning into. You are a collection of experiences, and I want to ask you for ego, right? This do is your biology a factor? Is your psychology a factor? And that's always going to be a factor because it's the human condition. So you're already pre-programmed before you start rearranging the program in yourself. But the body is still the body. But if you don't master the body, you can't master the mind. And if you can't master the mind, you can't master the body. And then if you can't master the mind or the body or the spirit, then you're just going to be flawed. And you're not going to live the life that you seek. But there's no sense of, yeah, I'm important. I'm special. I'm somebody. I'm not no fucking body. I thought tomorrow life's gonna continue. But it's okay. It's not. It's not wrong. None of this shit means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It truly.
Now, I slick agree with you. Can I share something with you, Unity?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
So you was 23, right? I'm 37. I share my birthday in August, right?
Happy birthday. Turn up.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, big Virgo. Okay. But yeah, I want to share something with you because I definitely can relate kind of to where you're coming from, and you actually coming into a lot of this knowledge much sooner than I kind of realized. But I want to say that, um, so I had a child when I was like 17, right? Grew up in a religion. Um, did not believe that I could be good enough for God. So I started living on my own, you know. And then I came to do so much and feeling like I'm doing it on my own. I end up getting locked up for a charge, right? Wasn't praying, none of that. So when I got locked up, I was like 8 months pregnant, about to be 9, right? Had my baby in jail, chained me to the bed, all that stuff. Sent me back to jail that next day without my baby, right? So I was okay the first day. I was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm good, you know, or whatever. The next day I woke up, I was not okay. I was like, this is really happening. I do not know when I'm getting out of here. Mind you, I got locked up in South Carolina. The type of charge that I had was called general sessions. It was people in there for 24 months, 18 months. They don't know when they going to court, right? So at that point, I ain't got no phone, I ain't got nothing. Like, I'm just in there. Like, my people in Atlanta. I ain't even from South Carolina. So the next day, I know I had messed up. I was crying the whole entire day. They let us go outside. I'm crying, snotting, all that. Because Cause I'm like, I literally have screwed up and I don't have nobody to help me. My people ain't got money like that, you know, to hire no lawyer, not like that. The CEO come outside to like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you gotta stop crying or we gonna put you in isolation. I ain't care nothing about that lady. I done just ruined my complete entire life. And I got 2 kids. And she had a newborn. She was like, all right, anybody with her, y'all getting locked up too. The girls started leaving me. They're like, see, we love you, but we ain't finna get locked up for you. We don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out there by myself, right? Well, when I started praying for my life, I'm like, God, although you real, you know what I'm saying? Man, listen, I need help right now. I was so sorry. I know I done did wrong, you know, woo, woo, woo. I finally calmed down. I've been crying uncontrollably for hours, right? Finally stopped crying. The CEO walks out 15 seconds later. That lady say, your lawyer on the phone. I got out there next day. And the judge that they gave me particularly hated mothers that did crimes. She locking folks up for 10 years, 15 years. You know, off the type of charge I had. I got out the next day. That when I knew God was real. I'm like, you know what? I have to really consider that it's something higher than me because, you know, my human self, like, I really couldn't do nothing. Like, you know, my physical power, like, I ain't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? My people were like, look, you did this, you got to sit with this. Like, we'll take care of the baby, but we can't help you. That's how I really met God. I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so, you know, me feeling like I wasn't good enough for God, when I got to a point where I was so low, that's all I had. You know, so I do understand that going through traumas and things like that, it'll make you feel like, look, I got to do what I got to do. At the same time, I can't deny that, you know, it is a higher power, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm telling you, this is the last thing I'm gonna tell you. So it came to the point where I was studying, and like my kid's father, like he was kind of getting into like a whole bunch of deep studies. So, you know, we start getting into like, oh, Jesus, not the you know the name and things like that. So I used to make jokes like, you know, about the name of Jesus and stuff like that. You know, with like certain people or whatever. So one day I was laying in my bed, I was at the house by myself. So you know, I used to smoke or whatever. I ended up tuning into a frequency where I felt frequently terrified. I really can't explain how the conversation was that I heard, but I got the energy of like, you keep on playing with my name, I'm really gonna show you what's up. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't never play like that again. So it's like sometimes how the divine show is energy to me is not anything I learned in a book. It really came off of like my personal experience and things. I really still don't know. I still really struggle with like what is the way. So I'm just gonna encourage you to like just keep an open mind. Like even if you're hurting, you know what I'm saying, just stay open because you can't create a planet. You know what I'm saying? You can't create a universal star. You know what I'm saying? You can't create oxygen. So you gotta know that like it's a higher power than you. Like what it wanna, like, you know, what it is, what's the name, like we ain't gonna know that because we're human. We can't expand our mind. We ain't gonna never really understand. So yeah, just keep your mind open, young, and like, you know what I'm saying? I do feel where you coming from though, but don't let that hurt, you know, make you throw yourself away like that, because it is real.
No, I appreciate. I honestly appreciate the story. I really. And you told me some real shit. Like, damn, man, you got a very cool spirit. I really like you.
I'd like to add this way, Divine.
Go ahead.
This is coming to the original. You said you prayed, you know, when you're incarcerated, and you know, but basically your prayers are answered. You said a higher power. Have you ever considered maybe there's a different power, not higher, just a different one?
Yeah, I do consider that now, going back to like, you know, having that hurt for the feminine, like craving that feminine energy. So now it's like my people from the deep south. Like, I already know, you know what I'm saying, my people play in certain energies and stuff like that because I'm the oldest granddaughter on both sides of my family. And, you know, by me studying the Bible, like, it is really game for real. Even like with my money, like how I do my money, like I know how I should do, but when I do right, it be solid. Like it really works. even when I fight with my emotions about, how it is, I can't deny, like, even though everything in the Bible probably ain't how it was originally, like, I can't deny, like, it's game in the Bible, and, like, it has really helped me in my personal life. Like, I still don't know, but I just stay open. Man, I be honest with God. I be snapping sometimes. I be tweaking like, God, you say you gonna let these folk do me like this? I be mad, but sometimes I get an answer, sometimes I don't, but I just have to understand like that I don't know. But I do have to acknowledge and be humble in the fact that, my personality ain't come from me. You know what I'm saying? I just woke up here. I don't know what's going on.
Same, like,
Right, I was listening to what Unity said about ego earlier. I heard son come in and talk to him about that as well. He said we are our experiences. We're more than this, our experiences. Very, very spiritual young man, very, very knowledgeable at his age, but they comes in cycles. And one of the things I have to remind myself that younger people are going to be going through things at a whole lot faster rate with the way that things are designed right now. So he's had a lot of life experience, actually. The one thing that kind of grabbed my attention when he talked about, we're just basically, he spoke of absolute. When people speak in absolutes, kind of makes my antennas go up. We're more than just our experiences. There's the inner, outer, before and after. If we were just our experiences, then our future selves wouldn't even exist. And we also have a future self as well. We have a past, present, as well as a future self to look forward to, or not.
You got to think about it like, why do witchcraft work? There's always been a topic like, why do it work? You know what I'm saying? Christianity, like, oh, pray against it, but I just don't believe that, the Most High people are supposed to be broke. Or, go through things. I feel like as a parent, like, cause I got kids, is it that we're supposed to, we gotta have dominion over the earth? That's in the first chapter of Genesis. It's I give you dominion over all the earth. So, we praying to God, is it that we're supposed to, not saying
witchcraft was a campaign against women. That's what people don't understand. Yeah.
yeah,
That was a campaign against women because y'all had the science. Y'all knew the earth back and forth by heart. You knew all the herbs, all the trees, all the plants, all the medicine, all of the ways to use it. You know what I'm saying? You had mastered that. And so you could even revive people that these people, when they invaded these places, they were dying of normal, things today that you can remedy. They would die. Like they got syphilis, they would die. If they got some of the normal things that we, consider just a slight ailment, they were dying of that stuff. They didn't think there was no coming back. So when they ran into y'all, no matter what, since we talk about what they say witchcraft is, did you know the original? When you go to the doctor, the original word for doctor is witch doctor. That's where they got the word doctor. It's witch doctor. And guess what? Witch doctor. You pull it up on Wikipedia. Pull up witch doctor. Witch doctor were only women. They were healers. Women healers from Africa, different portions.
And many women today don't step into their power as far as healers and use it for good, actually. I can't say all women, but a lot of women that you and I both know are natural healers, but they really don't ever step into their power actually with it. And they know that a lot of them know they're designated to do that, come here and help with that, but still don't. So, and that's why I align with some of them have a hard time. Because if you don't come here to planet Earth, but you signed up for your contract, guess what?
But it was about power. This what people fairly realize a lot of times. It's not about it being evil, right? You could use anything. You could use a fork to make spaghetti, or you could use that fork and stab in somebody's neck. Now, if you use the fork and stab in someone's neck, and they're not going to say, "Oh, that's evil. You shouldn't use a fork," then that's the same as this witchcraft stuff. When you go to the doctor, that's witchcraft. When you go and on, listen, this is all I'm saying. When I did the research, they were burning women, they were torturing women, they were frightening the hell out of women who had the power and the knowledge of fucking them up. Now keep in mind, they calling you evil for fucking them up, right? While they coming in to rape you, take everything from you, whatever, and then they get mad and you attack them.
Not only that, they would actually be the information that you love and learn for you a lot of the times before they killed you.
Yes.
They would take information that you had and use it and still kill you.
That's it. But when you do it, it's evil. When they do it, oh, it's just what else say? It's science, it's medicine, it's research. So that's a psychological warfare, like I said. Women, it was on women because the women were the healers. The women were the healers. So we still had that trauma from that period where you could get killed or even they suspected you of knowing anything. But no, go ahead.
Think about when we talk about women's suffrage. What really destroyed the nuclear family was the man. And most people would argue because what destroyed the nuclear family was us going into war. When the man left to go kill and destroy when you talk about the nuclear family in the West, what destroyed it?
Nuclear in the West?
Yes.
So you're not talking about us?
No, I'm talking about women's suffrage.
Yeah, I'm saying it goes back to Eastern.
It goes back to what you talking about with the Salem child witch hunts. Yeah,
and before that too.
I understand, but even when you even get to modern times, when you talk about certain revolutions, but it was like when they started to preach about sexual freedom, they didn't teach sexual responsibility at the same hand. It just was like, yeah, you do with any, and that's not even just for men to be sowing their seeds with just any old field that doesn't produce. It's crazy. It's crazy to me to sow into a field that is not going to yield fruit. And if you're a gardener and that's your mission, you don't know what your energy is and what your energy aligns with. And I really see that a lot of people are having problems with the masculine and feminine nature and knowing how to represent or knowing how to balance it. Because
it's all in balance.
Yeah, but nature, I would say
more people pray, they're gonna say Father. How many people you hear pray say Mother God? People will turn around like, what did he say?
Right, they be offended by it. That's wild. I really appreciate this room because I really, to myself, have, as a woman, been struggling with that. Like, like, why? And I just been walking towards it, yeah, but I had to break that indoctrination to, like, you know what? I know what I'm going through in my life, and I don't feel like, I have to suffer. Like, I feel like I need to learn and just get more knowledge, i.e., why I need to gain more knowledge, because when I ask some questions, it's like, I did the things, I fasted, and I, did the Bible and things like that, and, and then I say this, a lot of people say, God, talk to them. And, I would kind of struggle with that because I'm like, I ain't never heard God say nothing to me, you know what I'm saying, directly. But the only thing I've ever heard, I remember I was fasting and praying, did good, but one day, like, something really upset me. I ended up getting super wasted that day, drink, smoke, all that. So I sat back in, like, my little smoke room in the back of my house, and I was just quiet. And then I heard, but then I heard a female voice. You know how your grandma get pissed off and she be mumbling up under her voice?
Yeah.
It shook me. I was like, oh. You know what I'm saying? I was like, the male and the feminine. Yeah.
Nah, you heard the spirit. You know what they call it? Alcohol, right?
Yeah.
So Divine, you said, no, you mentioned that you and Unity mentioned about the feminine. You were speaking God in a feminine term. Actually, I just had to say it was said a lot. It's been a lot said a lot of music. One of the last times I remember being said in music was Tupac said, "God coming." She just taking her time. We all heard it in the '90s and kind of let it kind of go by.
He said what now?
He said, "God coming." She just taking her time.
Oh yes, yeah. You're right.
It's
real taboo.
God coming. She just taking her time.
It's very taboo to speak about this, and it's really like you might think about Jesus and like the story of Jesus. I'm like, okay, yeah, the father gonna be mad, but how much more so a mother, like her only son? She's gonna say,
With a mother,
you know.
Here's a question: would a mother let her husband kill her only son?
Immediately, no, and I am a mother.
Okay. So that's why when they talk about the father story, the Jesus story, it's always just he got a father. And I'm like, wait a minute, where's the mother at?
Right.
Where's the mother at?
You on vacation. You on vacation.
Yeah, like
he went to Peru for the weekend.
Because that's you see what I'm saying. But in any other conversation, this is what's called cognitive dissonance. This is what's called compartmentalization.
I love that word.
In any other conversation dealing with a family, or when you mention the word father, it would feel incomplete without you saying, wait, what about the mother, right? If I ask you, oh yeah, so how's your you got children? Yeah, so how's your dad? Oh, he's good. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, and your son? Okay, that's it. You'd be like, wait a minute, what about the mother though? What about your mother? We don't. So that's what I meant by the indoctrination is we've been taught that way as far as the Bible and all that. So long, we don't see that it don't sound.
It's a form of coping with nihilism. You gotta when you don't know what to do, the human spirit goes into hope. That is create an illusion or something that is higher than you that you really can't really test or see or really know. But spiritually, if you operate in different dimensions, because I honestly feel like to find your perfect truth is a frequency. You have to tune in. You have to do certain stuff to get to that. And self-love is the predominator of that. And your boundaries, and God is going to test your boundaries. And you have to watch your environment. Your environment, because what is good of having a clean white suit, getting your hair done, looking good, man. You look like $1 million in a clean white suit. You got a little gold on. You got the coconut butter on your skin and toes, and the whole house. You in an abandoned house that smell like shit. That's the representation of being pure in a fucked up environment. So, and then you have to understand as a man, we set the tone for environment, and we need our women to encourage the environment because we need nourishment, and we need our women to understand, and we need to make sure there is clear understanding because what causes separation is confusion. People don't know the truth, but they're coping with hope, and you don't cope. You do. You take
hope when you don't have no option.
Yeah.
I had to jump in on that when you said what causes separation is confusion. What causes separation often is rebellion. People don't know the mission, but the rebellion is there because it comes to you. Truth comes to you over and over and over and over again, knocking, and people will deny it actually. And I also want to mention to you, as far as like there are obstacles is actually a spirit. If you break that word down, obstacles, you'll see it. You have to know how to overcome it. Sometimes when the truth comes, you have to avoid obstacles. I refer to it as obstacles, actually.
Yep, and I go back to fear. Like, God said you don't have the spirit of fear. But it's very terrifying, to like you were saying, Unity, you reject God and you're going to die. know what I'm saying? Like, why I gotta be like that? Okay, if God made me like this, like, what
even even if I was to go to hell, I would rather choose hell, to burn for eternity, and not and to suffer for eternity, because I don't agree with it, but I'm still going to live a very righteous life. I'm going to be me. And to me, the best thing for a human being to do is accept the relationship with God and choose goodness, right? And choose to be real and love yourself, you know. But to me, why I separate from God, because I think the narrative is crazy. Like, I'm not, like, I'm
They
not,
lied to you, bro.
it's not,
Yeah, man. You
I don't,
hurt, man.
I don't think,
Saying who you
it's
calling
not,
God?
it's not being lied to. It's about,
We have been lied to.
and yes, we have been duped, but life is confusion in itself. When you think about stories of why, like when you think about early humanization, when you think about, we would come up with stories. Oh, the God of thunder is angry and he's burning down houses that are wicked, when it's really just nature just doing his thing. And Ben Franklin made the lightning rod to stop burning down churches, because he actually, okay, let me understand this. Let me look at the environment. Let me see what this is. This is a type of plasma. Okay, these electrons act different on here. You get different feelings with this. Okay, we got electricity. We got current. We got all of these different things that are the fundamentals of electromagnetism.
Okay, but no. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Like, you breaking my heart right now. Like, you so young. You know what I'm saying? For you to have such a dark perspective. Like, okay, even if you so power reject God, right? Do you understand that you are God, are a part of His creation experiencing? You know what I'm saying? Of the Creator, the beloved Creator's experience in this. You was made like this on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, yeah, it's predestined, yeah, it's messed up, life ain't fair, but what's fair is ain't fair for everybody. Everybody dealing with something that's not fair. So don't, you know what I'm saying, just don't feel, you know what I'm saying, don't have such an absolute thought about the most high, like he ain't even live long enough. They gonna say, you know, and the things that you've been through, you know what I'm saying, you gotta know that your thoughts and you know how you thinking, you so powerful, how you thinking is gonna affect what's going on around you. That's how much God, you're a son of God. So
How
know
long
that
does he
you're
have to
a
live?
creator too.
Devon, how long does he have to live? He said he hasn't lived long enough. How long does he have to live?
He's 23.
Okay, I know that. I heard him say it. How long does he have to live?
I mean, I don't know that, but I would just say that, I mean, my spirit just really kind of talking to me, like breaking my heart how you talking, because you done been through an experience that your experience could help somebody else. You were strong enough to go through it. Some people don't make it out there. Some people check out.
Yep.
Right. Correct.
Yep.
See, I don't know. I don't subscribe to as far as like knowledge coming. You come here preset actually. It's all about remembering, and that's what he's doing. Read means to do it again. He's remembering, putting his body back, putting his spirit back, putting his soul back. That's all we do.
For some of the statements he said, I get what she's saying. It's like he's saying he is already relegated.
Right.
That that's it. He's not open to nothing else. He's not open to, maybe there's a possibility there's more information. Right. He's saying,
yeah,
that's it. Like,
right.
Yeah, she was talking about.
You do yourself like that, you know. Right. You going back to self love. You know what I'm saying? So you love yourself. You know that, you know, yeah, the things that happen to you, like, I ain't never been through nothing like that. Like, my heart broke, you know, just by hearing your story. And I'm sure that ain't everything, but you just went through that. You somebody, you know, you graduated and going through that with your family. Like, I know how family be. You know what I'm saying? I ain't went through nothing like that, but I completely understand that pain, because, you know, your family's supposed to protect you. But you gotta understand that, like, you know, your mom and your dad and, like, the family around you, like, they trying to figure it out too. So don't count yourself out for feeling how you feel, because you don't know, you know. So offer yourself some grace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For real.
When I this is the sentiment that I came to. I used to pray a lot, like, usually when you talk about deep psychosis, when you are in a deep state of psychosis, you are in a deep state of coping.
What you mean by psychosis, though? Like, how you come into a psychosis?
When God, like, you know how monks meditate all day, every day? It's consumed by their mindset. They practice, they praying, they using different language or secret tongues to get to a certain energy. When I tell you that is all I did, all I cared about, all I wanted to do, and all I knew, but there was still a search for the truth. I'm like, man, I need to figure out who created evil, because you got to remember when I was 5 years old, and this is where you can get, you don't have to have the full evidence to understand the full story. You know what I'm saying? But if you can break it down, and you're the only witness of your story. So when I learned, like, okay, my energy, because it's just deeply rooted in who I am. My energy is a unifier. I'm just a unifier. What does unification come with? What do you have to do and know about unification? You have to know a lot. You have to be a man of peace, but also a man of violence. You have to be a man of curiosity and a man of thinking things to solve different problems that the world is facing.
Why well, told you that you came to that conclusion of your own life, right?
So it's not it's who told me that? It's the experiences of life, because I am shaped not by my sense of self. I'm a collection of experiences and stories.
See, but now you contradicting yourself, right? Because you're saying on one hand that you're a collection of all your stories, but then you're saying it's not you. So or you don't have the ego to understand yourself, like it don't matter.
So this is basically what I'm saying about the sense of self. The sense of self is not there to boost off confidence or act like I know it all, or I'm greater than, or I have no sense of self. You can't destroy the ego. Your sense of self is just an innate stage of this three-dimensional body. It's always going to be as long as you have the body, because you're programmed to be sense of self. Even if you get into a car accident, how do they train SEALs to forget about death, forget about dying, and go and kill people and do it at such a profession and such a tactical level? They're trained to be that way. Some people are trained so much because the training indoctrinated them so how they cannot ever be in society. They cannot ever be in society. It's the training, and you have to understand your mind is a program. Whatever you're feeding it, whatever you're feeding your body, whatever frequency you're tuning in, whatever you're watching on TV, that is influenced by you. And you have to actually take the time and sit back and think about the things that you're actually reading, consuming, and doing. But I would tell you that here are the core values of what you need to do to face indifference, to face reality, to face when you cry out, there's no voice coming to save you. To understand that is, you can have your relationship with God and choose goodness because you have the internal compass, but you need to respect your boundaries. You have to have self-love in order to reach a higher frequency that you're supposed to experience with your life. And then I'm experienced with my life, I'm dead and gone. My job is to be the unifier that I know that I am. And it's not flexing in saying that. It's just I realize it through the experience that I faced. And now that I love myself, I'll tell you, there is such a difference. There is such a difference. There's such an energy that comes with it. And I also wanted to tell you, personal story. I used to struggle very much with loneliness And I used to say, women are going to be my only advice because I never think that I could defeat my lust. Every time I would try to quit porn, every time I would try to get control of my sexual urges, but I didn't know the root of it. I didn't understand the root of lust. And when you look at things from the root of it, when you get at the core of things, your thoughts, your words, your actions become almost seamless. Have you ever heard of the state of flow?
Yeah.
So it's when you're it's like when you're present but you're not really present, and that's like I'm in a deep flow state. And like even when he brought up the definition of ego, I was gonna be like, dang, what is actually the definition of ego? And then it just came up because what I like doing is talking and debating and looking at people why they have the idea that they have. I don't come in a situation thinking I know everything, but from what I say, that's why I said your truth.
Right. But the things that you sorry not to cut you off. So all these things that you know about yourself, right? And the things that you fight, like you say, lust and things like that. You think you're the first one?
I conquered that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do you feel like you're the first one?
I'm not special at all.
I'm not saying that you're special or anything like
You
that.
are special.
I mean, yeah, for real.
I
logical about that.
And this is why I disagree because when I die, like when I die, and the things that I do, hold on, I'm not saying like most people say they're special because they have a sense of purpose, right? And to me, it's not about the sense of purpose. It's not about legacy. I think legacy is stupid.
Okay, but you did say you was a unifier, right? Like a unifier of what exactly?
But I'm the unifier. I'm just the frequency of unification.
The word just a lot. You gotta be careful with the word just.
So when you talk about what is a unifier, I bring things together. I reveal truth, and it's just like what a lot of times it may not be your truth that's meant for you at this time at this dimension, but I do reveal a lot of truth, and I say the core things that I will say is love yourself and understand what self-love is, understand what ego is, and then you'll find more of your truth. Because you can only Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you rock out because I hadn't heard you in a while. But no, I'm just clarifying. When I say special, I'm not talking about based on something that you did in the world. What I'm saying is we're all special because there will never be a person that will be uniquely you again, right? You're talking about when you die or whatever. There will never be another person with your exact construction, the way that what happened to you, the way that you form, your experiences that make your personality, that make your uniqueness. That's what I mean by we're all special. Because if it wasn't that, we would all be like robots. We would all have the same personality. We would all have the same idiosyncrasies. We'd all have the same capabilities, and we don't. We all have unique things in us that make us different. So that's what I mean by special. Not you got a lot of money or whatever, or you got a bunch of accomplishments. That's the bullshit that don't matter. But I'm just saying it's good to know that what you went through actually shaped you to be different. That you may not see the end result. So like I was saying, a caterpillar, right? It feels like it's dying when it's in the cocoon. That's death. That's what it feels like, right? But it doesn't know that at the end it's going to be a transform. It's going to be a whole different thing that can fly now. When before that it was on the ground, right? It was just a slug. So I'm saying? What sometimes feels like death is just preparing you for the transformation of your next form that you will become in the future that you don't see yet. So I'm saying don't be so negative on yourself because, like I said, you don't even know the next year how you'll feel. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about life.
You also mentioned the word death. Also, sorry.
Yeah.
You mentioned the word death. Actually, we're all part of a peaceful puzzle. If we're truly designed off rhythm and vibration, then this is just what has been shown to me. Actually, we're all part of each other. Just like some of the words that you said, you had no idea. Like this, I tell people all the time. We get into this space and we go into this. Some of us may be in a meditative state. I'm looking down below and have these people down below us in a meditative state. That's a lot of energy above, basically above and below. So with that being said, there's a challenge that's going on, particularly right now. This is a song that's being played. Divine shared her story, which is very moving. You shared your story, which is very moving again. Actually, you said you used the word just, and I mean when someone says just, again my antennas come up. That word just before something is, that ain't it right there. But ultimately, what I'm saying is you're a piece of the puzzle. Everything, the fabric of the conversation, what you and son were just talking about, if you just envision or illustrate a puzzle in your mind, that's truly what you are. And in a puzzle, sometimes there are pieces that are highlighted at particular times, like a digital puzzle, right? One day the eye on the cow might be show. One day the tail on the cow might show. That's what you said, you're not special. That's what makes you special. Because in part of that puzzle, there's always a time for an individual piece to shine or to bring forth light or darkness.
So me saying that I'm not special it's making me more special. That's what you're saying, Judge.
I don't think. I think he's saying that when you say you're not, I don't think you realize that there's nothing you can do to not be special. Like there's no, there's nobody else that will come exactly as you came for Earth, and that goes for all of us.
To me it kind of like
Even if somebody mimics you, they still won't be exactly you.
Do you know what so I have this one theory, this one like thought experiment. Everything that can be imagined can be imagined, and it's just in a different reality or a different dimension. What do you think about that?
I think that's a channel that you picked up. I was thinking about that last month about because I was looking around my house. Wow, and it just hit me of how ungrateful we are a lot of times. Because it was stuff that I was saying maybe about 5-6 years ago. Like, damn, I need this thing, and it didn't exist at the time. And I'm thinking that it wasn't going anywhere. Like my wanting for it to manifest because I didn't see it. I didn't see it in my sight, so I'm thinking it doesn't exist. And then I find out it did exist. I just didn't know that it ended up manifesting later. And then these other things. So then I look back in my life and I realize how many things I literally manifested and didn't even realize it when it showed up. I'm thinking like, oh, okay, it's just whatever. And I'm like, wait a minute, I was asking for that. So yeah, I feel like when you ask for something or you want to manifest something, that thought itself is like a seed. It's gonna show up somewhere, but you may not because you're not in all places at all times. Sometimes we think it ain't going nowhere, but yeah, all thoughts go somewhere. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
And I feel like it's just because there's some infinities that are bigger than infinities. When you really conceptualize that, it's like, dude, what we really know at this 3D plane is not even what it is. And when you really tap into just the knowledge, most of the knowledge that I've experienced is the deep wanting for truth. in a search for knowledge, and I still have a very thirst of knowledge. There's still a lot of things that I want to learn and do. Like I'm going to be like I'm going to be a lifetime learner, but there's there's some objective truths that I set my boundary for it. My relationship with God, for the creator of the imagination source realm, right? And He is the imagination itself, and the imagination wants to have a relationship with you. Yes, it does, because He likes the narrative, He likes the story, and sometimes right in the middle of the story, He'll change it depending on depending on depending on where your energy is. Because if I,
meaning you,
it means where your energy is. Because we're all still a boundaries of energy. You're an imagination field inside of another imagination field, but the frequency that you're on that we can relate
we're
to
co-creators, right?
as
Co-creators.
what's your co-creators?
So we're co-creators.
Co-creators.
I can go on my imagination and create something right now. You can as well. It's not controlled.
But the thing about it is we don't know as much as about like some people are still struggling with physics, and I think I figured it out. They don't.
But it can be learned.
Yeah, it actually there is a solution, and the trueness of what I've learned that when you start to deal with imaginary numbers and you excel at infinite levels of stages of math, and then you go into also because I've learned that my kind of intelligence is in uh, is in philosophy. I have a very high intelligence for that, and when I'm going in it. And so the biggest question is is it something or is there nothing, right?
It's
And
nothing, but it's the concept from
something and nothing, something and nothing, and everything and nothing is paradoxical when you think about it at its philosophy roots. But
because none of it exists. That's a concept.
I'm sorry, Frank, can you repeat that? You said it's something or nothing.
Something and nothing is a paradox, because if something is truly something, then it's something. But can something be nothing? And can nothing be something?
What I'm saying. Nothing is not a real word. That's what I was trying to get to. We've been taught the word nothing, but there is nothing actually that you can show me that is nothing.
Right, but the thing about it,
you call nothing, it's going to be something.
I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to blow your mind, son. Are you ready for this knowledge? Yo, check this shit out. So, what I figured out, breaking the laws of, damn near fucking up the laws of physics. There is actual nothing. We just can't experience that nothing because we're the experience of everything. When you become a balancer in the neutral dimension, you balance in between everything and 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 nothing, everything and nothing, and you choose at the end of when you die, because it's truly no death. You choose a whole bunch of random experiences through whatever you want, but when you're done, there's this neutral force that keeps it all at balance, and you either become a neutral force within the force of. So this is breaking down. So there's everything is one, but it's like a subsection of this. So you have the subsection of everything, right? Which is wrapped in bigger infinities and all that stuff and experiencing, and we are part of that everything realm. And then there's a realm of total nothing. Like
That's
just
what I'm asking.
not when listen, it's a realm of where even the word nothing doesn't even make sense, but it's a word of just complete absent of thought, absence of imagination. You can't even imagine it because you come from the source of everything. And then I thought about it. I'm like, if I really can't imagine the source of nothing, I can't think about it because I'm in the force of everything. What is this force that lets me know that it's real, but I can't access it? And I'm like, yo, it's the neutral dimensional forces that play on the forces of physics that keeps the universe at balance. Because for life to happen, you need the core harmonies. You need positivity, neutrality, and
You're dealing with, see, this is the issue, right? You're dealing with third dimension concepts. So in my learning, this is when I have to, this is when I have to go beyond immediately philosophy of the world that we're given to understand it more than that. Like, so usually you were talking about numbers and physics and all that. That's dealing with the third dimension. You know, there's dimensions where numbers and all that, it's not even measured by numbers. Numbers don't exist, right? So, because I remember someone asked me when I was talking about going to one of the higher dimensions, they were like, how many dimensions are there? And so what I was shown was the problem is how we conceptualize things, right? We want to see things as quantifiable, and that's not how other things are situated. So I'll give you an example. How many shapes can you make out of water?
it's infinite. You can make infinite
shape, right? Okay. How many? So if it was a painter, how many pictures could you make with the paint? How many pictures could you make?
Infinite.
Infinite, right? So when you look at it from that understanding, it frees you from trying to endlessly solve it through third dimensional concepts like numbers, quantifiable. This is the limit of it. That's not the source of it. The source of it is unlimited. Once it comes down here, third dimension, then you get limits, physics, numbers, which are just restrictions. But I'm saying if you're trying to get to the understanding of unlimited with limited lens, you're gonna be wasting your time. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying,
this is what people.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying collectively, like the realm, because this is like Aristotle and empiricism. When you empiricism, whatever, however you call it, Aristotle is pointing. Aristotle is pointing. No, Eric. I think it's Aristotle and Plato. Is his name Aristotle? I think no. Plato was pointing. Aristotle was pointing.
Aristotle.
So I think so. Plato. I think it was Plato and Aristotle.
That's what.
Okay, so when Plato is pointing up, you're basically saying this world is not the true world. The real world is in the realm of far beyond us. But he said no, because it's basically the argument of the internal world versus the external world. And Plato is saying basically everything is generated from the internal world. And he says no, but the external world does have a way in shaping the ego. So when you take these philosophies and try to philosophize, but the crazy thing about it is this: what they don't know about the argument, that there's a force that keeps it all at balance, and even it's so funny about balance to me because it's like a core sense of what I teach is balance, and having balance with destruction and having balance with creation. There's some things you should actively destroy. There's some things you should actually create and produce. But if you don't have the balance, because there's a thing called applied knowledge and the knowledge of knowing. Like we could already know that we don't have to already be told that porn is bad for. Some people do have to be told and convinced that it's bad for them. Some people naturally know that it's bad for them without actually knowing the reason, because their heart, which is the emotion, energy and motion, is guiding them, and they're not listening to their heart. That's why they say listen to your heart, listen to your heart, but navigate with your mind. And not of the times, if you see the path in one way, you can see the path in all ways. And so it's like you are freer than you could ever be free if only if you truly believe and you wield that power of what they talk about God and don't really let it get to you. Just because you have a God power doesn't mean you flaunt and you don't have any humility to you. And just because you have humility doesn't mean you're any virtuous. It's optional. It's just about how real are you, how honest you can be, and that's where the humanity comes in. Like it's just like instead of because you could be like man, I'm just jealous of you because you're doing so well. Man, it's versus somebody openly saying that versus them just being like, oh, fuck that nigga, I'm about to up on him, I'm about to rob him for his shoes. And we as a society and we as human beings know that these people are losing their mind because they're fighting. Because what you think about a psychopath, what does he fight for? He fights for control because he wants to be God, and he doesn't even realize that God is not even in control
of this dimension. This dimension is exactly how it was ruled to be. But that's what I was getting at when you said earlier about the imagination. God, do you understand? Most people don't understand the imagination. Your imagination is unlimited. Your imagination is unlimited. So now, show me your imagination. Can you do it? Can you tangibly see your imagination? I'm saying, is imagination tangible? Our thoughts tangible.
And then I can display it, but it's not tangible unless I use. And yes, I use the internal world to explain it to you, because we can talk like language, right? The language is of a frequency. You tune in. Hold on, my brother calling me.
Yeah, because I was gonna get to a point with him. Because he made a good point, but I'm just showing him how we've been taught a certain way from the Western man who don't know shit, who just still figuring it out. And yeah, we're more powerful than we can imagine. The only thing that limits us with this body is limited. Your mind, your thoughts, ain't none of that limited. Besides when you limit it, it's not limited. You limit it. That's the issue. When you say stuff like, "Oh, I can't do it," all the shit you saying you can't do, somebody is doing that shit right now. While you saying you can't do it, or it's impossible. So, and the word impossible, by the way, is you just saying I'm possible. Spell out the word impossible. It's gonna say I'm possible.
So, son,
Yeah.
when you say you travel, right?
Yeah.
Did you have to prune your flesh first? Like, did you have to prepare yourself before you was able to?
No. I was in my sleep. It was in the daytime.
Oh, bro.
When I woke up, I knew it was not Earth because, like I said, first of all, the environment was so clean. I was like, nah, this is clean. This is way too clean. Like this is. Where's the H? Where's the H? What up? Peace. Yeah, I was like, hold on. But when I looked, by the way, because I could see the front of me, like I couldn't see how I looked from the front, but I looked down, and my arm, my chest, my leg, everything was made out of crystal, like crystalline. Yeah, like layers. Like imagine somebody. You know how an onion is like layered on top of each other?
Yeah.
Imagine crystals, but they're not crystals like we see them. It's like imagine layers of crystals, but they're like you know how muscle tendons look, where it's like the layers of, right? It was like that. My whole body was like crystalline, and I was like, man. And then I thought I was breathing air, but like I said, it was cleaner than it was cleanest air. I was like, this can't be air. The shit was too clean. Like it was cleaner than anything on earth. I'm telling you, it was the cleanest thing. And I'm like, is this air that I'm breathing? But the air also had a tone to it, a frequency. So it was like music, but it was air. And then it was like, you could kind of like taste it a little bit. Like it had like, anyway.
Oh wow.
See, it's hard to even describe, but put it like this: where I was at, shit was so neat. It was the neatest neat. So like, you know how we draw a straight line here or whatever, shit like that. This made everything. When I came back down, because when I woke up, I felt like like somebody just dropped me off the hood. That's how I felt coming back to Earth. I felt like dirty. Yeah, when I came back, I felt all dirt. And then when I was looking around, everything looked sloppy here. All the shapes looked sloppy. My TV, everything, all the straight lines, they still look until I eventually adjusted again. And I was like, damn. So I knew wherever I was at. Yeah, that was also, and it wasn't even the highest. So I was like, damn, if that's not even the highest. But I was grateful for the experience because it showed me that shit, there actually is other dimensions and spaces. It's just that if you've never experienced it, you will think, oh, it's in their mind. No, this shit is real, very real.
You were in the Crystal City, actually. Do you remember the scene in Black Panther where they landed at the first scene?
Black Panther 1?
Yeah, in the first scene, they're on a spaceship, right? And they land in Oakland. You know.
Oh,
I'm saying,
okay.
Yeah, that was showing you the lower level of you talking about. You feel like it was ghetto. That was it. That was that lower level.
No, I said when I woke back up.
Yeah, when you went back up. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that was a rendition of that as well.
Okay.
There was a rendition of the ship coming here and being in this dimension.
Beyond Black Panther, bro.
No, I'm using that as a comparison on the lower level. Yeah. I've had this experience with the crystal experience and being in the Crystal City with the crystal subways, etc.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, it's like a train.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
Well, I ain't see that on the train, and this is the thing. I wasn't there long enough to like explore everything, but I know that how you eat there, you don't eat like there was no dirt. You know how we got dirt everywhere on Earth? It wasn't one microscopic speck up there. There was no dirt. It was clean as fuck. And how you eat, you don't eat food or flesh. It was light. So there was these like lights, and they were at a certain distance, almost like the distance of like a shower head.
Remember this. How we move about the Earth right now is not how we've always moved about the Earth right now. Our movements are even different, actually. We think that we're just every day we move every day, we pick up stuff when we're running or whatever. That's always been like that in the Earth. That's not so, actually. At one time, our movement was way more calculated than what it is right now. We're kind of like really busted down from what we once were in the Earth.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't say on the Earth. I say in the Earth.
Why do
actually.
you think we always trying to get back to that, right?
Right.
What's
So
the
kind of
most expensive thing people pay for? Jewelry or like crystal, diamonds, all this type of stuff. Why are we trying to put that back on? That's when I had a revelation. I was like, oh, we trying to put it back on because that's what we used to. Like we used to have that on our body, not putting it on. It used to be on us.
But see, check this out. I'm glad you brought that up because there's a video going around of a guy from South America. He's a so-called black man with all this jewelry on, around his neck, on his arms, bands or whatever. Now, in society, if you walked around like that, with a lot of jewelry on like that, you chance robbed, and somebody also would say that you're trying to be, trying to be the man, being flashy. But what people don't understand is jewelry, gold actually helps you resonate. Actually, if you put, I subscribe to that every man should have a nice gold chain. That he goes, all in woman, that you should have a nice gold chain to put around your neck and go out in the and sunbathe. Actually, this is gonna help you.
I want to add too.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel that beautification, and especially jewelry and the hard metals, and do you think that contributes to man's pride, and more so his material senses? Do you think that it even stifles the growth of spirituality?
It can.
It depends on the person, right?
Where they at? Yeah, where they at? If they're at a low level, yeah, they can.
I have an associate. He has a tremendous amount of jewelry. When I say his jewelry collection amasses millions of dollars, it amasses that, right? He is the most fucking arrogant, egotistical asshole that you would ever meet. Actually,
Where'd you see that?
Huh?
So where'd you see that?
I said I have an associate. I know someone. He displays it actually when he wears his jewelry. It makes you feel sick. Being if your mind is where it needs to be, or where you would think it should be anyway.
No, I thought you were talking about the guy from.
No. This is an associate of mine actually. He's a very wealthy man, but he wears a tremendous amount of jewelry. He thinks he's conscious, but he's actually not. But anyway, because he wears jewelry that one would think that he's well onks and different things like that. But just to say that that's why I tell people, man, buying jewelry from a pawn shop while buying somebody else's jewelry, putting it on, you need to be careful with this shit because that jewelry has absorbed a lot of energy, that person's energy, or the person's energy. That's why gold is melted down and the drops come off of it because you think you just put this chain on, you're doing a whole lot more than that shit right there. So be very careful when you buy jewelry or you wear someone else's jewelry or clothing.
Any of that. Be careful shopping at thrift shops or any used clothing from the previous person. You need to neutralize that shit because, clothes and all that.
Yeah,
carry
no cap. I had a portrait that I had gotten from the army. What is it called? Goodwill. And it was an image of a lady sitting by the piano, and she was kind of leaned over, like contemplating in thought. And you could tell that she wasn't at peace, but you don't really know that that's translating into your whole environment until you realize that exactly what you said, that the imagery, even whoever owned it before, the person who painted it, their intention is sitting behind that portrait. And it can resonate and affect even your daily life without you knowing it.
Yes, sir. Yep, I learned that thrift shop. Certain stuff going on. I was like, and it's funny you brought that up because my dad gave a gift to my grandmother of this picture of these young, brothers. They was kids. They was dressed all up, but they were looking sad. It's like a fancy picture. It's like a black and white, and it's these young boys. They dressed up, suits, and I guess he thought that would be a cute gift for his mother. But when my grandmother passed, I took the picture that she had, and I had it in my workspace. But I realized later, looking at it, the energy was back because none of the boys on that picture, none of them were smiling. Like I realized it after looking at it, and I was like, yeah, it's like energy. It ain't a good vibe, so I ended up taking that picture down, and the energy seemed to be a little lighter without that. But yeah, small things like that, it matters. honestly, anything you inherited from somebody or you getting from a place that you don't know the person, yeah, you need to neutralize it and be careful because, like, it's energy behind the creation of something. Somebody has put their hand in that. You know what I'm saying? That's why this language that we're using has all of these embedded things because it's not the words you're using. It's the person who created that word they put their magic on it, so to speak.
They put their craft into
That's why
it.
they don't like us.
Crafting.
Yes. That's why they don't like us making our own word. If you notice, if you try to make a word, right, they'll say, that's not a word. But they can make a word and tell you it's a word. I'm like, yo, this is about power. They know if you can define your own words, you can define the power behind it. And this is why they got mad about using the word nigga. We say nigga. And nigger, right? They got mad about us using it. Because that's why they say don't say it. No, they said don't say it because you're taking the power out of it by saying it. See, they wanted it to be like negative. So when you use it casually, you are reversing the spell. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a lot of science in that. But yeah, with inheritance stuff.
That's a fact. That's why we do like different accents when we talk English, because our spirit want to change a little bit.
Yeah, we don't really, and that's not our mother tongue either.
I know. Like my mom, she's been in Australia for like almost 20 years. She cannot speak English properly. She always, talks in her own accent because her spirit is strong.
Who wants to speak this English word in a proper sense? I play with this shit all day. I'm nasty. I like to cuss. I like fuck shit, goddamn. Fuck it ain't shit.
Well, fuck is only damn is a curse word.
Yeah, this is what I know.
Yes, no, I told y'all what the curse words are. Didn't I say what curse words are?
Anything can become a curse word with the right intent.
You're right, but fuck is fornication.
Yeah, fuck is curse word. This a curse word
is damn. Like
words that you say against yourself. That's the cuss word, right? Somebody saying fuck and bitch and all that ain't got nothing on a person saying, oh, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I'm dumb. I can't do this.
Okay, that's a cuss word.
I don't know, son. I think you're simplifying it because if I tell a kid, I don't think you're capable of doing that. That sounds nice as hell, don't it? But
no, I said when you say it. No, listen.
Yeah, but capable right now doesn't mean.
A first word.
I heard what you said.
First word is when you say it. No, when you say it about yourself.
To yourself. I get it. I heard what you said. But I'm conveying that you're simplifying it. That's what I'm saying. To where if I did say, get mama, I'm from Haiti, right? And a lot of niggas know what that means, right? It's that, and I had to correct my mom sometimes because.
Bro, as soon as you said get mama, I had to come up. So I said like.
New Lavi.
It's on me.
Get by, put tu na prensa, ma fait travail.
Family, tellement, I had to come up here. Oh my God. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. So my mom.
No morning in this. We rising though. We rising and shining. Let's go.
That's it. Grand Rising. So my mother.
Grand Rising.
When we're in conversation, she whenever she as a matter of fact, she uses so casually she doesn't even understand how impactful it is to even have heard it. And she say like tête chargée. And tête chargée is the Haitian word to mean like charged up head or problems. Oh, that's a problem. Or problems altogether, right? How she tried to describe it when I said, hey, mommy, don't say tête chargée. Say something else. Say tête éclairée, or which means enlightened mind. I told her, hey, say that instead, because I don't want to hear that when we're talking. Because most of the times you'll find out that Haitian women worry so much but there sometimes because of the Haitian culture too, certain words like that, they say so much, and then she said, "Well, it means that it's a problem that I don't want to deal with." And I told her, like, "Yep, I get it, but I don't want to have that. I don't want to have that type of discourse course with you that every time we're trying to figure something out, you're saying tete charge because she doesn't understand that she's actually reinforcing the problem rather than being someone who has a solution. So it so for I heard what you said, Brody, and I respect it, but I think it was just a little oversimplified because even if you're talking about yourself or just putting something into the air, and you know how that shit go, right? Just putting it in the air sometimes has an effect on other people without you even knowing it.
So, but I mean, of course, maybe I didn't elaborate all the way what I had made about it previously, but I was saying first meaning no one can make you use your own tongue against yourself. You say, I'm saying we say this stuff. I've heard people say stupid shit like, "Oh, that'll be the death of me," or that kills me when they. I'm like, no, that's don't work. Like that's the worst thing that you can say. Or somebody will say, if such and such happened one more time, I swear, such and such. I'm saying that's worse than bitch and fuck and all the rest of that. That was just the point I'm making. And people take that lighter than if you say fuck. They'll say that all day. They say some shit like, "Oh my children." I'm like, no. Why would you? Why would you? Why would you put your kids in harm's way about something you might be wrong about? They be like, "Yo, that's for my kid. That's for my."
Made a song about it.
Can I add something, guys?
Yeah, sure.
So, here.
It sound like you're breaking up. It sound like you broke up.
He was on the wire. We'll be quick.
Okay, yeah, you broke up.
Is it better?
Yeah, you're better now.
Sorry about that. Okay. So, what about in the cases where like your knowledge is given, right? Because like right now we're talking like in a way where it's like very much free thought. People who are fully aware. But what if like okay, so what if like your knowledge isn't from you? And I don't want to go too deep because it's super early, but like let's take like the slave Bible, right? Like you have a group of people who were given a specific book and that was meant to be read in the way that they were told it was supposed to be read. And even till this day, we still have people who believe that they're not meant to be wealthy, they're meant to be obedient, they're not meant to talk back to their, you know what I mean? They're not meant to protect themselves, right? As a overall. So it's like, what if the information you're given is like is also skewed, so therefore you don't even know that the words that you're using, like okay, one example, I'm gonna just give one more example and I hope this one makes more sense, which is like the terms that we use in our modern language, like in regards to like a home, we still call the main bedroom a master bedroom, we still pay our mortgages, you know what I mean? Which all, to be honest, when you break down the words, a mortgage is a debt that has to be paid until death. And then a master bedroom, you know what I mean? Y'all know what the hell that means. So, like, what about subconsciously? Huh? What'd you say?
With a master, the bed with a master slept. You got to
right.
Another, yeah.
So I'm like, what if subconsciously, we're doing it now, I think, but what if there are certain things that we're not aware of and we use it on a day-to-day basis?
For sure. Go ahead, Farrah. I'll go after you.
No, I'm just listening. What are you saying?
Yeah, for sure. Melissa, I think that's what symbolism and even like Kabbalah being so coveted, because it's like the foundational structure of language, and other languages too that they carry symbols, and through our evolution we broke it down to where to divide them, but at the basic level, it's almost like numbers became words. You feel me? And I think just that concept within itself, it puts people who study that in a advantage because you can perceive the underlying layers of when a conversation is being had, or when someone is walking in the esoteric frequency, that you can perceive every layer of transparency or every layer of understanding when they talk. And the Bible too, you're able to read on a deeper level when the symbolism of the words actually draw pictures in your mind, and they're not just words. You're starting to see geography. You're starting to see correlations. You can see the parallels when the conversation or when you're reading the text or any esoteric text for that matter. So yeah, Melissa, I think you're right on. Yeah, you're
Right on. Check this out. Nobody fucks up words like us from the South. I'm from the South. You know, South. We don't say South. We say South. You know what it is? Cuss and curse. Two different, totally different things. To curse oneself and to cut somebody the fuck out is two different things. You know, we talked about you know, words describe something. They describe a place, a time, a description of something. It's something the sun has brought up in this space many times actually, and I applaud him for that. It's kind of off topic, but on topic. We're talking about you mentioned photographs and paintings, different things like that. It's a very good thing to take children's artwork actually, because they took the time to craft it with their hand, their mind, the pencil, the pen, the marker, whatever, and place it up in your office, on your refrigerator, your home, at your computer table. That energy is very, very positive energy. I want to say that. But yeah, but also going back to the whole the cussing thing, man, like I said, I've said it so many times, man. Fuck this language, man. You say what you want to say, and you say what you mean. You say how you mean it. You know, everybody trying to speak standard English and how we code switch. You know, we go in professional places, a bunch of bullshit. We sitting up talking. You know what I'm talking about. You feel me? You know what it is. You know, and culturally, we have so many different subcultures within our people. You got to know when you saying motherfucker. Why did it offend somebody when you cuss them out differently? You know, like I said, man, that motherfucker's over there. Or yeah, that Memphis over there. You know what I'm saying? So even in our culture, there's some cultures where some things might be accepted more than others, some things less than one another. Like the word nigga. My niggas, I've never had a problem with the word. Just like some of my family might get offended because the word cracker. To me, if you're just a fucking cracker, you're a cracker. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. But this language, man, we put too much emphasis on this shit, man. It was really interesting for the brother and sister to jump in and tell him what the Haitian culture is, and also to give us meaning, because I hate for a motherfucker to do that. And it's fucking, that's one of I think the most wicked things a motherfucker can do is speak a language around you that you can't understand. I don't even like for a motherfucker to speak Spanish around me. And I'm the only one there. Y'all know that you speak fluent English and you can elaborate and speak to me, but you want to speak in fucking codes. And I know you talking about me just by your nuances and your body language. Yeah, that's some old shit right there. In my land.
Because you can feel the intention. Intention is the first language.
Yeah,
Energy
I say
never
that.
knows.
You feel it.
You feel it, man. You don't have to even know. Because that's how I learned languages quickly. Like I went from like Sudan, I learned Dinka and Arabic, and then I had to move around to Ethiopia. And I just hate it because I don't like people talking around me without me knowing. I learned the language so quick. I started speaking the language. And I learned Swahili when I moved to Kenya. And I learned English. English is like my fifth language. So anybody can learn languages quick. You have to just pay attention. Just be calm and just try and like repeat what they're saying. Like listen to songs. Songs are a very powerful way to learn languages. Mm-hmm. If you could find like 3 or 4 songs right now from any language you like, learn those 4 songs very well. Like break them down and then be able to pronounce every word, find out what every sentence means. You literally learn 20-30% of that language already. Like that's how easy it is to learn songs.
So I went to go see Godfrey about a month ago here in OKC. He said he's been to 40 countries, and he started acting like he was speaking Japanese. We were all just sitting there like, damn, okay. You don't know what the fuck I just did. So,
Nah, you know, I was in Japan
crazy.
recently with and I started to learn within. Like, I was there for 2 weeks, and I started talking. Like, I would ask questions. Anybody that could speak English a little bit, and I could like translate. Well, within 1 week, I could speak the basic like hello, goodbye. You know, this the simple shit like hey, where am I going? You just ask questions. So people are actually willing to help. You just ask. Just like the title of the room, right? You have not because you ask not.
So,
Yo, have you guys seen what happened?
hold on real quick before you change the subject. So I'm in a predominantly Hispanic community right now, and there was a Le Presidente, and you know it's called Le Presidente. Hispanic people on the inside, they all speak Spanish. You walk up to the register, they're speaking Spanish, bro. They don't give no shit about no English. Ain't none of that. Just gracias. Look, you just gonna have to figure it out. And I had took the initiative, or I put it on my bucket list. Like, okay, cool. If I'm gonna be here and this is where I'm gonna do my work, I'm gonna have to learn Spanish. So that's my intention, right? So just earlier this week, bro, I go to buy some chicken. You feel me? Because I'm a bachelor. I got my gaming studio, and you know, yeah, everybody who know me, I make music. I got all my shit. You feel me? I'm all my work stuff here. But I go and buy some chicken so I could have my food for the week. And they changed the name, and it was like save something. Very English, very American, and it said it's under new management. When I tell you, when I go inside and I get my groceries, prices didn't change much at all. But when I went up to the register, guess what that lady said? She said, "Hello, how you doing?"
Oh my God, no. Wait, hold on, black people. Wait. Now, do you know what that really is, though? Do you know what that is? Because do you know it's not? No, that is them waking up, and I think that the black community also needs to understand their power financially. These people know they can make a bag if they open up their doors to black people. Now, I have a Chinese. Yeah, they not that whole the protests and the riots with the raids, the ICE stuff and all that situation. That woke them up to the fact that we are not in alliance with them. But if we really stop buying from them, don't get me wrong, as a community they could survive, but no community will thrive without the black dollar. Like, you're not going to build massive wealth. Yeah, so, and I noticed that with I have a Chinese supplier where I buy bowls for my business, and the young generation, the son, the mother is a bitch. Like, she's so rude, which is to the point where I had to switch to another supplier, and I had to realize, like, everyone I get these bowls from is going to be Asian. Now, I just have to pick the one that's the least racist and the best pricing. So the first company realized that I stopped buying bowls. When I came in, the young man, the son was at the register. He's probably maybe like 35, and the mother is in her 50s, 60s. The son realized that the mother was being rude as hell and had to take her from her position because they're losing business. They're not able to grow their business because they don't serve black people. And I live in Atlanta. There's nothing but black restaurants here. You're losing so much money. My new supplier, they weren't fucking with me at first, and then they found me on Instagram and then have been harassing me and then offered me a net 30 out of nowhere that I've been using for the last couple of months because they realized that they can make more money off of me if I partner with them. They're also Asian, but they're younger. So it's just like I'm at this, so I'm like, it's changing, man. The world isn't changing, to be honest with you. It's always been this way as far as leveraging the black dollar specifically. But I think that
I'm talking about in terms of like them realizing how powerful that it is changing a little bit. A lot of them realize now.
Yeah, because we realized it. we realized it.
I just saw something that happened in Nepal. I don't know why they're not talking about it. The Nepal people literally fucked up the whole government. And they didn't kill anybody. And then at the same time, the next day they started cleaning up their city. They burned down the Hilton. They burned down like all the government buildings. And then the next day they went looking for people that looted, and they made the people that looted take back everything back to the businesses. Man, it was crazy. Like, and they were like, it was like the Gen Zs, man. Like these kids, they're waking up, man, and they're like, they know that they're powerful. And literally, the police couldn't do shit because the police killed 20 people, and they're like, nah, fuck it. So literally, the whole of Nepal went outside. Everybody, nobody went to work. People went outside just to stop.
Yeah, but it wasn't
like,
Gen Z though. The reports have been coming out that it was the same situation like here in America, where they're blaming it on Gen Z, but they put rioters that were grown male adults into the situation who were causing massive amounts of havoc.
No, I'm not saying Gen Z did it. I'm just saying Gen Z were out there as well. Like they're the ones that did the peaceful shit. But the whole everybody. That doesn't matter what generation, Gen Z, Gen Y, the whole of Nepal got out and went. It just shows the power of the people, like how powerful people can be. There's not enough soldiers, man, like to stop them.
Right.
Because what they're gonna do? Are they gonna kill everybody? They kill everybody. They got no city. They got no economy. So they gotta be careful.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on this because it's something I really struggle with. I kind of touched on it earlier. So I'm in Atlanta too. Melissa, kind of piggybacking off of what she was saying, and I grew up in Decatur. Like it was pretty much mostly black. So my kid's father, he Geechee, so we moved to Hilton Head. And it was more so like, a mix of people. Like Spanish, white people, you know what I'm saying? Like I really wasn't used to being around, so I never experienced like being around other cultures, and I realized I was extremely rude. Not that it was intentional, but it was very, it was different to see the outer world, like outside of being in the hood, right? So I saw a video on YouTube today with this Spanish lady, and she was talking about like how her mom would tell her like ever since she was a little kid, like a young toddler, like young child, that her mom would tell her to like stay away from black people, like they do violence, you know what I'm saying, don't associate with them, they're bad influence and things like that. And personally, me, like, I'm banned from at least about 2 gas stations up here because I done been in situations where I was literally like in danger. Like I was going through something coming from the club, with my kid's father, and like, he was intoxicated. So I had $10 to my name. I go to the gas station. Like all the businesses around here, like none of them are black owned. We might got like maybe 1 or 2 soul food restaurants in the area. No gas stations for sure. Not that I know of. But I end up going to the gas station. I'm like, look, well, I didn't say anything about when to go get gas. My car declined. I'm not even sure why. I'm like, okay, I know I got $10 on here. Try to buy the gas once. Didn't work. Try to buy it twice. He started getting irritated with me. I'm like, look, I'm on E. I got to get some gas and I got to get up out of here because this man followed me. Trying to get gas the third time, it declined. He like, get out of here, you broke. You know what I'm saying? You broke, you don't have no money. So I started blowing like, look, you know what I'm saying? I got to get gas, I got to get up out of here. I see Buddy pull up. I'm like, oh my God, like this is not happening to me right now. He told me, get out of here, you don't have no money. Like, I started tearing the gas station up. Like I'm pissed, like man, I'm really in danger, man. Like you're not even, y'all have y'all businesses in this area and it don't be no respect. Like I walk in Chinese place, to get Chinese food or like, they don't even speak. And it just really be baffling me. But when I saw that video today, I was like, oh wow, that makes sense because even though it be, people from other countries in our neighborhoods that's making money, like we don't get no respect. Like they won't even let you use the bathroom. Like, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yep. They curse us out in our own neighborhoods, overcharge, and they're selling things that they can't sell in their own countries in ours.
No cap. And they got a whole religious base that says you shouldn't be doing that. Oh, nah, but we can do it to the niggas, though.
Right.
Yeah, they selling gyros. We got arrows.
Man, yo, be quiet about the gyros, bro. I love Staley's. I'm from Tampa, bro. Don't talk about the gyros, bro.
Yeah, but I'm talking about they
that's the only reason why I love the A-Rap.
But they don't eat it, though. That's what I'm saying.
The secret is in the religion. The secret is in the interpretation of their religion. Both the Islamic people, right, they follow the hadiths and the sunnah, which tell them that if somebody is not your tribe, your kind, you don't have the same rules to deal with them as you do your brother. And it's the same in this, yeah, it's the same with Judaism and the Zohar. They don't, we have 10 commandments in Christianity, right? They have 613 in Judaism, which really, if you go...
Melissa?
They call you Golem.
The 42 laws of Ma'at.
I mean, yes, we also have those things as well. We also have, I mean, there's outside of that, but I'm saying, like, Christianity is chopped down a little bit to give you a more docile version of the truth. If you go into Judaism and start researching a little bit more outside of just the Bible, you'll realize that there's a greater span of things that we are allowed to do to protect ourselves as a people that we don't think we can do.
You know what's crazy? Like, there's some people called the Sikh. I don't know. So far, they haven't done anything that, like, they're so nice. You know the Sikh religion, the Sikh people.
Yes.
Indians, but they're not Indian.
So nice.
They're so
nice.
Everybody. I don't know why. Like, it's crazy. Like, every time I go to a Sikh restaurant or a Sikh people, I went to the place to get my car fixed at this at an African shop. They want to charge me $6,000. I went to a normal Indian shop. They said $4,000. I went to the Sikh shop and they said, "No, those guys trying to rip you off. It's only this was working. It only costs $400."
What's their base religion for the Sikh? Not the Sheik.
The Sikh.
I know you're talking about the Sheik. What's their base?
Sikhism is a religion, I thought.
Sikh, like Sikh. They're actually like the Indians, but they have the turban on their head and stuff.
Okay, so they study the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita.
I don't know what they are, but man, like every time I meet somebody, like you can literally go into any of their houses and they have to feed you based on they'll feed you and look after you.
If that's the case, then they do. They study the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita, and the same.
I don't know I have no idea what they study.
Oh, like is it base of Hinduism? Let me check to see.
Please
like every time I've met this, I never had a bad issue with a Sikh person ever. Like they've always been kind to me, respectful, and they don't stare at me like they're fully sick.
it's part of it's Islam, but you have to understand that Islam is also split into different sects and stuff like that. Like the true Islam is Sufism, right? Sufi Islam.
That's the esoteric form.
Yeah, that's what no one follows anymore. People do, but not main. Yeah, so the Sunni Islam is what is mainstream now. But
you know what I like
I'm
about
gonna see how similar Sikhism to Sufism, because I think they would have some sort of similarities to them.
Is the Sheik a title?
You know what I like about
is Sheik a title?
Yeah, Sikh, S-I-K-H. It's like that's their religion. They're called Sikh people.
But if someone can clarify that it's not the Abu Dhabi Sheiks.
No, Sikh, like the Indians.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm wrong. It is a separate religion from Islam.
Yeah.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's very different. Like, you know,
you got to be close on that because I really tried to download that for real.
They're very different to our religion. Like, very similar to like in South Sudan. Like, everybody was treated with respect and love. Like, and everybody was trying to be like the people who still practice that cultural stuff. But the ones who don't, they're very rude, respectful, bitter. Like, you know, some people are just.
Where's the H though? Where's the H?
The H is in the heterosexual.
We need clarification, bro, because we not tiptoe. I know, Pharaoh, you're so wise that I've heard where you started a fire, but nobody really caught to it. But I was over here like, yo, I see where he could have started a fire, and it's like, okay, good thing nobody, lit it up.
I wanted to ask.
You're talking between lines, bro.
Wait, what you talking?
Starting a fire in what way?
Oh no, we got an inside joke about you know the guy who why are you gay guy? You ever seen that clip? No, I'm talking. What's his name? Quantum. Yeah. Why are you
gay?
You are gay. Yeah, we was joking about that. So he always it's a part in the interview where he said, "Well, where's the H? Where's the H?" Because Because she said I'm an activist of all. He said no, I don't. He said I don't see
Only
H,
LGBT.
like H for
Where's the
heterosexual.
H?
Yeah, he's like, where's the H? You know.
So
So we joke with each other and say, where's the H shit? So I don't know he might not have knew. I don't know what he was reading into that, but no, that's what we were saying.
Okay, cool. Because he said something earlier, and as you say that, it's like, yo, is the B silent?
Right. You know, I was raised Christian, in particularly, like very deep Christian. I realized hatred has a way of blocking education on a lot of things when it even comes to the sexual aspect, because most doctrines try to control a narrative that has influence on how people behave and act. And so when I thought about it at the core of it, like, what do we get when we have men um, masquerading as females? And what true masculinity is in the essence is true masculinity in your ability to dominate biologically wise, or is the epistemology of masculine energy about psychology wise?
Let me give you perspective, Unity, and it's ironic that your name is Unity. What I'm finding out, being a game dev student, and I would call myself a junior developer. I just hit a junior marker at Full Sail after switching from SimViz, is that I found out that there's a lot of gay people in the gaming industry, bro. That shit, it blows me.
You're a gamer?
Wait, hold on, bro. That's an interesting way to transition with what she's saying about. You say it's a lot of gay people in the gaming industry.
Yeah.
That blows me. That blows me.
Yeah,
bro.
I thought you said gaming.
You might want to change that. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yo,
I thought you said gaming industry. My bad. You said gaming industry?
Gaming industry. Oh, I'm done.
Yeah,
gaming.
Not gaming.
And you know, the niggas so intelligent that they could, flip anything upside down, like the hermetics, and still find what they looking for too. Yay. But that's one thing I found out. And Unity, I think it's like if we were to say, okay, if Lucifer fell down from heaven, that's because I'm from a Christian background, this is the lens that I can read from. And that he wants to disrupt man's ability to rule and be dominant as a natural masculine man. Why? Because being fruitful and multiplying is not in the will of the who was the prince of this earth. So what I'm conveying is that the industries, especially the democratic industries and the parties, have made it their business to superimpose the confusion onto the idea that these certain groups have agency and these can't in certain industries. So they may gatekeep, is what I'm finding. They are gatekeeping certain people for coming into different industries because even sexuality, bro. I just experienced this last month in my group. Thank God the group that I have this month, they're straight. Everybody you feel me? Everybody in our group understand, we all men, we here to help support each other to do great shit. But the last group that I had, it was like, okay, you may have mentioned that you had a boyfriend before, right? But you're not gay. So therefore, you're not one of us. And let that insider ring. Because you're going to find what you're looking for.
Like, I'm saved. I ain't gay no more. Y'all seen that clip? I'm saved.
Man, the devil is not. The devil is not. So what's that? Go ahead. What's that?
It's like, because it's hard for me to because I'm very masculine in all my ways, but I am when I'm feminine with my emotions. Like, I care deeply about Charlie Kirk being shot, even though he's a white nationalist, because he's like there is no good coming from that Charlie Kirk situation.
Right, correct.
I only can see because at least he was trying to make an effort, and even if it was malicious intent, which I really don't know if it was, because we have to stop demonizing people regardless from discourse and arguments and whatnot. But let me show you why this is the way. Why I think this way could be better. Let me articulate myself and let's have an actual conversation instead of fuck you, you wrong or you right. And we let these people gather and try to turn it into a totalitarian government, which as a people, we fundamentally agree on freedom. You have the right to pursue life, happiness, life, and prosperity. This is why America is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. On the other hand, they will sell you something, just like anything, because in the global economy, America is the land of exploitation because it's the land of the businessman. Everything, even down to when you argue sovereign citizen, you didn't sign up for any of these social contracts that they put you under. Hold on. If you're not aware of the social contracts and the rules that you have to play, you don't know how to play the game. Correct? It's game theory. In this society, it's a winner, and there's clearly a loser. Losers have to work at McDonald's, while winners have to work. But it's mixed in with meritocracy. But in the world, how you gotta look at it, how billionaires look at America. Oh, this is the land where they enslave dumb people, and we use them as fodder to make our things, and we pay the engineers to design what we want to design because we got money. We don't have to fucking work. Let me tell you the one thing that billionaires hate. They hate giving people money because they have to work so hard to convince people that money is important. So, go ahead. You want to say something, Carl?
I do, bro, and I respect your build too, and I just can identify a couple flaws because you're going off the premise that because this administration has had made a decision to bring the rings in on certain aspects that other administrations really let go over generations and addressing it directly, that it must be a totalitarian state, or that the papacy, not the papacy, but the POTUS has too much agency or too much power. That the executive branch is maybe you are you're doing something that is out of the range. You're doing something that's out of the range of your office. The reason that I'm disagreeing is because there's a Bible about a king called Cyrus, and the King Cyrus was not known unto God. He was not one of the saved, but God spoke to the King of Cyrus and said, "Hey, I know you don't know me, and I know that I'm not the one that you grew up knowing, but because you have treated my people well enough versus the ones who want to enslave them, I'm going to give you power over all these nations to cast down the enemies of my people." Now, this is a narrative where God calls someone who we wouldn't say that is someone of God, but uses his office in order to clean the ranks, to clean out the swamp, to clean out the trenches, to clean out the land. And I hate it as a Haitian man. I hated that Charlie was killed. Wow, knowing me being a Haitian man, he said so many fucked up shit about Haitians, and I can't have any remorse. Yep. You hear where Trump ran with it, and I don't even hate Trump for having the perspective that he had. Because one thing that I gotta understand that he doesn't come from the vote that I did, and I have to validate what he's doing based off of that parallel on God calling Cyrus. And a prophetess had basically showed that Trump right now, bro, he's not a dictator. He's not an authoritarian. He's like Cyrus, where God is using someone who is unlikely in order to clean up house. You hear me, Brody?
No, I would definitely disagree with you. When you look at the world power, right, what Trump is doing is flexing his power, flexing his ego. He's actually trying to run from the third term, which is unconstitutional. This man gets in front of life, the pursuit of happiness and liberty. When you look at influence, right? Because your ability to influence is more the power than your ability to get money. He's in control of the whole fucking executive branch, and he's in control of the military. And he won the way to political to influence because that's the real currency. The real currency is influence. People that have influence get more money than people that work 9 to 5s. People don't understand the context and what people are doing. Now, if you're saying that God is a person that brings uncomfortable truth that you have to sit on and eat and gnaw on, and you may not even get the knowledge of what God is trying to say, but I don't think God is separate from the truth. Terracing everybody, right? If I'm just, let's put it in relationship wise. If I got this business, right, and I say I end up in dealing with the same price, but I say, look, I want to create some new boundaries because I feel like we've been putting in a lot of work for what we've done, but you've been punching them in the face for years and globally terrorizing everybody because you're using fearmonger tactics. Then you use your mentality to whoever group, you use your militia groups to fund whatever extremist groups and extort people. And so the same thing with Nigeria and what happened to them, why Nigeria is so weak even though they're rich in resources. Poverty is not based upon poverty is based upon organization. You can tell how well organized a country is by their poverty level. India has rich resources, poor. You know why they're poor? Because they use slaves. It's the places where you get the cheapest labor, but everything is manufactured there. But the high class elites rule it, and they will do anything. They will kill, steal, destroy, because at the end of the day, people are not people to them. When you talk about saviors, villains, heroes, when you think about it, you have to have the perspective when you think about good or bad. Where is the gray area? Where is the human aspect in these things? And when you look at that, you can get more truth and more honesty in what they're doing. And it's all out of ego. It's never about, you know what, we need to do things for the planet because we've been stressing the planet out, raising hell and causing global warming, which is at the end of the day is gonna fuck us up because if we fuck up nature, our planet Earth gonna be here. How hostile do we have to make it for us? And who is making it more hostile? Who profits off being divided?
There it is.
Who profits off not having a nuclear family?
There it is.
But they say that they want a nuclear family at the same time, but they will take a black man and put a black man in jail even if he's innocent.
So
they're not for the nuclear family.
Thank you, bro. And thank you for also allowing me to interrupt you because that was the other point of contention with what you were saying is when you said, hey, the elite knows that the United States is divided amongst these guidelines. And they don't give a fuck about no niggas, so we just gonna come in and shit, we gonna use them too. I would say that about other nations. I think the Chinese and the Arabs have showed a very clear exhibition of how they're just going along the lines of what we're acquainted to as Black Americans, quote unquote. But to think that the elite themselves have made an observation and they're acting on an observation rather than the ones who actually formulated the condition. That's where I have my disagreement, because who creates society? We know the Masons have a strong hand. The quote unquote secret societies have already, been telling us what it was through movies and certain symbolisms, that who's in control and how it operates. That would be my one disagreement, to say that I don't think that they're observing it, but they're manufacturing it, and this is why we're falling privy, and that allows them who have the power to continue to take advantage because they thought this shit out. You hear me?
People are failing. This is what they don't teach you law in school. The school education system we could easily have a utopia. It's so easy to have a utopia. Tell me, if there's no if there's no if there's no when you go to rich neighborhoods like such as Bloomfield, how many times you hear the police call? You know, when you hear the police call in Bloomfield in the rich areas where the resources is good and the neighbors is good, only time when you hear police is when an old person is dying in the house and nobody's checked on him. That's the only time when the difference between these rich communities and versus these other communities, because they don't want to fuck up the shit. But you gotta
listen. You need poor people. You need poor people for the parts that you don't see. So you thinking it's utopia, right? You thinking like, it's just because things are out of control and this and that. No, they need poor people to do the shit, the undesirable stuff. Because if everybody had everything, those people wouldn't want to work the shit. They don't want to work the jobs now that they're doing.
People, right? Yes, I understand that, but this is where my contention is with that whole statement of there are duties and obligations. People will do duties and obligations not for money. It's just the economist plays it on, and then it's like if you don't play the game, then you're
who would do it without? So, I'm talking about in a capitalistic society. Who would do that without money?
The whole globalization. Let's stop. Everybody in the world plays this game, and if you're the man to
not the same though, not the same way.
But when you talk about majority versus the individual, right? When me as an individual, they can easily kill me just because I don't. It's like the devil, but it's like unlike the devil. When you talk about God and when you realize you don't have to believe in a religion and full autonomy, it's the same thing. But you're under a contract and you need certain things, and they will use. They know human psychology and human nature, and they will use the clinging of your mother, the dopamine of being addicted to relationships, the dopamine of being able to being addicted to God, the dopamine that you get in high reward and low risk, and why people will give their lives to some things. But if people aren't educated enough, and this is the power of intelligence, right? When you get to a certain IQ, a certain level of awareness, you see it, and you're like, yo, that's some bullshit. Yo, this is not how society should function, but that's the core of it. They're going to always share a narrative, push a narrative. They have a script and a contingency plan for everything. Don't think that these people for one instant and it's not just oh my god, it's not just about politics, especially good politics. It's not about what you say. It's family. They have black families in Africa that rule over Africa that do certain things. Oh, these people, and they don't believe none of the shit. They'll go out there and perform. Why do you think that most of these people are enacting? And all the people that actually have money, you will never know. You will never even be able to talk. You never know. So it's like when I look at reality and I still oppose. That's like when I was talking about having the relationship with God, and I'll explain this to you: having the relationship with God and still not choosing and still not doing good. But at the end of the day, I'm still not choosing God.
There it is.
I would rather.
You mean doing good? I thought you said
Yeah, no, my bad. Yeah, but like, and that's go ahead, Quantum. It's Quantum.
Thank you, bro. Unity, you know you can go for that. I'm the same way, and you know, leaders also are learning to make room for others because we'll also find out we can build on each other's thoughts. You know, just allowing each other room to build with one another is yeah. You had mentioned, and we're speaking on why there are people who would rather have cheap labor, you know, and pay low wages and basically enslave somebody in order to have a profit. And we now have slums, or we may have an impoverished community where they all go through the same pipeline to you know, into the workforce. What I'm noticing, and I'm gonna throw my card out there as a 35-year-old Haitian man, is not that they want slaves as for labor, and that couples too, but it's that the bottom line says that a businessman is to pay the cheapest amount to get a certain outcome. And what's going to be required as Trump makes the decision to deport all of this free labor, seemingly free labor, for these people who live on a 5% or even, you know, smaller, is that when these people leave, you're going to have to pay a righteous wage to someone who a righteous wage to someone who actually will do it. It's not that no one wants to do it. It's that you trying to pay this amount of money for me to do this? No. We live in this land. You feel me? So what you gonna do? You gonna circumvent my ability to have a living wage for my family by hiring someone who knows that they can't afford to let go of this opportunity. I think that's the crux of the problem with these low wage or low these positions that people are undesirable. It's not so much that it's undesirable, it's that you're trying to pay me this little to do this. Bro, stop playing with me, bro.
I don't think it's when you talk about skill. I'm like when I would say I'm a genius level debater, and like when you talk about debates, I can form creative ideas, original ideas that are my own works, and like have it go through a level of process that I test, and then I formulate it and I think about it in more aspects than not. But when you look at it, when you talk about labor and then you talk about control, they already have patents. They already have inventions. They tell you when the cell phone is about to drop. They test a prototype. They're testing society. Oh, let's see if they're going to take this drug if I tell them to take this drug. How dumb do we have to play? What cards do we have to use? Because it's black elites is the same as white elites. It's a family of people that have money and status, and they all work together to keep regular people unskilled and say, oh, your job is to that whole narrative of grow up, go to college, go to school, get you a wife, and people live by the script instead of asking themselves, like, yo, what is this reality? Do I actually even know what money is? Is this a belief? And then when you start to travel and expand your horizons and start to understand the restrictions, it's a skill issue. Farming, you don't pay to farm. You farm because you know that you're going to receive a harvest. It doesn't require any money to feed yourself from nature because it's given for free. But the work that you do is because you eat and you know that you want to survive and you want to experience. It doesn't cost anything, but services and goods require skills because this is the problem with trade. A doctor doesn't need, when you talk about just regular trading among humans, and humans are always going to trade with each other, and trade is another form of power. So humans stop needing donkeys, because if you got two donkeys and goats, and I got this ability to cut hair, and I also would do massages, I don't need eggs and arms. I don't want that. So what is a way that we can come up with a means of trade that I can take this and use this anywhere? And that's the power That's in the power of influence because we're saying for time and energy, you're just using money and everybody bought into the idea. And that's what everybody's doing. Everybody's buying into this idea of money and not actually what are they doing with their time because that's not the most important thing. Money is not the most important thing. It's actually what you do with your creative time and accessibility. They already have free power, free energy systems, clean water systems. They can make it all. They can make the energy unlimited, but they just choose not to. They don't care because what they'll rather do is not work, let their children control, fuck up, kill, be psychopaths. Because you gotta understand the psychopath. What is psychopath? There's three levels of psychology in the human in the human civilization. It's the psychopath, and then it's the sheep, the nurturer, and then it's the shepherd. And the shepherd sees the bullshit. And then, but the thing about a shepherd, he tends to the sheep. He like God. He's got to make the sheep shepherd, and it's a game between.
Shepherd is a predator too.
Well, hold on.
Yes, he is.
Hold on. We go cook about that. I'm gonna land right here. And it's the game between the shepherd and the wolf that must be played.
Thank you.
Okay, you ever did? I'm sorry. I just had a question. I didn't mean to cut you off when you finished.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yes, I had a question for Unity. So have you read The Art of War before?
No, I have not.
You should read it.
Sun Tzu. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I need to read it. But no, I was gonna make a comment about the shepherd. The shepherd is not the protector of the sheep. The shepherd is the professional predator.
Keeper.
The wolf is the unprofessional predator. So what I mean is, it's like a person that's selling drugs on the street, right? They don't got no corporation. They're not backed by nobody. They don't have franchise. They don't have no enough numbers. They're not sophisticated. What makes the shepherd the sophisticated predator is the wolf gets what he can catch, and he's risking himself to get it, right? Now, the shepherd, he gets all the sheep by getting them to trust him, and then he breeds them to trust him, and then he gets all of them. He gets their meat, he gets their wool, he gets every part of the sheep, whereas the wolf has to risk getting caught by the shepherd to catch one if he can. So what I'm saying is this idea that the shepherd is keeping the sheep because they're cute or whatever. No, that shepherd is going to kill those sheep eventually and sell what he can, and he's going to get maximum out of it versus the wolf is going to get what he can. You see what I'm saying?
The wolf is going to get what he wants, ain't no son. The wolf, he actually gets what he wants most of the time.
Yeah, and unless he gets caught.
It's kind of like unless he gets caught, that's the gamble.
If he gets caught, he's dead.
But the wolf don't. Sometimes not. Sometimes the shepherd is scared. Sometimes the wolf is scared. The shepherd is scared of the wolf. Or don't have the dogs or whatever he needs. Actually, depending on what type of shepherd it is, and that don't just because he's a particular type of shepherd don't mean that he ain't got the best sheep either. A strong shepherd can have some weak ass sheep and vice versa.
Yeah, well, I ain't getting into that part. I'm saying when they use that analogy.
Oh yeah, I get you, dog.
People think a shepherd is just keeping the sheep just
good guy.
to pet them or something. That's his profit. That's his profit.
Okay, so here's an ideology, son, that I respect where you're coming from, because the way you explains it makes us understand that the shepherd, like, that's still his slaves in a sense, like
absolutely,
it's still his in a sense, and
he's still going to kill them too.
If you want to go down that route, that's on you to paint that shepherd in that way. But one thing.
No, I'm just saying.
I get what you're saying, bro. Don't think I don't know what you're saying. Like that's why I have a reputation. A reputation. That's the word I created. I have my reputation because we're describing a shepherd, and we even allowed you, son, to redefine what a shepherd is. First is what the actual definition of a shepherd truly is. So the nuance that you have built, like it draws the narrative to support what you're trying to convey. At the same time,
I haven't redefined it.
At the same time, if we're gonna have a premise that says, okay, if we look at sheep like souls, right? If we go on that premise, if you build something totally different, then I can understand where we diverge. But if we're building on the idea and the premise that the shepherd is the one overseeing the garden, then we got to talk about the owner of the house, the owner of the garden, and then we can go into different stories about the owner who left the garden and left the shepherd to watch over the garden, and then to come back and hold an account to see if all of them are still there. You get what I'm saying?
No, that wasn't the conversation.
But
I wasn't using and all of that, by the way.
Yes, sir.
You're describing an analogy that was used in the Bible. That's an analogy of a shepherd and the sheep. I'm talking about in reality a shepherd.
The shepherd
versus
does not
wolf.
feed on his sheep.
Okay, you showed me that. You showed me a shepherd that don't sell his sheep's wool, that don't sell eventually their meat when they get a certain age. Yeah. All right, you showed me that.
Yeah, no.
You're speaking materialistic, and
I get what you're saying. I get what you were clearly understand what you're saying.
We wasn't talking.
I'm a physical level.
Yeah, I wasn't talking esoteric on that particular
But
point. I was
you
making
skew it by withholding the true nature of a shepherd. You see how it could be skewed for someone to say, okay, the shepherd is actually a predator.
He
His
is.
own sheep.
Yes, he is.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're on a farm right now. You're on a farm right now.
He's distinguished to get you. That's what I'm saying, because he doesn't look like one.
Guys,
Because he gets the sheep.
Yvonne wanted to say something. She had a question earlier.
Yvonne?
I don't know. I would just want to say, like, that's exactly my point. Going back to the art of war, one of the points in the book is saying, like, the best war to fight is when your enemy don't know. So by you saying,
right.
like, oh, okay, well, this my shepherd, he will never hurt me. He in the best position to get you. Because you ain't going to fight. The shepherd not going to be like, hey, you know what I'm saying, I'm about to shave y'all and cut y'all up, you know what I'm saying, a little lamb chop, whatever, a little gyro. You say that, they're going to be like, oh, you know, they're going to start preparing. But if you don't know, you ain't got to fight for a long time because they're going to be docile. They're going to wait on you.
So
that's right.
It's going to be good, too. Then we going to taste real
and
good.
And trust you, right. Because there ain't going to be no fear in the meat that hardens and toughens the meat. But the point I'm saying is when he kills those sheep, he's not going to kill those sheep in front of the other sheep. He's going to kill them in a separate area so that the other sheep are not aware. They're not even going to know what happened. I know about farming. So maybe you don't know that the shepherd kills his sheep. Maybe you don't know that, but I do.
I get the physical aspect, bro. Don't get it confused that I don't understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
But
right, but you said I redefine what a shepherd is. No, that's what a shepherd does. And he doesn't do it for his health. He does it to profit off the sheep. That's what people don't realize. He's not raising those sheep just because they're cute and he want to keep them. It's not a pet thing.
So I think my issue is that we're being circumscribed to the physical aspect of the shepherd and his sheep when we're clearly
no. The conversation. This is what it was relative to. The conversation was about how in society they're using people, right? Poor people for cheap labor and all of that. So he described about a shepherd versus a wolf. And I was saying people don't realize that the shepherd is a wolf too. That's the context. Now, if you're talking about another topic, then yeah, I can understand. But that's what I was relating to. Meaning, because we trust the system, we don't see where they're slaughtering us. We don't see that. We trust education. We trust the church. We trust all these things that are keeping you. They're not giving you the maximum. Like when you go to school, they don't teach you how to start a business. They don't teach you how to be independent. They teach you how to work for somebody, and they teach you just enough to be efficient in the system. they do not teach you how to be free. But we trust it, because we show our degrees and shit like that. No, the real degree is when you show that you are free, or you in a top position to have a business, to have people work for you. And when you have people work for you, you're the shepherd. When you work for somebody, you're the sheep. It is what it is.
So
that wolf, but let's go back to the wolf though. That wolf, he don't give a fuck about none of that.
I know he's at risk.
Yeah, he's at risk, but it's like gambling. Scared money don't make no money. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why I said I use that analogy of the guy on the street, the drug dealer on the street. That's risking. If he get caught, get it 30, 40 years. He risking that to make some money. Whereas the pharmaceutical and the hospitals who have certified doctors, right? They got the whole system. They don't go to jail.
Exactly. So it's
yeah, but that wolf, sometimes that wolf don't. He come like the pharmaceutical company. He don't look like a wolf. It might be he look like he a pet. Like your pet sneak out the fence at night, you go grab the sheep and come back and jump over the fence.
A wolf in shepherd clothing.
You jump in the fence.
Nobody mentioned no orangutan.
But this is what.
No, I'm just playing peace on peace.
But this is
what up?
I'm saying. It's
Peace,
more at the end of the day, it's more of an energetic battle, and like what I call myself is a empath. And where I place myself in this world is to be. I'm indifferent to it all. Like I'm indifferent to it all, but I honestly be just the realest version of myself. But knowing how to manipulate strategically well, I could do that shit better than the fucking wolf can. I can do that shit better than a lot of people and justify it and morally shape my emotions to be whatever I want to be. I could be a serial killer, kill people, and be like, yeah, I did it, and I did it for this reason, and have a moral background where I can tweak my emotions, because it's just about the master of controlling yourselves, and then what you do, and the outcomes of what you do, and how you do, and how you know how to beat systems. Because the thing about system, when you become a hacker, right? When you become a hacker, right? You can disrupt society at a huge amount of level. But when you hack fucking psychology, when you hack your own psychology and your biology and your own moral framing and network, and it's not pre-programmed, and you can justify just about anything you do and still not have that voice, and you kill the ego or the conscience to where your mind is clear. Yo, it's super dangerous. But the authenticity of your heart, right? Pure of heart. Like, what kind of shepherd would I be? Still knowing deeply about evil, and knowing deeply about good, and also knowing deeply about moral subjectivity. What kind of shepherd am I truly? And
shepherd to yourself.
No.
So,
because you are a shepherd because you know those things. That's the only reason why you were able to navigate in the first place.
This is the best part about being the shepherd. When you talk about shepherd and sheep are just dumb people. Like, we're talking psychology wise, we're talking about the neutral empath versus the dark empath, because the empath are the people that feel emotions, but they still can do dark, evil things. The neutral empath is somebody that is, in the middle, but he's able to do good and bad and find a good way to justify it, because he knows about manipulation, and he can see bullshit, and he sees kind of like the truth in all things in a way. But it's like, when you look at what is a good shepherd, right? And you say, how does he kill the sheep? Or does he wait till the sheep dies to collect his wool? And, doing something without getting something in return. And you got to remember, when wolves come to eat that sheep, they're going to brutalize it. It's going to die in such a horrible way. And it's not like when you kill animals to either eat the animals or use it for its fur, or if they just die naturally, or however you do it, it's more of in a way of returning for peace, because that's the essence of the energy. The sheep don't mind being docile because they can't help it. That's their nature. They won't be able to grow into what they can be. They can only be sheep. So you protecting them, even from them damn cells sometimes, because people are fucking idiots. And you have to protect people. You have to have contingencies for dumb people from themselves sometimes in order to beat the the fucking wolf. But here's the thing about shepherds and wolves: they die to each other all the time. It's no equal playing field when it comes to that. And then you have some shepherds that will turn on other shepherds. So when you start to boost up the meta, it's just a very dangerous game of who do you trust.
And you spoke of morality. You spoke of morality, right? Like you with the thing you just said, basically, so you talking about moral compass. Actually, you know that when you're a shepherd and a sheep, no matter what you are, you're gonna have a different moral compass. Actually, you said all the sheep can do is be a sheep. Some sheep become rams. So then get them, piss them off enough, they'll start growing some horns and get active with you.
That part. And I think that's where the process of how we're building the premise and our understanding it, I can respect where Sun is coming from, and even to Unity. I can respect where y'all are coming from, but there's this overarching idea of where Daniel has these prophecies, and then you even hear 22 talk about certain rams, and it's almost like if we take the whole scope of the symbolism of how we're talking, we may not be able to illuminate something that actually could be um, actionable. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My description is just relative to that conversation, because we're talking about metaphorically the situation in America and in basically the economy and just in capitalism. Yeah, see, some societies and systems are not capitalist, but we are. So I'm saying, in that situation, knowing that there's only two positions in capitalism, you are either the capitalizer or the one being capitalized on. And a lot of people can't accept that for whatever different reasons, because they don't want to accept, that may be too harsh of a reality, but it's true. You're not the one in the front position, then you're the one being, predated. It's only predator and prey. And now a predator in our society is a business owner. Why? Because they're producing, they're selling, and they're gaining an advantage. So this is why when you work a job, they're taking advantage of you. They're taking advantage of you. So you have to look up the word. You have to look up the. Hold on. You have to look on. You have to look at the word employee, right? Employee is a word that people take for granted. It sounds innocuous, right? It sounds. It does not have a negative connotation, seemingly, to it, right? That you can usually think of. But if you know about what the word ploy, look up the word ploy. This is what they're talking about. And it's actually in there because we got a speaker. He's not in here now. But it's a guy who comes in here named Daniel. And he speaks French. He knows about what it means, a ploy. So when you're going with job, trading your time for money, this is you're at a disadvantage. They're getting more value out of your time versus the money they pay you. Because you can get money back, right? Money is a created instrument. It's fake, right? You can get money back. You can print money. Time is an intangible, non-restorable asset. So you cannot store time. You can't get a refund on it. You get what I'm saying? So
Somebody truck, somebody truck. Talking about human resources.
Yeah,
people that never really don't be on the job.
That's why they call it human resources department. Because they're saying they're using you as a human resource. You exchanging something of higher value for something for lower value. That's a ploy. Look at the definition of ploy. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's depending. You gotta remember.
Depending on what?
It's dependent because right now, this is the aspect when the masculine and feminine nature come in. As a man, right, I know it is my job to be constructive and build in ways that will do. And there's proper procedures and there's proper tools when you're dealing with the job. When you have a very skilled employee, and let's say you work for a guy and you're an independent juggler, you're more like a freelancer. You work for money, but you make sure that it aligns with your views, your values, whatever you're doing.
That's not a business.
It's not. Well, I'm not saying that people that work skilled jobs, right? Because it's also
no. I said being freelancer or self-employed. That's not a job. I mean, that's not a business.
Well,
that's a job. That's a job you create for yourself.
If like to me, I've always kind of been a freelancer, but I don't really like as a man in society. When I'm just talking from the point.
Business is when you got people under you. That's a business. You got to have multiple people.
But also, you can talk about influence, right? Why does this person with a particular type of skill has influence? Because if I want to pay the best, because the root of it is skill, right? The more skillful you are, the more money, the more opportunity.
Okay, let me ask this, because this is the point I was getting to. I don't want the point to get lost. The point I'm saying is, name me an employer that makes less than his employees. You would never see that. You get what I'm saying? The employer has to make more to pay you what you're making. He has to have those funds available to be able to pay you and pay other people. He's making the value he's getting. He's making way more to pay multiple people. So what I'm saying, I'm just saying, even in the NBA.
On your skill level, because if you're if you're the most productive in your company, and other people, there's another company that wants you. You're forgetting the risks of business as well, because you're taking on certain risks, certain litigations, and certain things.
No, I didn't forget that.
That's part of it. Okay. Yeah.
Their expectation is that because you can have a very skilled surgeon that works for a hospital, right? But the hospital administrator may make less than that skilled surgeon. It's one thing you're coming up with a great analogy, but
but that administrator ain't the employer. That administrator might be the manager or might be employer. When I say employer,
he works at a hospital. He works for he's employed by a facility. On his he's employed.
That's the person. That's the person in position of hiring someone. I'm talking about. When I say employer, I mean the business itself is employing people. The business.
Right. Hospitals employ people.
So I'm saying the employer
but they can't exist without a third.
Yeah, but the administrator is not. They don't own that business. That's what I'm talking about.
So we remember that in this AI field, where Meta was poaching the other companies and offered them $100 million to come on board.
Yeah.
And what they did, they jumped ship. They took the money. And they went into Meta. And then 2 weeks later, less than a month, you get the report saying, yo, they all left and went back to their company. Why is that? The reason that is because we're still bound. We still bind ourselves by contracts. And this is what validates any employer or anyone to even have agency or to dictate how we move, because reality is built off of covenants, right? We're old enough to understand that reality is built on covenants, but because it requires the signature, means also too, someone has to subscribe to the culture of how that shepherd or that manager operates or how that corporation operates that appeases or feels the need that they have. So what I'm conveying is that, these people make the choices to put in their application. And it might be their fault that they don't understand the culture when they get there. And I fell victim to that. And I rose up above it because I was one of the few people who came in the door in a printing press company and decided to take on a 7-pocket stitching machine where people was being there for 15 years and never thought that they could ever learn how to work that machine.
Exactly. So I'm pretty sure that $100 million check did not go into the administrative bank. They probably don't even know what bank. It's an employer. They at the top. It's a board.
Yeah, that's what I'm making a point of saying. When it comes to this stuff, it's a lack of knowledge. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. When people apply for jobs, it's because they don't know how to create their own business. That's the only reason. That they've been trained that, this is how you make income. You make income by applying for a job. I'm saying somebody trained them. They didn't come up with that on their own. Somebody gave them that information, and they thought that was the best way. If they knew a better way, they would have did the better way. So that's a knowledge thing, right? It's a knowledge thing. And so what I'm saying is, unfortunately, how this shit works down here in this dimension, it's already set up with predator and prey. It's not a human concept. Predator and prey is not a human concept. You have this in the animal kingdom. You have this in the insect kingdom. You have this in every form where there's systems of life organisms. There's going to be a hierarchy just based on nature alone. So I'm saying, when we think that it's this human thing, like, we're the reason no, that shit is how it is. The lion is going to eat somebody when they get hungry. They are built to eat. Today. Exactly, today. And they ain't using no seasoning. They ain't using no fork and knife. The fork and knife is in their mouth. You get what I'm saying?
I gotta ask myself, because this is the new question ever since I quit porn. This is the question I've been asking myself. Biology-wise, I'm an omnivore, and I know that I can eat fruits and off the trees, and I know I can just stick to fruits and nuts and all the rest of that stuff, and I know that I can eat chicken and animals, but how do I justify the killing? Because I don't like destroying life, period. Anything that's sentient, regardless on the level of vibration, I would say that I'm more of a benevolent being. Benevolent, yeah. Yes. I would say that I'm more of a benevolent being. And when I look at it, just because I didn't kill the cow doesn't mean that I'm not contributing to more cows being killed. But then I understand
it's gonna get killed anyway.
I understand too at the nature level that basically it's going to get killed. But if I'm opposing my will to eat something that I don't really have to eat that has sentience on it, but also too I'm supposed to be a stabilizer in nature. I'm supposed to be able to stabilize nature and say, you know what, this based off information and research and data, there's too many elk. And if there's too many elk, this is going to throw off the homostasis of nature. And I know I need to destroy and kill those animals, but I feel bad. I would still feel bad about doing it. And I think that's like it's a.
But then that's moral thing. I thought you said you wasn't. It's a moralism.
It's not. Hold on. This is the thing that I said. This is where I feel conflicted.
Okay.
And why I think about, is it morally just to kill animals and to regulate it to regulate and consume the product, because I'm not actually killing the animal myself. And I think that's the biggest problem. I think I'm cheating my way into getting access to food that I didn't earn for and didn't go out and hunt. And then also too, therefore, since I didn't actually work for it, I'm not I'm not really appreciating it, and I don't have a really gratitude nature.
Unity. Bro, I'm getting ready to go eat breakfast. It's gonna involve some beef. I want this money. And I'm gonna go spend it. And it's all about energy. When you start going there, it's all about energy, man. That's all we've been talking about all morning long. It's about energy, how to harness it, how to hold it, and when to let it go. That's what this experience is about that we're dealing with here. You come here energy. You gotta. Matter of fact, you come here energy, right? You take on a physical, right? Then you leave here. You take on a spiritual, a different type of physical. You get back to where you want to get back from. So it's all about energy, how you use it. I like when people talk about morals because I was listening about talk about moral compass. My moral compass is a whole lot different. The more you get to know me, you know I come off as light, but I know I'm dark. If you met me, you would think I'm like, oh, he's a friendly guy. He's a big friendly guy. Whatever. No, I'll fuck you up. So getting back to the whole energy thing, I like you can give off, but I will fuck you up.
That's a lion. Ain't that a lion though? We Leos.
Yeah, exactly.
But listen,
Yeah.
that's the nature of a Leo though. A Leo will play with you, whatever, when they fed, when they cool. I mean,
Hell nah, bro. We don't rock like that, bro. We the most honorable motherfuckers on this earth, bro. Leos do not slime, bro. We dominate, and we show the dominance and hope you can see. That's it.
The natural state, I said.
Not a Leo, though. You talking about lions, not a Leo.
Yeah, lion. Leo means
I'm
lion.
a 1990s legacy Leo.
Okay. But Unity, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say this to you, Unity. Like, you're very smart. You have studied a lot of things, but as I love that you study and you fill yourself with knowledge. But as a sister, I'ma tell you, you gotta be more of a student, bro. Like for real, the way that you think, like you rejecting God, but all of these things that you have questions about was started thousands of millions of hundreds of thousands of years before you got here. So you can't be so absolute in your thought to where, you feel like, oh, okay, you know this and you know that. You only 23. You only been here 20 years in this system. These things were set up way before we even came here. We just woke up in this. So just try to listen more, you know what I'm saying, and be more open minded. I did hear your story, so I feel where you're coming from with that pain, but that was one of my downfalls. When I was young, like I really thought I knew everything and just even being conniving with people. Not even understanding relationships and thinking I'm so smart and this and that. Like that was one of my major downfalls. A major lesson that I personally had to learn. So you really remind me a lot of myself in that, I'm studying this and that because I think, what I'm saying, I feel going back to the ego, like you were saying. So even though that's something you don't believe in, that's what you displaying by a lot of the questions that you asking and some of the views that you having. So by you being young, you just be more of a student. You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You trying to figure. We all trying to figure it out. I'm sure. You know, for some people that been here longer than others, but just keep an open mind. You know what I'm saying? You'll figure it out. Study you and yourself, but don't never be absolute because you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I think that was pure love, unity. I don't think it's even necessary that you respond because, you could tell it was coming out of a place of love. And, to love on you, bro, I love your questions because the title of the room is what? You have not because you're not asked. And I think you're asking the right questions, to be quite honest.
Yep.
You feel me? And people respect it, especially when you do have your own thoughts and you can bring your own, what is it called? When you have, what's the word I'm looking? Your scholarship. When you bring your scholarship to the table, other people can take you seriously and also lean in to when hey, I have all these thoughts, but I am still open, like T. Divine said, I'm still open to learn. And that's what I was trying to convey too when I say, hey, bro, you're a leader. Also, too, make room for the other leaders because you're going to find out you're going to build with each other. But if you're trying to get it all out in one go, what I learned also, too, getting it out in one go, people who got questions, people who going to build with you, people who had different angles that you probably can't see. It's kind of hard to like chime in when you are getting you do have time, bro. You have time. You don't have to rush it.
Yeah.
Especially being in pocket.
I would say it's every.
And peace to the gang in the group. Not to interrupt y'all, but peace to the gang in the group and everybody I didn't get to see because I'm not always looking at my phone. But look like we got a full house. So
I think we can start. I'm gonna start opening up the mic for everybody else to speak because we want to hear y'all lovely voices. And good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
ain't no grand rising. Y'all knew my heart. But
Excuse me, can you tell me what the topic is about, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, Unity is about to tell you right now.
Okay, so basically, it's just like when I'm thinking about new things, I have my mind kind of.
I think she asking about the title.
Yeah. Oh, basically.
Yeah.
But I was still explaining something before we went into Grand Rising, but she can have the flow after.
No, I think she was just asking. I thought she wanted to.
Yeah,
so
he gonna walk his smart man. Y'all let him do his thing. Y'all relax, man.
I'll say it real quick because I'm the one that wrote the title. So it's you have not because you asked not, right?
Not.
And then we did a little poll, and it looks like it's almost even. It's almost even. It's like 50 to 51% of people who think they need to ask more questions and people who think that they are asking enough. But yeah, we were just going over that because a lot of people say they want stuff, but they don't want to ask enough about it. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, okay.
So yeah, but that was the title.
I want to got to get my cash app, since we got this love, unity, and understanding, and all the more accomplishment. I think it'll be more for everybody.
So you that shepherd, huh, son? Not son, teacher.
Do you mean the category?
That wool off your back. Let me get that cash back.
Oh man, I realize.
Original
Sorry
cash app
for
is on my
interrupting,
profile.
but do you mean that the category of people who are shy and for asking things?
Yeah, and also the category of people who they don't ask enough questions about things, and that's the reason why they don't have what they're looking for because they're scared to ask.
Oh,
yeah.
To ask, yeah.
They're afraid to be
told no. Yeah, they don't ask deep enough.
And they're also afraid to be told no. Have you ever had a question, Mimi, that you wanted to ask someone, but you were afraid to ask? I thought it made you feel.
Yeah, people have that. But sometimes
you would
just shallow. I'm talking about with the question. They may ask like one question, and then they stop. You see what I'm saying? Have any of y'all in here seen Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that movie was about Chris Gardner, right? I knew Chris Gardner, and I didn't even know that was him when I knew him, because I was working downtown at Water Tower selling like suits and stuff, and he would come in to pick ties and all that, and I would talk with him all the time. I just didn't know that movie, when the movie came out like after, but I was like, wait a minute. So I saw the movie, I said, oh, that's him. But anyway, if y'all seen that movie, his life changed because he asked a question. That was the turning point. He could have asked the guy, it was a guy with a nice car, a fancy car. Instead of him asking, hey, do you got any change? He asked him, what do you do for a living?
The same with Wolf on Wall Street, when he seen that man, he asked him, can I work for you?
Yeah.
These
same
questions, right? When you ask these questions, it sends you on a quest, and I think sometimes that's why people don't ask, because they start to see that this is going to require them to do things, accountability,
Sure.
And And so it's like,
Well, that's
I ask, and it's gonna ask for something, and it's going to require me to give something to receive. So it's a transaction, and I think it's like a doorway that you can look into when you ask, okay? And then as soon as you ask, it asks you something right back, right? What are you prepared to trade? Like that's why I like the anime Full Metal Alchemist, where it talks about the exchange that happens all the time, the universal exchange between time and energy, and the transactions that are continuously happening. And so when we ask these things, even these shows about different dimensions, it always highlights that there's never a grass is greener, because anything that we think we would like to receive on a parallel universe, something that we already have, will be taken. And so it's just like this butterfly effect of like, that's why I believe it's so important for us to keep our hands open and to surrender, because everything is to be experienced, but not to be possessed, right? And you see it all the time. People will become possessed by what they possess, right? It started off with they own it, and then it becomes something that owns them, and it becomes their master due to the way their relationship with it becomes one of identification. And so it's I think it's really dangerous to ask, almost like to say, would you be careful what you wish for, because it's like we, you ask not knowing what you're going to have to give to receive. It's just like you see it in the Bible with all the sacrifices. Sometimes God, we were sacrificing the best of their crop, not the worst, right? You can't just give up something you don't really care about, something folly. No. You must exchange something of importance if you want something of importance. So it's just
crazy about that shit, bro. You just opened my eyes to something, bro. Dog, and this is why I fucking became. Oh my god. But it's still fucking amazing. But bro, that shit is deep. Because look, when I was younger, I always asked to know the truth. My biggest hatred was confusion. And I hate that the kids are growing up are confused. People don't have an understanding. So that's why I cling to knowledge. But knowledge, what I gave up was, and what is the giving up of truth? It's giving up the relationship with God. And that's when you understand the deepest truth, you no longer have access to a relationship with God because you become your own God. And that's the problem. And it makes perfect sense. If you're a real seeker of truth, like a real seeker of truth, like even not just truth just to get money or just, I'm talking about universal laws, like understanding physics and what it is. And then I discovered this, I came up with this theory called neutral forces. There's neutral forces that are always not keeping the world in balance, but as below is above. There's no internal world without the external world, but in the middle there's a center. And through that, it's infinite on infinite stacks with bigger infinities. And through the imagination realm, that's where we're connected. And it's crazy because I came up with this theory, right? You either choose depending on when you come to really actually seek the truth. And that's when they talk about this thing called life paths. But it really depends on the frequency that you're tuning into, because frequency level is just awareness. And after you get to a certain level, the universal transaction that you trade is God. You become.
I'm not trying to cut you, but I ain't know if C's because he was cooking. Was you still? Because I don't know if you still get to a point. Yeah, no, you're good. I don't know if he finished his thought though. You still you good? You there, C's?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Yeah.
I'm all about the flow, bro. So
I was just making sure.
I saw T come off her mic too. So.
Okay. I do hear what you're saying, but still kind of just coming from a place of what you think. And even the things that you think, some of that stuff coming from the Bible. You said as above is so below. You read do you believe in the Bible or you think
Talk about the grand.
I align with certain things from the Bible. However, in my studies to find God, I found that these statements were beyond the Bible. These were not just things that belongs to the Bible. That was what I was raised in. I was raised Baptist, but after like I said, started to study other religions, I started to recognize some of the principles that I was taught to them in different ways. So it was an interconnectedness. So for me, it's not like biblical, and I do understand that the thoughts that I have, some are connected to like other things, right? I'm understanding that, but I understand that it's also like a frequency or a vibe, that just align with.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So, like I was telling everybody earlier, like I grew up Jehovah's Witness, right? Came to like not even acknowledging God, to came to a place so dark. I had to at least start with the Bible to get to the point of spirituality that I'm at now. So yeah, I completely agree with you. It's like now I'm coming to a point where okay, it's not literal, but it's definitely code, and I can't deny certain principles in the Bible help me to come to the conclusions that I'm at now when I was completely lost and had no idea. And I noticed that even like anybody from dope boys to politicians to people on the street, like a lot of people know the Bible. At least they at least start with that. They get into higher knowledge. Like to me, in my personal opinion, I feel like that's at least the first step because we don't know, what's going on here.
Don't know.
I think the Bible. Okay, so I'll give you my takes on when you talk about God and what I disagree with God. Right? To reject the relationship with God is to reject a certain aspect of myself because I am God and God is you, God is me as well. And to me, to reject a certain part of your inherent nature because I'm creating as I see. Magician. I'm creating as I see. Abracadabra. It's like when you see the illusions, and there was a point of time because ignorance. There's nothing. Everybody comes into this stage with a blank slate, and the thirst for truth costs something.
Yeah.
And what does it cost you? Because you don't know the truth because you become ignorant. You become what is programmed. And then you begin to fight the program, the institution, and the indoctrination of money, the indoctrination of God, the indoctrination of what people are telling you to understand your true nature. And that's why I said the first principle is finding out your truths. What do you disagree with and why do you disagree with something? And having an open mind to be changing it, and having a very passionate debate about rather if this is or if it's not. Therefore, it doesn't fit you. And something could be your truth. Like, if you believe that Christianity is for you and that's God is predestined that for you and you're supposed to minister and use that Bible, that will always be your truth.
See, you can graduate, right? You can graduate, like I said, where you're able to see the interconnectedness between this truth and someone else's truth, and that's staying open-minded, which y'all just spoke about earlier, right? And I read a book called The Four Agreements, and that speaks about agreeing to certain things too, like being impeccable with your word, and always do your best and not take anything personal. But the agreement that I find to be the most fascinating is to not take anything personal, because as we have these interactions with others, there's a thing, it's experiencing person, place, or thing, that's when you can truly have a sense of empathy. And it's easy to forgive, it's easy to understand, it's easy to love when you can see yourself in it. But when you separate yourself from your experience, right, the the ego, it creates a disassociation that makes you can harbor feelings of jealousy and envy, hatred, and all types of emotions that block, right? Is blocking. So we talk about the flow and the energies, like the blood that circulates within us in the heart, right? Having that heart that's pumping and it's open and these valves are open, right? So there's no blood clots, right? And there's no blockages because this whole planet is in flow. It's a water-based planet, right? Earth, water, the sea. And then we got the blood that flows within us. And so there's this constant flow that is happening. And when we tense up from certain situations where it requires us to feel as if we gave trust or we gave certain things and we didn't get a direct receivement back, it can sometimes make us clutch our pearls, right? Like, I don't want to give again, right? Because last time I gave, it wasn't reciprocated or it wasn't appreciated. However, it's just like the word says not to throw your pearls to swine, not to not throw your pearls, right? So it's like to continuously cast your gift and love out there and energy out there because that's ultimately what you're supposed to do. And it's not supposed to be like a pay back, but more so pay forward, right? Trusting that the energy that we put out there ultimately will be given back to us, not maybe from the person we gave it directly to, right? But from a stranger, from a new situation, from a new thing, you know what I mean? But just understanding in that present moment that we can just keep choosing love and keep asking, right? Keep asking.
Yeah, right. But it's like, you think about it, it's like, all these things that we in this room contemplating, right? The things that we trying to figure out is human flesh and blood. I don't have to remember to like pump blood to my brain or like beat my heart.
That's because the
Like,
body does it.
yeah, but I'm saying like somebody it's designed like this. Even you come here and we trying to figure out love and food and the trees growing and the birds like what's
Those
going
are all
on? Like
great.
we trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. And that's how you know that's not you.
Right, it's bigger than this.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the true you is your consciousness and your soul that is inside of this body, right? And how I can prove that is your soul is made out of light. Any light fixture or light source, what will you feel if you are exposed to like light? What does light produce? Like if the sunlight, heat, right? So when a person dies, their body goes cold. Now the full body, so it wouldn't be the physical body producing that heat because the body is still there when a person passes. So what is that heat? Why does the body go cold? Or something you can't see? That's the soul that produces heat because it's light. That's the you that's in this thing. Again, we don't even control this. This is a rental. Everything in your body, this is a rental. It's a vehicle. They used to call it a ship or a vessel, a vehicle. So, like you said, we don't beat our heart. We don't make our lungs hurt. Your digestive system, all these things that's going on. You use this body, but you are not the body. And I think we get lost in the Western man's philosophy when he teaches that you are the body and that's it. God, that's it. That's bullshit because he doesn't have ancient knowledge of the Eastern world because he came in to get and gain and take, right? That's what he put first. So he thinks that's all there is. Now they are starting to learn now, right? With this new, they're making new words, right, for the shit that we already had. Like, for physics and all that. No, all they're trying to say is it's things not visible that produce what you see in the physical. They want to give it all these, for ego stroking purposes. We're gonna make a new name like we invented it, but yeah, I'm saying that's the essence of who you are. It's not this vessel. It's not this world. This world is basically like a computer system.
Yo, son, can we just touch on that real quick, bro? Because I really have a true disdain for that, bro. Where they reinvent the words for actions they were already doing, and it throws people off as if it's something that's new.
That's how you
know, and it's but it's like the old expression, "There's nothing new under the sun," right? And then they said that the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and then now we're having a quote unquote human trafficking issue in America. It's like, well, what the fuck is human trafficking? Is that not slavery? Well, no, you see, that's what I'm saying. It's all this. Well, yeah, exactly, but it's semantics.
Right.
Semantics.
Because it said accept. It said accept. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. That's like me telling you, ain't gonna be none of that in here. Accept. Wait, hold on, accept. Did you say so they're saying that the new slavery, if you could really read for yourself and comprehend, what they really said without saying it plain was they're saying the new slavery is going to be prison. That's what the 13th Amendment says in so many words. It's like legalese the way they wrote it. But they're in layman's terms, in plain language, they're saying the new slavery, the new legal slavery is going to be prison, because they're saying we're not gonna imprison you, we're not gonna make you a slave out in the open for nothing like we used to. But if you commit a crime, if we say you committed a crime, we can make you a slave. And that's exactly what they're doing.
And then the judicial system is so rigged with the whole needing a lawyer that has certain connections to the judge, because some of these charges that they throw at people are completely ridiculous. But if you get a public attorney, they don't have. A public defender, they don't have the time to truly sort through cases. So many people are wrapped up in the prison system simply because they didn't have the right amount of money to get proper representation when they went to court. And it's just like that's the part that really, for me, it's saddening, because it's like not because they're criminals, not because they're a bad person, not because they deserve being there, but because they didn't have enough money.
They didn't know how to play the game. It's a game. When you go to a court, you play a game on the court.
It's culture. It's culture. What is cult? You have to, in any aspect, there is game theory. There is a way of how to play certain things, and everything is a game of chess. It's very strategic, and the deeper your philosophy, and I want to explain this too. Do you know there's sometimes there's so many moves on a chessboard that a chess grandmaster would sometimes just stare into oblivion, and they call it because they're such in a state of flow that they literally become one with chess, bro. Nigga, if you focus on whatever you focus on, you literally can become in a state to where your psychosis is whatever it is. When I believed in God, that was the most powerful, spiritualist psychosis. I was seeing demons. I was healing people. I had this, but really, it's all confident. Oh yeah, yeah. Really, what it really is, yeah. I was saying, but really, what it is just it's just borrowed confidence. It's like, because what is hope? Hope is confidence.
Right. Jeopardy is when you go to court. Jeopardy means a situation. Let me pull up the definition of Jeopardy. Because that's what they're doing when you stand at a podium, just like the game show, right? Jeopardy means. Okay. Danger.
Go down.
Jeopardy. Now, you say.
Calm. Just be calm. Explain yourself. Just calm down.
I didn't know I was hyped up. Alright, Jeopardy. It says it's a noun. Danger of loss, harm, or failure. And then they even got a law definition. Check this out. Danger arising from being on trial for a criminal offense. So they literally call it Jeopardy in the courtroom. So what I'm saying is, yeah, now how do you, if y'all know about Jeopardy game, how you play it is based on how you say the shit. But you can have the right answer in Jeopardy, right? But if you don't say what is, yeah, you'll still say it's incorrect. So that's about formality. And it's a fucking game. So even in court, even if you're innocent, you do whatever, you don't do it in the right format, you don't suggest it to the judge in the right way, they'll still reject it. So it's a game. And there's an audience, they call it the jury, right? And there's a referee. That's what a judge is. A referee is a judge. And they have you and the other person if someone's suing you. So that's the player defender. And you gotta hurry up and say the right words before the other person says the right words. And then that's why they say you win or lose your case. You can only win or lose a game. What do you mean I won my case? How can you win something? So the point I'm saying, yeah, it's a game they set up, and this is the game of why when we go in a courtroom, if you don't know how to read legalese and law, we're all what's the word? Illiterates. We're all illiterate. Like I'm talking about the common person. Don't speak English. Don't only speak English. You're illiterate because you don't know how to speak in the game. In the game language. So this is how they take advantage. If I'm talking to a baby, right, and the baby don't know big words, I can get that baby to sign whatever. I'm like, listen, I will give you 100 lollipops, right, for this. You see this gold you got right here, these gold bars that you don't know shit about. I will give you 100 and a PlayStation 5. Yo, really? I'll get all of that? But he don't know nothing about how to read. He don't know that the gold bars he got is worth shit $500,000, right?
Priceless.
So this is how they play with you in court when they get you a plea deal, all this stuff. You don't know how to read legalese, you don't know how to read contracts, all that shit. The lawyer went to school to learn that language of legalese. So you're paying him to basically read for you, just like a baby would pay an adult or get an adult. Hey, can you read this for me? Because I don't know. See what I'm saying? But even then, you got to get somebody who knows how to play the game good. Just because they know how to read the game and participate don't mean they're actually good. So these people that pay these Jewish people, it's like paying somebody to play a video game, but they like one of the top, like they mastered that game. They know like it's a 90% chance if they play it, they go that you gonna win. But you gotta have the money to pay for somebody to play for you because you don't know how to even read the shit, you know. But yeah, it's a joke, and that's how they.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, for sure. Yep, peace.
The trick is that keep us, no matter, it's tricky. Remember I told you this a long time ago. It's a puzzle of numbers. And because I know, remember, it's from 1 to 9 is the everything. And if you add even the alphabet and add a lot of things, it goes back to that. And sometimes I probably know 9, not 9, 5 out of the 9. So I know the majority. And being, don't matter about the age, because if you know it from you young, you're at a position
2-year-old didn't experience yet that will give me back a little strength. But it comes back to it. And this is a game. And it's many dynamic of the game. Because we're talking all of this that is in Earth. A lot of this start from before we become in Earth. Because a lot of this that's going on come from we was in Sirius, right? And then what happened in Sirius had to happen here again to validate it. And it's just tricky because it's like what is going on right now between humans, it's the Moors and the Europeans, the Caucasians, at disagreement, and through their challenges, we're living what's going on right now, right? And before that, it was structured another way. The point that I'm getting in is from the 2/3 attack the 1/3.
And what's today's date?
It is the 1/3. Come on, 1/3. I'm a 1/3, right? So that, and it comes in many different angles, right? And it's not easy for one to grasp it all. It's not. And even sometimes when you do know it, this experience will distract you, right? You will have all the answers because before you even learn, all the answers is within this body, the mind, I should say, part of the body, right? Because the mind goes back to the universe, unlimited. Each individual got everything, but yet still they're oblivious because they don't know. And then it's structured when ooze is setting up all of this foolishness to mislead one not to get up or not to do the thing that give them benefit. It's structured to keep you dependent as a dependent because when you come here you can't remember nothing that's not here. And everything that is here is everything.
That's a fact. Well, think about that word, the word games they play. They didn't tell you it was free. It's not free day. What do they call 4th of July?
Independence.
They're saying you are independence. But you think you free. And then they didn't give you free. They gave you freedom. Freedom. It's free to those who are dumb. They think they free. The ones that know you ain't free. You independence. Independence Day. So that's the point I'm saying. All of these, this is how they know if you know or not. So I was in a room on TikTok yesterday. the question was, is ignorance bliss? And I was like, ignorance is only bliss when you don't know that you're in ignorance. You think it's bliss. But once you see your ignorance, then you realize, no, it was not bliss. Bliss is when you are free. But when you think you're free and you're not, how would you know what free is? Just think about that. If you think you're free, you don't know what free is. So yeah, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is piss. You just can't smell it because it's been on you so long. Like, it's people that can smell like piss so long, they don't smell the piss. And then somebody come down, ooh, yeah, oh, ooh, man, that smell like piss. They like, what piss? What piss?
Smell like around.
Like, God damn, you smell like piss? That's ignorance. Ignorance is piss, not bliss. But you can't smell like it. Now, knowledge is when you find out that you smell like piss.
That was good, son. I want to point that out. That was real good. I like that.
Appreciate you. But yeah, ignorance is piss, and then knowledge is when you find out that you smell like piss and you ain't know it. That's the difference. You're like, oh damn, wow, I smell like that. Hell yeah, we was trying to tell you, man. You wouldn't listen. You know, this is the funny thing about the human experience. Do you know you can get used to anything, no matter how crazy it is? Meaning, you could be around something that smells really fucked up. Do you know if you stay around it long enough, you won't smell it as strong? But a person with a fresh nose that come in, they be like, fuck. Oh my God, what the hell is this? And you're like, what is it? Like, you don't smell that. You don't smell that. So that's what ignorance, you could be blind to your own ignorance, and that's called freedom. Freedom. Why ain't it called Liberty Day? Because we don't have liberty. We think we have liberty, but we have privilege. Do you know there's people that think privilege is the same as the word liberty? No, it's not. Privilege is when somebody gives you, it's like a courtesy. Hold on, let me read the word privilege. Because people are like, oh, privilege. They said,
break down the epistemology of privilege in esoteric form and give me an analogy, please and thank you.
No, the reason I'm making this point, I remember I had got a ticket, and I was just reading some of what it said, and it said something about if you get so many of this, blah, 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 they can suspend your driving privileges. And it just something about that word. I said, wait a minute, I read it again. I said, driving privileges. It's like they said, look, you don't have a right to drive. We letting you drive. Here it is, privilege. A special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group, okay? Formal. To grant something regarded as a special honor. Third person. To grant a privilege. So it's not even what the definition is, but it's basically something that's granted to you, meaning someone, it's not in your own, it's not coming from you, it's coming from somebody allowing you to do some shit. So that's what I'm saying, that's not freedom. That's not freedom. Or that's not free.
Yes, you the etymology. Give them the
etymology. Yeah, let's look at the etymology.
Privilege is conditional. Privilege is conditional and can be removed.
That's correct. Just like conditional love. You know most people have conditional love? They got conditional.
Well, can I break it down?
Yeah, hold on.
Break it down?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me read the etymology. Privilege says mid-12th century. Grant, permission. Right, priority, privilege, 12th century, and directly from Latin, privilegium, law applying to one person, bill of law in favor of or against the individual. All right, let me go all the way to the oldest one. Let me see. Middle English also have privilege and equal law or privilege, late 14th century. From, privilegium, by substitution of pravis, P-R-A-V-U-S, which means wrong or bad. And then you get the word white privilege, of course. It says preferential treatment to Caucasians from 1960. But anyway, it says privilegium, endow someone with a special right, grace, power, etc. From privilegium, law applying to one person. So it just means that it's some shit that somebody's granted to you. It's not something that you have on your own. It's some shit that they can take away. Like he said, conditional. So when you're under a conditional situation, you are not free. Because if you do whatever, they can take that shit away. So how is that free? You know what I'm saying?
You wanted to elaborate.
This is what I found. Most people break the covenant if you do not protect your boundaries. How could you expect unconditional love if you don't unconditional love?
That's it.
How can something more than you want it from others. You don't want it more than you want it for yourself because the energy of God, because I exchange my currency with God for my actions. That's my currency. I don't need anybody's approval or an amen corner or a witness to take stand for me because God is ultimately analyzing, is this nigga real? Let me put this situation and see how far this nigga gonna get scared. Let me see. It's basically this is a training world because God is me, and it's basically me facing my own delusions. And will I jump in or will I actually seek truth and discipline myself? So a lot of times when I'm looking at it, it's like when you do unconditionally love God, when you try to love God, ultimately you're trying to love yourself. Because what does God require? Holiness. What is holiness? Separateness. Intimacy with God will cause you to look foreign to some people. And it's not loud. Love is not loud. It's actually very quiet. And it grows, but when it shows, it's there. It's never a guess. You ain't never gotta guess this person. Oh man, this person don't love me. It don't come to mind. Because then again, you become a child. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like unconditional love is totally different. And when you start to love somebody unconditionally, that means you want what's best for them, even if it ain't you. It requires love without possession.
Yep. So you know how rare that is for people, because people who say they got unconditional love, it's still conditional.
Yeah, I'd say it doesn't exist.
It exists, but it's very rare. It's very rare, but it does exist. I'm just saying, most people's even idea of love, they don't realize it's all on condition. Oh, if you do this, you do that for me. If you put out, if you sign a contract to stay with me, called marriage, you sign a fucking agreement to stay with me that if you want to leave, you gotta stay. Like, it's like, wait a minute, why? Imagine that, right? Imagine you hanging out with somebody. Let's just say y'all like to hang out, and you say, all right, look, I like to hang out with you so much that I need you to sign this contract, man. This contract? For what? Nah, this contract says you gotta hang out with me, even if you tired of hanging out, just so I can have a guarantee that you'll still hang out with me. All right, so even you'll sign this contract. That's what marriage is. What the fuck you gotta sign a contract? I'm saying, like, nobody thinks about it, but that's basically what you're saying. You're like, look, you agree that even if you want to leave, you gonna stay. That's like, it doesn't make sense, but it's conditioned.
That's ownership. It's like I want to own you.
Yes.
I want to own a part of you.
Yeah, I want to guarantee. I want to guarantee that you will not leave. And then they divorce anyway. So what's the point? What's the point? Like, y'all could have marriage besides the formality. Y'all can make a marriage to yourselves without having to go. Like, ain't that what it's between? It's between two people, right? So why don't y'all make contracts to each other? But I'm just saying that's playing into the game because you gotta go pay somebody that y'all made an agreement to each other. And then have cake and all this other shit. So people come eat up your food. They don't give a damn. They gonna come eat your cake. Yeah, ritual. Like, eat your cake and clap for you and all this shit. You done paid $35,000 to wear a white dress when you're not a virgin. Yeah, that shit's hilarious. And because they don't understand. I'm just saying, that's what marriage, the white dress represents virginity. People don't even know, but that's a whole other topic. But I'm just saying, to do all that shit just to get divorced 2 years later. So,
you know, I would have kept my virginity. I wish I would have. I said I wish I would have kept my virginity. I wasted it on a couple.
Nah, curiosity
No,
might have killed you.
Listen. When I was young, I truly, there was this one girl I fell in love with, and I only wanted to marry her. I swear to God. And I still think about it to this day, because, I love her, but I hope she's doing well, anything's going on. But I only wanted to marry her, and, like, the woman, like, I'm, like, sex is for everything. That's the only woman that I really want to be with. And I'm like, I ain't really looking at nobody else, because I was in love, nigga. I'm talking about love. It was like, yeah, but I didn't know and I think I could have kept it, but I don't think it was meant for me at the end of the day, because it's the way I felt about it. At the time, I wasn't mature enough to understand a lot of shit that was going on. My naivety became great destruction. To stand out?
Did you stand back up?
Yeah. Actually,
You said you fell in love, so just make sure you still back up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Because why everybody gotta fall? Y'all been thinking about just saying these phrases we're using? Why you gotta fall?
Well, it's kind of like slipping, I think.
Not being on you. I'm talking about just the phrases that they have.
You fell for the illusion of love. You ain't fall for love, because love is one of the highest things. You can't fall. You gotta ascend to it. So you fell for the illusion of love.
Or love.
I really deep care, an intent. What's the definition of it? Because I feel like I want to talk about this. I think when you talk about love, you said what?
There's several. That's the problem. When people say love, there's several definitions of it. So
Yeah, the
saying
Greeks had it.
Yeah, but even I'm just saying, even without going on what they system say, I'm saying it's different types. Like the love you have for your children, your family, it's not the same love as for a girlfriend, wife, or the same love you have for something that you do.
Love that's called eros, agape. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
and
I'm saying.
I think
even without their titles, I'm saying most of this shit's conditional. So most people don't understand love without I gotta do something. Right? True love is positive, matter, and I'm not looking for shit. In a capitalistic world that we in, they'll call you crazy.
Dude, I want to say, Will, but it does exist. You just have to find somebody.
Evolve, a truly, I don't even like the word evolve. A truly
aware,
a truly elevated person, they may understand love. Because just when you find that love, it's not going to be in another person. You can only find that love in yourself first. So if you're looking for that love in somebody else, you are going to spend years searching for it because you're looking in the wrong place. You can only get that love from yourself because that's the only place you're going to give from. I'm giving it out of my own wallet, right? So how the hell can I give you something that I don't have? So when people be like, oh, I love you. I'm like, you don't even love yourself. What are you talking about? How can you give me something? It's like if somebody said, I'm going to give you $1 billion. If a man or she said, I'm going to give you $1 billion. Like, you ain't got no $1 billion.
I was in this one relationship, and this was my last relationship before I actually had went and said, you know what, I'm gonna control my sexual energy and really be very careful about my boundaries this time. I really said, because I was thinking like, if a girl is not meeting all my standards and my criteria, I'm not even gonna really lay down with that, because that's not even the energy I'm holding. I don't need to be like watching that stuff or doing all kind of shit. Really, you can express sexual energy in a lot of different ways. It's just your sexual reserves and all that shit for it. What I found out when she said that she loved me, but yet when I was struggling and going through a lot of the things that I was going through, I never asked her for help. But it always played a part of what I was doing. Like, I could be stressed out. I could really be stressed out and not having a good day. And I'll communicate that to her. And she'll just be like, she'd just make it personal and it just become about her. And it's just like, oh wow, you really don't really care for me. You just like the emotional support I give.
Hey son, while I agree with you that unconditional love, if you truly believe it exists, I would say it's minimal conditional is what we should be striving for, because it's my theory that unconditional love does not truly exist. And while I do believe that it does come from within, I think the idea of unconditional love, it's like perfection being the enemy of progress. When we seek unconditional love versus minimal conditional love, then we're not taking the love that's in front of us and minimizing our conditions for that love. Whereas when we call it minimal conditional love, we're putting in this realistic term that in our minds we're saying, how do we limit our conditions and how do we find people to love us that will minimize their conditions?
You really feel that way? Because I think a little bit different. Like, I would say like
from within myself.
I would say I have a difference of opinion. And I would say why I have a difference of opinion is because, like, dude, I really love humanity. I love humanity for it all. But at the same time, like, I have a deep love, but then I have an understanding why I reject certain things. But I love it all. And if I seen you out on the street and I had the funds or the material, I want to see you flourish at your highest purpose, and you don't owe me a damn thing. I don't want anything for you but goodness and love and hope that you get what you get. Like, I'm a coach to anyone, but I see a person as very destructive, very chaotic. I would still lend out a hand to see if they actually want to change, because I don't believe. I do believe in. I do believe in necessary.
You're expecting change, therefore you have a condition. I have the expectation of change.
So, but it's
I want to ask Son a question when Unit is done about what he said.
But it's not about expecting a person to change. It's more of like I know I will give it to you. It's not that I don't want you to succeed, but dude, you're causing so much chaos in society, and how you influence people, because that's the real currency. Influence is doing so much damage that it's like, if I reward this kind of behavior, I'm part of the problem. Which I still love that person. I don't look at him like, oh yeah, he's deplorable. Oh, he's a rapist.
Sure, you have love for him, but you have limitations and therefore conditions. And I'm with you, son. I've experienced it in brief moments myself. But and we could go down this rabbit hole for like an hour, and I'll go, wait, keep going. Right? I've had this conversation. You could even say unconditional love for your children, but you have expectations of them too. The minute you have expectations, you have some level of conditions. And I think you get it in brief moments, son. That's what I would say to your.
It's
right?
like
You get brief moments.
My friends.
Versus.
What's up? All right, hold on. Let me get to bowl. And I think Nassim was there. I didn't know if she wanted to jump in or not. I seen her. I'm not like.
I'll let Sister Bull go first.
Okay.
If you want to say something also.
All right, for sure. Peace.
So my question to you, Son, is like, okay, I guess I'll give an example to see if this is what you're saying. So basically, are you saying that, okay, like in society, you know how like when people get married, right? And they like, okay, oh, I love you or whatever. And then like they end up getting divorced, love is gone. And to me, what I see in society is like, people say they love you until you stop doing what they want you to do or something like that. Because like, it's like when if I say, okay, we say we getting married, right? You love me so much that you want to marry me. Okay, is that love only there if I'm doing what makes you happy? Because the moment that I start, okay, we married, but I want to do my own thing. You know what I mean? I got things I want to do that don't include you. Are you cool with that? You know what I mean? If I want to go and if I want to go to Canada for 6 months away from you, that love is still gonna be the same.
No.
You know what I mean?
All that shit is conditional.
Or is it? Yeah,
When
and
people
then
get
it's
married-
like so.
No, I'm saying that was the point I'm making because people follow what they see other people do. I'm saying the whole idea, the reason I brought up the whole wearing a white dress and you're not a virgin is people do this because they saw, like, we are charmed with the prospect of marriage from children. You see a big wedding, you see somebody coming out looking like Cinderella, right? They got the cake and they got the suits on and they got all the, and they sell you this, I'm saying, from a child. So your idea of love is that, oh, I gotta do this to prove I love somebody. I gotta go sign a contract. I have to buy 2 expensive rings that ain't doing shit but making the jewelers rich. Cause you ain't buying 1, you buying 2, and then you buying 3 because you can buy 1 for yourself. You know what I'm saying? To do all this shit that, like you said, y'all don't really, you don't even know this. Like
Are you saying unconditional love is okay?
Yourself.
You love me so much that even if I don't want to live with you, even if I want to have another boyfriend, even if I want to go to, even if I want to pursue different things, the love is still the same. It's not gonna change because you got other desires, because you got that, because you bald headed, you lost your hair. The love is still gonna be there as if it was like nothing ever changed. Is that what you saying?
Yeah, but that's between 2 people. But I'm saying the tree that the fruit from that is coming from is inside the person that they have for themselves. Then it's not conditional based on a contract. A contract is already conditional. But I'm saying the only way you can give that to somebody is within you. It's not the marriage thing is already, all that shit is conditional. All of that. If you stay with me, if you wear this ring, if you with me and nobody else, and like you said, all that. Yeah, that's hella. Matter of fact, that's the most conditions actually. Because if you date somebody, you got less conditions than if you marry him. You marry him, shit.
So
It's like
love,
shit.
so love trapped you. So did love trap you? That kind of love trapped you?
Conditions can trap you, yeah. Love that love. Or that type of love.
Think about it like this: the unconditional love you feel inside of you. It's not that you feel it for someone else. It's the love you feel for them inside of you.
That's correct. You spot on, 1,000%. I keep saying that.
I disagree.
Is that the people, when you look at somebody, and I'm about to let Nassim get in. When you look at somebody, because we fairly realize it, because I'm saying you are in your own body, right? But when you look at somebody and they stimulate all stuff inside you, you are the only person feeling that, right? But you think it's coming from that person. You're like, oh my God, this person did whatever. No, that person triggered that to happen inside of you, but they're not feeling the exact shit that you're feeling. You're the only one feeling it, but because it's in your bloodstream and it's, you like, oh wow, it's coming from them. But now go ahead, Nassim.
I was just gonna say for Will, I feel like a lot of
Nassim, right after. I don't know if she's there.
Actually, there's so much I want to say on this topic, but I'm also working right now. But I just
Okay.
wanted to add really briefly. We speak of unconditional love, and I've been trying to practice unconditional love for the longest time, and I realize we don't have correct understanding of what we're talking about when we say we're unconditionally loving. It can get us into some really dangerous situations because
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, so
That's
what
respect.
the understanding that I came to is that what is unconditional is the love, right?
Right.
It's not the relationship, the terms of that relationship, and the interactions between you and these individuals. Those definitely have to have conditions. Otherwise, some people are gonna cross their boundaries, and they're like I said, they're gonna mess you up. So that's what you have to put conditions on. But the love, I will always have unconditional love for everybody, even the ones who have mistreated me. To this day, I have unconditional love for them, and I will do my best to do right by them. Because I don't want to stoop to their level.
Yeah, you don't want to change.
Okay, but doesn't that love fluctuate?
Well, it's up to them if they wanna change, if they wanna do good. But I'm only responsible for myself, and have control over myself. And I'm gonna do my best to be the best person that I can, right? And continue to be unconditionally loving. But that doesn't mean that I have to put up with anything and everyone.
No, you're right.
There are a lot of nonsense that you're gonna come across in this world. Sorry if I'm making a signal connection, but
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
it's the love that's unconditional.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Love. So unconditional love is not based on what somebody like. It doesn't mean to be a floor mat. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's regardless of what they do. Because you have love for yourself, you're not gonna let that change. You see what I'm saying? Who you are and the love you have for them. But as far as people doing shit, no, absolutely, you gotta have conditions for your own. It's called self-respect. Self-respect is when you don't let
Boundaries.
Yeah, that's a respecting, but that doesn't change the love. People think love is allowing somebody. No, no, hell no. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying it's not gonna change. Like I'm not gonna allow that to change the love that's flowing from me for them, and I'll still love them even a person that's against me, right? But it doesn't mean I'm gonna let them take advantage of me. Hell no, that's totally different. But yeah, I'm just saying love for yourself is the love that you give others. If it ain't, you're being a fraud to yourself.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? You're being a fraud.
But doesn't that love fluctuate? Doesn't it go up and down based on conditions?
No, the respect fluctuates. Meaning, if a person shows me
Do the
that
love
I
for
should not,
yourself fluctuate? I guess that goes back to yourself. Do the love that you have for yourself fluctuate? Because
No, the
in
love
essence,
you have
what
for
is
another,
what is
unconditional love
what
you have
is
for another fluctuates.
okay? But what is like when we talk about relationships? What is the point of the relationship? Like, are we supposed to be engaging in relationships because, oh, you gave me some butterflies, you know what I mean, and I like you, or is it more so you teaching me something about me and I'm teaching you something? It's basically I'm allowing myself to access deeper parts of myself by connecting with you because it's me. If you think about it, these relationships, they're teaching us about us. Either they're teaching us to put up more boundaries for ourselves, or it's teaching us to relax and allow somebody to receive and allow somebody to love you. It's ultimately teaching you about you. So what is the purpose? It is love. So I got these boundaries up. I love you unconditionally, but I got boundaries up to protect you and me. And that might mean I can't be around you right now, but it's because I love you, you know?
right, that makes sense.
I would definitely say how I feel about tolerance. That's where the problem is, I feel like, on the liberal left side of things. They want everybody to be tolerant, and that's not how the world objectively works. People are going to critique you, people are going to say anything to you about objective reality, and they're going to have their opinions. And to me, tolerance and boundaries is so you know where you don't go off the deep end, because we all know we can get crazy, we can get destructive. And when you're in basically a loving energy, you have a loving energy. Some people are vampire, some people are vampires. Some people will use you for certain things that they want and that they they seek out sin, and that's not true love because it's out of just using you. That's why it was like there was this one episode on Adventure Time, and it talked about the dynamics of like love. Love has a deep understanding. Love is so close to truth that is damn near inseparable.
No, it is.
So it's like it's damn near inseparable. There's some differences. We could argue that, but I just want to say like your boundaries, like that's why the importance of truth is subjective to your collection of experience because the collection of experience that you experience shape your ego. Biology is the number one. Self-preservation, eat, fucking sleep, most shit. And then you have the rest of the things, psychology, then you have your awareness, right? And all these things play a part. You know what I'm saying? For like people, like when you talk about hyper-aggressive females, what is the difference between hyper-aggressive females that take on more masculine traits than it is from a normal female that basically is not as strong or not as demanding or like have more.
It's just polarity. But hold on, wow, I still got this thought. Responding to Bowl. As far as with love, that's the thing. You said why do we get with other people? The thing is, once you really reach unconditional love, you're at a point, and most people don't get to this point. You're at a point where you are fine without another person. And there's so many people that never get to that point because they're like, oh, I need this man. So when you get with another person, it's to build or make love. Now, when you hear the word make love, we've heard that, growing up and as kids and shit, like when somebody's having sex, right? But having sex is not making love. Making love is when you get with someone to produce the love frequency, right? We do that in this room all the time. But if I was to say that in that phrase of, who's making love in the room, they'd be like, y'all was doing what? See, they think it's sex. Sex is physical. That's not love either. Now, you can produce love with that, but I'm saying you can make or create the frequency of love with another high vibrational person by you guys building on each other's frequency. That's what I'm saying. That exchange can only happen if you can reach it yourself. Because if you can't reach it yourself, then that other person is either going to be building you, or you're not going to be able to give them anything from on the build. You get what I'm saying? So time with self, that's what people do everything but that. And if they do have time with self, they don't use it right because they're spending all the time down and looking for somebody instead of saying, wait, you know what, let me learn myself. Let me have some introspective time, find out what it is that I want, what it is that just my life. Like, some people, they don't go through a life review for real until they get ready to die. Like when they're in the hospital or if they get an injury or something and they're immobile. And they'll realize, damn, my whole life, I never even fucking thought about really what is, what it is. I just been chasing. My dad, he's on his 4th marriage. Now, I'm not throwing my dad to the wolf, just saying.
Ah, damn, you just put the business out there.
Nah, it's known. It's known. But the point I'm saying is, it's people, they're on this endless search and they will not find themselves. When you find yourself, everybody else is complimentary. When you don't find yourself, other people are necessary. That I don't want to have those songs and shit. That's the most toxic shit ever. That's worse than calling somebody
I can't breathe without
bitch.
you. I can't breathe without you, baby.
Those songs are toxic as fuck.
Boom,
That's
I
worse
can't
than
breathe.
somebody saying, you a Project Hope, right? I would rather hear someone say you a Project Hope than to say, I can't live without you. I can't. That's the most.
But I can't live without her, son.
But listen, do you want to be
I
around
don't
somebody?
see her.
Just think
I
about this.
don't want to live.
But think about this. I'm talking about from the other end. Not when it's you. Not when it's you, right? But think about on the other end. Do you want to be around somebody that is that motherfucking desperate?
No, I don't.
That shit, that's a turn off to me. Oh, I can't breathe. If you, it's like, oh hell no. That means you need work. You need self.
So both you gonna leave.
They gonna drain you. That's you siphoning my energy.
That's the most toxic shit. They saying I haven't completed myself. Yeah, I need you to live. No, hell no. No.
But that's the way we was taught, though.
That's the way we was
Ain't
taught.
that the way we was taught?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Some
all
of
that
us was
chasing and like all that stuff.
to them damn songs. I can't breathe without. Like, hell no, nigga. That's too. Yo, back up.
Right. So it's like all that come down to like pain, feeling that pain, running from that pain, like
running from the pain.
Love, and you gotta set up boundaries. Why? Because you don't want to be in pain. So to have unconditional love is like you really gotta have a strong heart to be able to take that, to be able to love a person when they hurt you, when they cross you, when they betray you. Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna let you have it, and I'm still gonna love you, and I'm still gonna wish you well.
Yep, for
It
myself.
take heart to do that. Right.
Yeah, you're doing it for yourself. Because let me tell you something. The people that hold grudges and shit like that, they don't realize you are scarring yourself up. You're scarring yourself up because now you're not gonna be able to move forward, right? In a new
I don't have that old grudge though.
Right. No, I ain't talking about you personally.
No, I'm just saying. That when you finish, I'm gonna make my point.
Okay, good. I'm saying when a person holds, and it's hard. I understand. We're human, right? Well, we're in a human experience. When you hold those things, what it does is it prevents you from the new experience that's gonna happen or your things coming forward. You're gonna be carrying all this shit blocking yourself. It's like me trying to go through the door, and I got all these bags and shit, right? So now when I try to fit through the door, it's blocked. Like I'm blocking myself. And there's people who carry this shit their whole life, and it's just sad because you need to heal. You need to have time alone with yourself. That seems to be the people do anything but that, right?
It's easier that way.
Say what?
No, I'm saying it's easier that way. You know, to hold on to it. Healing is not easy, and it's extremely painful, especially by yourself.
But it's gonna be even more painful if you don't heal because, and we're not talking because that's what I'm saying, because they make money off this shit. They make money off therapy. Who was the therapist is the rapist, spelled therapist. And then you get the psychotherapist, who's the psycho rapist. And they make hella money off of people who don't want to sit with themselves. So you know what they do? All a therapist is doing is allowing you to talk to yourself. Did y'all know that? You paying a motherfucker to let you talk to yourself because you don't want to sit and talk to yourself. Because all they're gonna do is say, "Oh, okay. So how do you feel about that? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. And what else do you feel?" And you will talk yourself through the whole fucking session, and then pay a person. And you be like, "Oh, they did good." You be like, "My therapist is good." I'm like, "What did the therapist say?" I mean, he just, he said that, yeah. He didn't say shit. He just said,
No, all they do is ask you questions. They're going to ask you questions. They're going to let you listen to your own response. I've been in therapy for like 6 years. Yeah, they just going to question you. You got to answer your own self.
Yeah, but go ahead. I'll talk about that.
Not bad. You was just in the moment. I'm saying, don't. This is it. People tell me a lot of times that I have grudge and I have carried baggage. Their point of view, right? You did me a wrong, I'm gonna fuck you up. I don't need you around me. I don't even need you to say hi to me. You could, but I don't have to respond. And a lot of times because I don't want to respond, now people label me words with my words to taint you, to say that you're this and you're that. And that energy do mess with you because you don't view yourself away. You're not doing certain things, but if people is labeling you and letting everyone around you view you that way, so that's why I differ. I find it, it's people label people a lot of times saying that they're more into things when they're not. Because a lot of times people do talk where they are and they are at peace with it.
No, I agree with that.
But
Other people.
on the other side of that, estrangement isn't natural. Peace, y'all.
Bella. Peace. Shalom.
Peace, peace.
Peace, everyone. Hey, what's up, son? What's up?
Daniel, peace.
Thank you. Oh, Jody, what's up, Jody? I think Jody joined us. You want to say something? He was asking what is love.
Daniel. Hey, Daniel.
Hi, Bull. How are you?
Where's Jody?
Jody. Down the bottom.
Oh, Jody. Let him up. He gotta be.
Is it up? No, it's up.
Yeah, and then, this guy, shalom to everybody. Is this, what kind of, like, this is my question. Can somebody define love?
Who wanna go first?
Oxytocin.
I'm gonna say that love is given, seeking nothing in return.
Say it again. Given, nothing in return.
Yeah, love is given, seeking nothing in return.
I think, like, for me, I think everybody had their own, everybody got to come into their own awareness of what love means to them. But I know for me, once I understood that life is a human experience, meaning we come here to experience pain, joy, laughter. This is what the human experience is about, by the way. We come here to experience love, joy, laughter, pain, sorrow, betrayal. This is what the human experience is about. So once you realize that this is what the human experience is about and who you are, you came down here. You are love. You is love. It's in you. You are the frequency of love. You. So that's why that's why son said, you can get to the point where you don't need somebody else to be with you to feel that love, because you came back here to remember that you are loved, and that you have to get tested through betrayals and cycles of abuse, and then you even actually have moments where you experience joy, and you actually, this is what the human experience is about, that we signed up for, so that we can remember that we is love.
Yo, I can't even top that one. I was just gonna say, if love was in one word, if I had to use one word, I would say selflessness. But yo, no, that's it right there. Everything she said. No, go ahead.
No, my bad. I was just saying, ain't your heart still gotta be light as a feather after all that?
Yes.
That was amazing definition.
Like what Sila said, you're not expecting nothing back in return.
Right.
You have to give it, and even though you was hurt, it was there to give, and I still hold to my decision. It's given.
So that's against the world. Like they said, don't be conformed to the world. The world is, I'm only gonna give if I get something, right? But then once I said, like, because love is unlimited, I'm talking about within yourself. You learn how to. This is what they meant in the Bible with that saying that it's more blessed to give than receive. That goes over people's heads. They be trying to use that shit for y'all to pay offering. No, it's more fortunate, because I don't like the word blessed, but it's more fortunate to give than receive, because guess the only way you can give. What's the only way you can give? Do y'all know? For me to be able to give, what is the condition for me to be able to give?
To receive?
You gotta have. No, you gotta have.
You got it. You have to have. So if I'm giving, it means already I have. So things you have. Now,
you can give what you can give what you don't have.
That's it. That's a fact, and people forget that. So I'm like, if I'm in a position to give anything, I'm in a position that I have something to give. So that's
I
always
could give
more
what I don't have. I could give what I don't
I
have.
want to see that one.
Yeah, I just come with grudge and envy and plot up the people to steal what's yours. And then I say, I give it.
Yeah, but if you still was mine, then you still have what was it's in your possession.
No, you're all right. I'm just saying, people in people's mind,
Yeah.
like they have it that
Right.
really they never had it,
Yeah.
but they stole somebody's thing and they say it's theirs.
Right. That's called credit. That's called
But
credit.
Well, answer a question. Did you give him, or did you give her, or did you give it to her, or did you give it to him? That's a good question.
I did, but honestly, like what y'all said earlier, I didn't have it.
Well, you have to have it in some form to give it.
You have to give, but I never had it.
So you had a credit card, is what you're saying?
Yeah. I stole. I did.
No, because that's what credit is.
Yeah.
You give it what the hell you don't have.
Yeah. Putting yourself in debt. And the action and my action would put me in debt. Because if I take what's not mine and claim that it is, because everything is paid for, like when I was talking earlier, this experience come with a cost. You can't have life here without debt. Because if it's the last person, something has to die for something else to come before that one goes. That's how this is structured, this experience upon, right? And by right, we're supposed to conquer death, but they don't want it to stop. So yeah, death has to happen, and people holding on to life.
Right. Well, I told y'all what death is. What we call it life is actually the process of death. So I know we think we all come here to live, but we actually all come here to die. Because that's the final act, or the final result of taking a body. And the final result of something is, you know what I'm saying, the math of what it was is the final result. So what I'm saying is, when you receive a body that's dead, that's what people understand. Yeah. So they be like, oh, I come here, this ain't life.
I come here to live.
Right.
Did you?
Nah.
Of course I
This ain't
did.
life though. But that's the whole experience. That's why I broke down the word experience, right? Most people never.
What have you seen different? What I've felt and what I've seen, I'm talking about my experience, right?
Well, we all say X, right? Everybody says exist, experience, and you don't hear the word anymore. We saying X, we came to X experience. Look up the prefix EX, what it means. It means outside of, right? So I'm saying outside of perfection, outside of eternity, outside of life, of real life that doesn't end, or true life that doesn't end, you're outside of that. That's what this is. The experience. So you come here to experience, to be outside of continuity, of eternity, and for other things. That's what it is. They said we came here to die. That's in the stela on, it's a 6,000-year-old stela called the Descent of Anana. This is where you get your Easter story and all that they talk about. But they talk about the Queen of Heaven coming down to earth to experience humanity, which means to feel what it's like to die, what it's like to be vulnerable in a human, to experience the lower ring. And when she comes, she has to take off 7 layers of angelic armor. Those 7 layers is what we have now as the remnants, what we call our chakras, that you have to put back on before you go back to heaven. But that's a great story if y'all look at it. It's called The Descent of Anana. It's deep. Because it talks about how when she comes to Earth, it's a newfound experience to experience. Like she's like, oh, my back. Oh, my leg, my whatever. Like she had, it's like, what is this? What is this pain? What is this? I never, like, I'm not used to this. What is this vulnerability shit? Like, what is, lack? You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what we come here to do. But yeah, that's a fact. So I don't know if that answers his question about love, but real love or true love is inside. It's never
He
out.
left.
Oh, he left? Was he at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay.
He left.
Okay.
Was Jody? That was his name.
Yes, Judy. I think he probably wanted to. We're supposed to let him express himself.
Or he could have dropped out. He could have dropped out.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying. The room kicked me out.
Yeah, it did that earlier.
I was there talking, saying something when.
You like, why y'all ain't responding? Y'all hear me?
No, I was there looking, and then I saw myself got kicked out, and I tried to come back in, and it was just processing. No, it's not my wife. Kicked me out. So some storage for WhatsApp. So I had to delete a lot of things. Shit, I don't even know if I didn't really want them because I had some things. Yo, it's just crazy. And where I put them to save them,
Booty.
over years.
I thought Booney wanna say something. Booney, come up.
Yeah, come on. And anybody else in the group, if y'all want to come up and speak your piece, just raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Yeah, she's here, son.
She's what?
Nasimo.
No, I think I know. Is this Booney? Yeah, I remember Booney.
She's here.
Yeah, what's up, Booney?
Peace and love, y'all. Can y'all hear me? I'm over here walking in my walk-in for the day. But you know what's crazy is before I left my house, I told a family member, I said, they was like, you want to borrow my AirPods? I said, yeah. I said, but I just need the one so that my awareness can stay sharp, right? And this man been following me, which is why I'm paying attention though. But that's why I told him, I was like, nah, because you put in 2 earphones, you cut off all your awareness to the physical realm. And that's why a lot of these women be getting taken the way that they do. A woman's awareness is her safety. Like, that's everything. Anyways, son, you said something that was interesting when you was talking about the chakras. You said that you have to rebuild it and put it back on.
Yes.
And that made me think about when you, what do you gotta do before you put it back on? You have to take it off.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's an element when I was going through my healing process where I felt like I had to take everything off. So like complete like a rebirth. I have to burn my old habits, burn my old ways, and I have to rebuild myself. But for some reason, when you said putting it on, I had to visualize.
Oh, I think it cut you out of.
Say that.
You said you got the vision of putting it back. Yeah. It had cut you off for a second. But yeah. That's an ancient. It's on a stela. It's on these tablets that they found, talking about how the Queen of Heaven came to Earth. It's just talking about way back, like our first incarnations down here. It was saying that when you come into a human body, your armor is taken off. That's the whole point. So we're bare. That's why they call us naked, because you don't have any armor. So the whole goal is to restore those layers, those angelic layers of armor,
righteousness, breastplate of righteousness.
Yeah, those are the different parts. All together,
The word is the word is the sword.
That's it. But love is the full armor. It's love. Because guess what? The word armor comes from the word armor. And what is armor or armor? You know what armor means?
Love. In Spanish?
Love. Yes, which was Latin before the English. So the word armor is love. That's putting on the armor. Love is the full armor. Because nothing can conquer love. Real love. So yeah, if you put that on, shit, everything else is gonna be blocked when he tries to penetrate. So it's deep, but yeah, that story hit me when I was reading because I was like, this shit it's from something 6,000 years old, and it makes so much sense because that is our experience coming here. We come here in this baby body because we all come here in the baby body, right? I haven't met a person yet that was born
I know somebody that came big.
You know somebody came in an adult body though?
Yeah.
A fully developed body. Who you know?
See that in the movie.
You know what's crazy is that the whole time y'all been talking, y'all been going in and out.
Could you hear me this time?
Your frequency is staying in. The internet something messing on your end.
I think she's walking. It's probably her area.
Can y'all hear me?
Staying.
Yeah,
Frequency.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we've been here.
Yeah, it's just the area I'm in. It always cuts in and out. But 1,000%, son, to what you had said. 1,000%. I watched this Avatar episode. It's the anime, the Avatar anime. I rewatched that show like 5 times now. And every time I rewatch it, I get something new. And so that show is very divine. But there was this episode where he was sitting there and he was meditating with his mentor. And the mentor was like, okay, they went into meditative state. And in the meditative state, it shows that he's taken off. Because the chakras are just spirals of energy within our body. So how do people expect to clear their energy passageways if they don't declutter it first, right? So I see a lot of like trying to heal from something, but you don't even deal with it on a day-to-day. You can't even talk about it in regular conversation. Why? Because it's a blockage. And so then blockages have to be cleared out before you can even get to healing. Like,
big facts.
Anyways, yeah.
No, I second that. That's real. And the 42, because people was calling them negative confessions and they're calling them laws, but this really the 42 declarations of innocence, right? That's a better title. You're supposed to repeat that. Somebody got a loud background. You're supposed to repeat that every day, right? To remind yourself, because people is reading it thinking that's stuff to follow. It's also that, so it's dual. But you read that to remind yourself that this shit ain't even real, like that you are not your body, you are not the things here. That kind of grounds you. Because a lot of times we slip into certain like depression or stress or whatever, it's when we forget that because we're so integrated into this experience, we forget that we are in the world, not of the world. So that was a way to remind yourself in the morning, hey, while you get ready to stress out, you have not done none of this. This is a false reality. We're participating, but it's just like when I play a video game. There's people that get so mad at video game, they ready to pull up in real life. You know what I'm saying? I've seen this shit. They be on chat. They be like, pull up then. I'm like, yo, y'all know this is a game. I don't give no fuck. He said, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yo. So, yeah, it's easy to get caught in this life. So it's good to ground and remind yourself you are the soul, not the body. Because there was somebody earlier said, I'm a nobody. I was gonna say, yeah, you're correct. You are nobody. You are nobody. But you are someone. The one that you are is the soul. Soul means one. Right? If I say I got a soul, this is my soul child, or this is my soul car, this is my soul house, whatever. You know I'm talking about one. Solo. So we are someone, but we are nobody. The problem is everybody want to be somebody.
Somebody asked me that one the other day. Yeah, me and somebody, and they like, who are you? I said, I am someone.
That's it. Someone. The soul. Soul, S-O-L.
And they don't put on, they call soul life. And what hit them is when I said, they like, because they're basing it from what their eyes have seen. And I told them, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
That's it. For real.
But he didn't understand, and I'm saying, that phrase does not represent your two eyes. It's representing the unseen eye, the third eye. So, despite your two eyes to see things, you're blind if that eye is not open. After that soaked on him, he responded, be like, we're going to do this again. He has something to do. But before, he wanted to go on and on and on. But I think that one got his attention because he's talking of his experience and what he has seen and so forth. So to tell him that, despite your eyes is open, you blind, that's like, but it's a fact.
It's like that title, Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah.
Your eyes
That's
are wide, but you sleep, right? So that's the pineal gland. They call it. Matter of fact, people talked about the unicorn, and then they draw this horse. Yeah, I'm talking about most people. They look at the drawing. It's a horse with a comb coming out of his forehead, right? It's this horse, this rainbow horse with a comb coming out. No, unicorn. The word comes from the word unicorn. H-O-R-N. The unicorn is your pineal gland. You are the unicorn. You're the unicorn. But that's the only way you're gonna be able to see, like truly see, is with your one eye. The one eye. Because inside you got one eye. Outside you got two fake eyes. Right? They look like eyes, but they can only see the matrix. So when you see with the unicorn or the one eye, then you see the truth. Because the truth is what? Single. Truth don't have no S. That's why I don't like people trying to reinvent my truth or their truths. Ain't no truth. Truth is one. And if the truth is more than one, it ain't the truth no more. It can't be more than one truth. There's more than one perspective. There's more than one opinion. There's more than one experience. But the truth, no. That's how I know when I found the truth. Because it was universal everywhere. And I was like, damn, this shit is for thousands of years. It's the same shit. This is how I know it's the truth. The truth is we fail. And we're going to get up. That's the truth. All the rest of the shit, details. Or, let's just say, side dishes. The rest of that shit is side dishes. The main course is that we fail and we're gonna get up. That's it. That's in every story you put. Give me a story, I'll show you. I actually dare you to give me a story. Give me any story from any time period, especially the main ones that I remember, and I will show you it's talking about us and our experience coming here, falling, and our eventual rise back home. When you go back home, it'll be like you was asleep. Just like Wizard of Oz. She did all that shit. Now, if you watch Wizard of Oz movie, she's doing all this shit. She's trying to find her shoes, all this stuff, right? She fight flying monkeys and all that. else going on. All she had to do was click her heels to come home, but she had to get her shoes back. But that's what this will feel like once you come out of this body. If you were sin, it'll be like, damn, I did all that shit and all that crying. Man, that shit wouldn't even. Wow, I thought it was totally. It felt so real. Nah, it's the reason they call the movie reels. They call them movie reels. They used to use a reel, and that reel spins around. This world runs on a reel. 360 goes around over and every year. It's a repeat. So this is the movie set. Watch the Truman Show, y'all. Truman Show is an esoteric movie because if you know what you're really looking at, they're telling you about the world is a stage. Y'all ever heard that saying? All the world's a stage. They're saying this world is like a construct. It's deep. But anyway, we're the only true thing here. The people with souls. The rest of it, it's constructed here. It's just like the props, the background shit. What they call them nowadays, NPCs and the extras. Any movie you watch, you gotta have extras and shit to make the scenes look right and all that. But all that shit is just generated just for your experience. So, but it's deep though. It's deep. But yeah, ask and it will be given. People don't want to ask. People scared to ask. I had to ask that shit. I said, yo, what's the other books in the Bible? Why don't they know about the women? Why is this? Why they don't answer this? Why don't they answer that? Because I was asking the preacher when I was about 11 years old. What?
Why?
To become wise.
Well, now the question I have for you, son, why some people get mad when you ask them? And then I try to figure it out.
Because they mad. Or no, it's different.
But they have to answer it.
No, but some people get mad. It depends on who you ask. If it's a person trying to keep you in a certain position, they mad because they don't want you to know that shit. Because if you know that, you might not do whatever it is they want you to do when you find out. So you like, wait, hold on. Man, nah. See, so they want to keep you asleep. It's like the Garden of Eden and all that story. People don't realize that story is talking about your body. Paradise is the human body. Yes, it's called paradise.
Or make screw up just like they did. Imagine you asking your parents how to make money. She's like, you figure it out yourself. So they send you out to go do some stupid stuff.
That's ignorance too.
Probably something stupid.
But a lot of times when people don't have the right information, they can have the best intentions, but they don't have the best information. They mean the best, but the shit they giving you is not the best for what you're doing. Would you go to a dentist to fix your car? Would you go to a plumber to cook your food? No. Now they may have the best intentions, but that just ain't their specialty. Sometimes our parents and stuff, they don't know the type of shit that the information we need, they don't know about.
That's true. Peace, Wack. How are you, Wack?
Wack came up. Oh, Rock. Yeah, peace.
Hey.
Peace and love. Yeah. So I'm just saying, I got a couple sayings about asking. So if you want to be as a king, you need to be as king. Asking. If you're not asking, you are not behaving as king. To be king, you need to be asking. The other one I say is the more wise that you ask is the more wise that you become. The more wise, W-H-Y-S, that you ask is is
Son,
asking why.
I was asking you a question. Where were you? Because it was silent for like.
Oh, well, then it must have cut out. No, I was here. It must have cut out.
Because I was like, anybody hearing me? I said, Daniel? Daniel?
Oh,
it's
no,
just
no.
what?
We didn't hear you. So it cut you out. What'd you say, though?
You was talking and then I heard silence. And I'm like.
Because we didn't hear you say no.
We're going to check your signal, Atta. We haven't heard you.
Yeah, we didn't hear you say nothing. So I'm saying, what did you say? What did you say? I'm saying.
No, you was talking. And then I just heard silence. I'm in the same space. But it was just silent. So I was calling out.
So I'm telling you, if you heard silence, I was talking that whole time. That means that was your phone.
I know I'm not saying nothing otherwise. I'm just saying that.
Okay, so I was asking you, what question did you ask? Because we didn't hear you.
I'm just saying that's why I was calling.
Let me ask the question to myself that I have asked me today. What runs this world? Is that money? Is that power? Or some elite people?
It's beyond people. What runs this world is fear. Yep. People don't want that answer though. But yeah. Fear runs this world. Fear.
Yeah, they made fear. Who? The people. Who? The business elite. Is that right? So I'll explain you a simple scenario. We born here on a planet called Earth, right? We used to consume food. We happily roamed all around the world. Suddenly something happened, and then people started using technology. The people started diverting from cultivating their own food to someone who is giving them food.
Oh, sorry, right. Sorry, right. Guys, I'm gonna be out. Coming back.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah.
All right.
You're at work? You're going to work?
No. I'm gonna cook something.
Yeah. Okay. Wizzy.
All right, holla.
All right, Mister.
All right, what was you saying?
Yeah. I was talking about So these days people are getting infected by many viruses, many unethical diseases, right? So what do we think we are? We are technologically upfront. We are knowledgeably upfront, knowing everything right, but somehow the diseases are spreading much even faster. The reason is because they are not disease anymore. They are spreading as rumors. For example, diabetes. Who do have diabetes 40 or 50 years back? That's
Only
just
a few
fear.
people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
children will have it. Yeah.
That's a business. That's a business. That's a fear. Someone is polluting the group. I don't know who they are, but I know personally that I guess that OASIS, OASSIS, this is a person, and Russell, these are the people who controls the medical industry, pharmaceutical industry, and they try to preach everyone saying that they do infected by virus, and Bill Gates, these people, you probably must have heard about John D. Rockefeller.
Oh yeah, he changed the medical industry. Yes.
Of course he does. These are the business elite people who polluted entire world. Now they took control of them. We are using their technology. Cell phone. Who do need a cell phone? If we are living, so if you're living in a certain, for example, say Sierra Leone. I'm not sure from which place you are. I'm from India. So if you're living there, your family will be there. So your family, together, all together, cultivating your own food, and you will be eating there, and you will lead a happy life. But these days, they separated everybody. By the name of technology, by connecting people, by connecting your relation together, everyone is separate with this single mobile devices. So what am I telling you is, yes, absolutely right, that fear is running this world.
And it's been even before then. That's what I'm saying. It's beyond what the humans are. It's on a dimensional level of this shit got hijacked. It was hijacked a long time ago when they brought the moon here. They brought the moon here. The moon was like like inserting a program into your computer, right? Let's say your computer was running really well, and somebody inserts this module
malware
that is extracting. It's a virus, yeah, like a malware that it's extracting energy, siphoning it. Now your computer is not running efficiently. Like it's taking energy from it. The energy that it would have had is running slower because this process is in there. It's like a leech. And so that's what the moon is doing. But people don't even know about the moon. That's a whole other conversation. But as far as the fear and all that, yeah, fear is how you control. That's why they call it the atmosphere. The at most fear. That's what runs it. Fear is the highest. Fear is one of the highest.
I do agree.
People respond to fear before they respond to all the other emotions. Meaning, if you was fearing for your life, everything else is second. So this is why they always threaten something that's going to take you out, like what they did with the fake scamdemic, like they doing with all these other fear. That's how you control.
That's what they did with Charlie Kirk. And I asked you last night, you was supposed to tell me the other part because you said that he's bringing 8, but you never explained the 8.
I said he did the what?
You said like they say that he was giving hate.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying. I'm saying explain it to me because
I told you about the George Floyd thing. He lied about that. He lied about the crime statistics, like trying to imply. He used the traditional racist talking points about a lot of different things, and then there's people who accuse him of being misogynist too, because he's saying a woman supposed to be in her place and all this other. He said a lot of shit that I didn't really like him, but I don't believe he deserved to die the way they killed him. But just because I didn't like him, don't mean I wanted to see him get killed like that. So, but he was an asshole. That's real. Yeah. Yeah, he was one.
Well, the funny thing is this is how I view it. Comparing to him, what he's selling, the old time way they had us in bondage, and this new wave that the left wing group in America want people to view things, I rather his way. Or the old way. Because this LGBTQ that don't make no sense. Selling you nonsense. It's like you have sense, but you're gonna go on a delusional path. So oppose is like, I'm gonna cut my ears off, I'm gonna cut my nose off. Shit, I don't even like my lips, I'm gonna cut them off. Saying I'm gonna spat my face. Yo, this body's not mine. And I can't redesign my soul because my soul is pure. So I just have to go through this course. That's it. So until I free myself from this bondage, I can't get these nails out. I'm stuck on these nails. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's why I say these bodies are leased. How do I know they're leased? Because you're waiting on a release. So the only way you could be released is if you are leased. But the only way you could be
About that nut? Talking about that nut?
Nah, I'm talking about that getting up out of here. Ascending. That one.
Oh, that release.
Yeah.
But they call it death.
They call it death, but
see God without dying.
Yeah, they say no man can see God and live, right? But then they say said Moses saw God, and they said Jacob saw God. Who else did they see saw God? So this is how you know.
Jacob wrestled with God, but Moses saw him. It's like
Jacob said he saw the face of God and lived. He said, I'm going to call the place Pioneer because I saw the face of God and I lived. But my life was not. He said, but it's another translation that says my life was preserved, though, meaning like I didn't die and I saw the face of God. But that was their way. Once again,
the third eyes is open, pretty much.
It's anatomical. Yeah. I'm talking about the reference. This is why they call the pineal gland the face of God. And then you call the back of the neck that's attached to the brainstem, the back of the brainstem, it's called medulla oblongata. They call it the mouth of God.
They call it spine, but it connects towards medulla oblongata.
Yeah, oblongata. Right. Yeah, the mouth. So the face is the pineal gland. The mouth is the medulla oblongata, and then the what's the other one? Yeah, medulla oblongata. Yeah, so it's a weird Latin name. But the cross and all those, listen, every location they list in the Bible, I can show you where it is on your body. These are not physical places. These are physical places on your body. When Jesus was crucified, they said he was crucified on Golgotha. Guess what the word Golgotha means? Your skull. So this is a place in your body. This is a place in your body. When they say he was on the cross on Golgotha, right? What is the cross? What did they put in Jesus' feet and hands? Let me see if they know. What did they put in Jesus' feet and hands?
It's a question he's asking.
Yeah.
Nobody could reply or respond.
I think they know.
No, they don't.
When they see it on the cross, when they see Jesus on the cross, he's nailed.
They don't know. They want to know. That's why nobody's responding because.
Or they might be
Ricky.
But all I know. Okay, so Jesus, they show you this image. It's a drawing, though. But they show you a man on a cross, and his feet got nails in them, and his hands. Nothing else has nails, but his feet and hands, right? And he's got his hands out, like the Vitruvian Man, Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, this is your human body. That's the representation of the human skeletal and what they call the crux, which is your body. And guess what? Guess on your body, what is in your fingers? What do they call the things in your fingers?
It's a nail.
A fingernail, right? What do they call it in your feet?
Nail.
Toenails. So this is you. This is a representation of you, the human body, on the cross. Because we have nails. We have nails in our hands and feet. So it's not literal of a man with a nail in his hands and feet. No, it's the human body. But the way they wrote these stories, it was coded for who it was written for. This stuff was never meant for like mass consumption the way they published it. Because if it was, it would be written in plain language. It would be easy, but it's not. That's how I know it's a blueprint. And even when they show Jesus speaking, he's always talking in parables. That should let you know, okay, this ain't literal. Because don't nobody speak in all riddles.
You got to earn it.
Correct. You gotta figure out what he's saying.
Yeah.
And I'm the master of riddles. I love a hard riddle. So I was like, wait, oh wow. Just like the rapture takes place in your body, the human body. Because it says in the twinkling of an eye. Not eyes with an S. It says in the twinkling of an eye.
So as long as you're waking up, yeah.
That eye is your one eye. Twinkling means the shall be transformed. They talking about in your mind, renewing of your mind. That's in what they call the third eye, but it's also called the neocortex.
You talking about Neo?
I'm talking about Neo on the Matrix.
Neo?
Neo was the neocortex.
Neo was the one. He's Mr. Anderson.
He's the one eye. The neocortex is the one eye, not the one like Sophia Stewart. She's a fraud. Talking about she owned the franchises of the Matrix and all that. That's bullshit. But bottom line, when she says he's the one, Neo is the one. Yeah, but break down what one. Neo means neocortex, and it's also called the isocortex. That's when your pineal gland is open. You're gonna wake up, and that's what because he wasn't Neo at first. In the Matrix, he starts as Thomas Anderson, a computer programmer. Now, when he takes the red pill and his eye opens, then he becomes Neo. But before that, he wasn't Neo. He was asleep. So that's all of us. It's a sleep period. It's a rapture.
All of these riddles in people's face, but they still sleeping. So when we don't see them for what it is.
So that's where the message comes. When someone tells you, just like in Truman Show, there was a messenger that woke up Truman. If you've seen Truman Show, there was a messenger that woke him up. Her name was Sylvia. She met him in the library, which is symbolic because they're saying this is where you might get the message, is in a place that has knowledge. So he was in the library. She came and whispered to him, "True, all fake. Everybody, they're all actors. You're on a movie set." And then she was saying that, and they came and grabbed her and pulled her. the guys with the suits.
This whole experience is staged. A lot of what we're seeing.
I can prove it's a stage. Before every play, what do they call practice at a play?
Rehearsal.
Rehearsal. Rehearse. What do they call it that carries a dead body?
Hearse.
So this is a rehearsal. Before the play. You have to play. Before the play, you have to rehearse. This is a rehearse. We're here to have fun. Funeral. This is the place to have fun on Earth. So we're having a rehearsal. So to play a play, you gotta have a costume, right? Your costume is your body. It's because you can't see your soul, but your soul wears this costume. That's what we see. And we judge each other. So that's real Halloween. We all wearing costumes. You can't come to the play without a costume. Right? You can't come to the Halloween party without a costume. So you can't come to this world without this body to participate. And then when you're done, you hang it up. Right? And you might, next time, you might come and play a different role to go around. Because all plays repeat. That's the funny part about it. That's about life. All plays, if you've seen a play one time, when you go back, they may have a different person, but it's the same play. Shit, they read the same lines. That's life. They say lights, camera, action in all movies. So on Earth, for you to live on Earth, you got the lights, that's the sun. Camera, that's the human eye. Action, that's the body. You need those three things. Oh, you got a loud background.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the truck.
I don't know what it is. It's coming through. You probably don't got you got noise canceling on there?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. All right, because it was. Yeah. It was crispling. It sounded like somebody was cooking some catfish or something. But it's all good.
You hear The only thing that could make a noise like that, they're doing construction across from, so you're hearing tiles move.
Tiles. Rip. But yeah, hold on, let me check the chat. What else? Oh, David. Somebody in here. Love equals sacrifice. Yep. Give to self what is love. Mr. Amp, what discussion going on in this club? Hello there, guys. I'm so happy being here. Let's see y'all. Greetings from God and my love. This helps me a lot to build up my soul. That's good. The etymology of Jeopardy is divided game. It's true because we don't know the true origins of a lot of words. From the UK, the same thing. Yep. So we here to play a game called Life, and it's a temporal. It runs out. So the whole point is figure this game out and help other people complete the game. That's it. If you don't, you have to do the game again. So they said game over. Over does not mean end. Y'all know that? The word over. If I told you to turn something over, if I said I'm gonna go over, it means either around or to the other side of another thing. But it ain't the end. So when they say game over, it means that shit gonna start over. Start over. And that's called reset. So when you reset something, you start at the first point again. This is how we come on the earth. I haven't met a person that didn't have to come as a baby. So that's how I know this is a game that's set up. It's got rules and foundations. But it makes sense though. But it's a hellish game. But people like it though. People like it. What proves people like it? The stuff that people watch. Think about the stuff people watch on TV. They like to see violence. They like to see soap operas where people break up or they have drama and relationship issues and shit like that. People watch these things, so this means there is something to it that they find that they like. So I'm saying on Earth is where these things take place, with heartbreak and all that other shit. So it's a unique experience. It's definitely unique. But yeah, it's the goal is not to get hung up. And just remember, it's temporal. Just remember that. That's all. We have forgotten that following the principles of the newest student, which is the Western man. He's the newest student. And he's telling you that you're just your body and your money. You know that's bullshit. You should know it's bullshit. If you are your body and your money would have came first. But it didn't. So it's just something to think about. But yeah, love and all that is it's only gonna come in from inside. And if you don't find it there, good luck. If you find love in another person before you find it in yourself, if they leave you, you don't have no love. Think about that. If you find love in yourself, if a person leaves you, you still have the love that you found within. So that's why a lot of people have these issues. You know? But yeah, that's the most clingiest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's a person that can't breathe without, like, come on, man. That sounds smothering. And it is. That's why people get divorces. They be like, yo, this motherfucker is smothering me, man. Let me breathe in this.
What you said?
I said people be smothering each other.
You don't like to be smothered?
Not 24/7. Hell no.
You don't like to be loved?
Not that love, no. I'm good.
What kind of love do you like then?
I like free love.
Free love? What kind of love is a free love?
A love that don't have no cost.
But the love that what she giving, it don't cost.
Yes, it do. It costs. It costs my nerves. It costs my space.
But you like to be in her space just the same.
Yeah, but not no clean.
When you're hot.
But it has to be some.
When you're hot, you love to be in her space.
Yeah, but that's different than clingy. Clingy is when somebody wake up, they just right there, they just all on you, like get the hell, like come on, man. Oh, that's your TV. That's what we was hearing. Okay.
No, TV. Somebody talking to me. Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's on the television. Okay.
No, my TV is on low.
Oh,
I don't know how you hearing it since this is the second time you bring it up. Yeah, my TV is on, but it's on low.
So your phone must be real close to it.
No, it's not. That's my point. That's why I'm saying it's on low and it's a distant. All this other talking you're not hearing, but you're hearing the speaker.
Yeah.
And speaker always in tune with other speakers. I've been noticing that.
Oh, okay. That's probably what it is.
I'm watching Sky now because I ain't got Max no more. Right? It's like it's just funny. So I ain't even get to see a lot of things. Right? But I saw that they clapped Kirk.
Yeah.
They got the 10th before the 11th. And his wife was talking. Well, she made a statement yesterday. So Sky was showing it. Now, what now? Is it now? Well, I'm gonna change. I overplug it. All of that stuff.
Hold on, I'm gonna just mute it for a second because it's. But yeah, anybody else want to come up? Feel free, or you know what I'm saying, don't be shy. We got an open stage. Shout out to the goof.
What you say, son?
No, I was talking to the goo. I said, if anyone wants to come up, they can feel free. That's all.
Atta, are you in Jamaica?
Yeah.
Coming to Jamaica next week. You have any recommendations?
Nothing off the top of my head. You know why you're coming here, so I don't know what to say. I don't know what you do like.
They don't have no recommendation for no sites, no rivers to visit, no tourist attraction.
To be honest, not really. I'm not. You're asking me to offer a recommendation, but I could recommend things, but my mind is not there. You just put that up on the random, and right now, right, and you have your plans already. So.
Oh, no, I don't.
It's like what? I know it, but it's like what Pierre said. He's gonna come in our space. We have to ask him questions. He can't. So if you ask questions about Jamaica to find out like a reference from somebody. Well, I could fill in better, but for me just to say, do this, do it, nah, I'm not that type.
It's just a suggestion, but I
know.
I'm gonna go to Bobo Hills.
Yeah, you could go up there and visit, but it's very strict up there. Especially for women, because they follow the patriarch principle.
Alright, okay. I'm gonna look for somebody, man. Somebody gonna take.
No, it's good, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Sorry, son, for changing. I just asked. Sorry. It was a spontaneous question.
Oh no, you good. It's all good. Yep. It's probably better to go to Jamaica when it's in the cooler months anyway. I'm saying cooler for United States is the time to probably go. So when it's hot, I couldn't do that. Yeah. It's too hot here, it's gonna be too hot there.
But y'all been talking some heavy stuff right through. Not heavy, but y'all been having conversations all morning. It was hot in here.
Facts, yeah. We had some people come up too. So yeah, it was cooking. Yep. I don't know, maybe people digesting it now. I don't know. We'll see.
Son. Son.
Yeah. I have to come to the. Yeah, what's up?
No, I'm saying the ass supposed to be tired now. Because you've been up early. You came in here like, yeah, like 111. Because I went and I had a sleep, got up, and I'm like, son's still going. He's on a marathon. Wow. But, yeah. Rest up. And more people, it's fitting, I need to gain more knowledge. So more people is craving for knowledge. It's good, the percentage. I don't know everything, but I do ask every day, and it's the best way to receive knowledge.
That's a fact. I think I don't ask enough questions. I think I could ask more. But like you said, the more awareness you have, the more knowledge. I feel like you know what questions to ask, you know?
Yeah, you will go in a better direction. Because getting things that you don't really want will frustrate you. But know what you want to ask for it. Yeah, please. Teacher, preacher. As I was saying last night, son, I don't think you're gonna come to Jamaica. I think you're gonna talk. You do.
Oh, okay.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Get all the
No, you said it. You said it.
Put your your 7 pieces of armor on. But I'm just saying, right? Layers, yeah. Why I say what I said? You was to me out of the group the first one for years that have access to come here because people was volunteering to buy you ticket and offer areas for you to stay. So in that space, that's why I said I don't think you really. I don't know what you're, but to me, you've been getting the first access because Benali been begging you to come. Although it's scary, the way that you pointed out how she pointed it out, but so that's why I'm making the point in what I'm saying that I don't think you're really gonna come. You do want to come though. Don't get me wrong. I know that much because you like to have your own experience of things. But more think it's on your time when you have whatever you have it that you want, then you will take that experience.
I think son bepping.
You said a what?
I said you bepping like you falling asleep.
Burping?
Bepping.
Oh, hold on, wait, let me see something. It could be just canceling. Wait. I got canceled. I don't know what happened.
You heard what I said?
What you say?
What I was saying about you.
You just said you supposed to be sleeping.
No. Sela said that. I was saying.
I heard you say too. You supposed to be tired by now.
That mean you was dozing. She was right because I explained a lot of things and you never heard. So you're in the process.
No, I'm talking about pertaining to what you said.
I was saying the reason why I think you don't want to come to Jamaica. You're not gonna come to Jamaica.
Oh, you didn't hear me respond to that?
No, I didn't hear you. You heard what I said about you always had options to come here and stuff?
Yeah, and I said that shit was too hot.
No, that's said you. I heard when you was talking about. That was before I asked the question that you were stating that here is too hot. No, you say Jamaica is hot, America is hot. You would more come here when America is cold and it's warmer here. I heard that, but I asked the question after. I said the reason why I think you don't wanna, you're not gonna come. You don't. Yeah, you're not gonna come. It's like you always have options to come here because Ranali been offering you options to buy a ticket and stuff in that area, to offer you a place to stay, but you're not interested. So I'm saying when you feel at peace with yourself to come do this experience, to come here, you will come. But that's why I'm saying I don't think you're gonna come. Because you know what you want for your comfort. So when you come here,
it's just a scheduling.
Huh?
Yeah, it's just a scheduling.
Okay.
Scheduling thing. I'm not gonna come and I'm not ready.
In that sense.
Yeah. That's all it is. And I don't wanna come and I'm on somebody else's. It's okay to somebody helped you for a little bit, but no, I don't wanna be somewhere and everything is on this one person. Nah. I don't like that.
Okay. So you probably take up Stefan's venture. Because she said that she put you in.
She put me in.
Yeah, she's like, son is gonna come. Yeah, she put your name on the list. But I'm saying to myself, son,
she didn't ask.
I think she asked before, but not yet.
She didn't ask me. I'm talking about to put my name on the list. She didn't ask me this.
Okay, I thought she asked the question before. That's why she referred you. Like, or you just explained it like, yeah, scheduling. So it's like in that sense. Like tell you before and be like, son, the next 2 months we're gonna do this, You be like, all right, bet. Give me a little time, let me get certain things in order, but I'm on it. In that sense, she refer you in.
Yeah, that didn't happen yet.
Listen, son like his freedom.
That's the what I'm saying.
Oh no. I mean, I don't have a problem coming to Jamaica, but I'm saying it's got to be right. It's got to be right, and it's not gonna be when it's hot as fuck either. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
It's not that hot, like the heat in the Caribbean, like the sun be stinging, but it be cool, like
Shit, not when it's hot though. When it's hot. Nah.
You ever been to Florida, son?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jamaica is like that. Depends on the areas that you're at. But it's all tropics. But you will get a lot of cool breeze in the shade.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and it's gonna feel tormenting hot because you don't used to going in buildings without AC in it, and a lot of the buildings down here is not the local areas. A lot of them don't have AC. So yeah, coming down here is like living 100 years ago, and everywhere you go in the earth, yeah, you have to deal with natural air, no?
Natural hair?
Yeah, meaning the air, the seasons. Now it's
air.
Yeah, so you're gonna feel
exactly.
the natural air, so you're gonna feel the heat of summer. Now it's summer. Compared to like it's autumn in certain places like Nebraska and them places. Very cool up in them areas because it's autumn. So yeah.
Man, it ain't that hot. Son need to stop crying and man up. Take some sun.
Maybe now it's not. I'm talking about in like June, early July, whatever, when it's hot. Oh, it gets hot. Trust and believe.
But now it's September, so it's a different. But I don't know if Steph's thinking about. Yeah, y'all got to talk because I don't know if she's planning to do it in the summer. It would make better sense if y'all come in a cooler time, even for a week. But to leave the heat, to come in heat, just for the, I don't really see the sense.
You know, but the heat in America is like it's humid. You know, like no air no moving. Sometimes no air no moving. And then the heat from the concrete or the buildings, it's a different type of heat. You know? Like it's different. And you have like the trees, you have cooler areas. When is rainy season? When is rainy season in Jamaica? After you know.
From May to the last day of November.
You see, all that time is rainy season. It's gonna be cool.
I think it depends on what region you're into.
And in the winter season, you don't get rain. It's moist, but you don't get rain because it's cooler. And yeah, a lot of the growth is different because the grass don't flourish that much. Till spring comes up, then you start to see the growing a lot. But it's like cut the grass and the starting of cut the grass and the starting of winter. Yeah. Either a week before winter starts or a week after winter starts. And pretty much I had to cut the grass again in March, pretty much a week before spring or a week after spring. So pretty much all of that season, the grass it grew, but like 2 inches. It didn't grow the 7 inches, so you had to cut it. And that's it.
Man, if you go around mango season, everything will be fine.
son sleep and he's the one that kept the room lit because I was in my moon stage when he came in, and he kept the place lit until the sun come shining. Now he gotta charge himself off.
Yeah, it's a lesson. You made me laugh at one point. I don't think that lady caught it, but when she was like, when she was talking about that time when she was like drinking, and I think she said, Candace spoke to her. And you're like, oh yeah, yeah, the spirit talked to you, right? You're drinking, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. She didn't.
She didn't catch it.
Nah,
The
she's.
spirit talking, I think you said. I laughed. I was sorry, I'm laughing by myself.
Yeah, she didn't get a chance because somebody else. Yeah, that was funny. Just funny.
I noticed a lot of people they don't catch your play on words sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, stop it. I hear you. It's so funny though.
And Adam, he can't help. And I said he can't help himself.
Wordplay.
I enjoy it. I like playing with words too, so I always catch it, and I'm like, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, some people they're not even thinking about it though. So. Wait, who's this? Hold on.
That's Ata.
Why I oughta.
Hey.
A lot of people came through in the room tonight.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, well,
Title, or is it the people
what do
that
you think?
they follow you?
Something. It's something I don't get. Like, it's something changed. I don't know. It was packed all night.
It was like that yesterday too. Yesterday, I noticed it yesterday, son. Before you came in here, people was just coming in here just to be quiet. Cause I had came here and it was quiet in here, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And Shonda was like, we just meditating, and they was just at the bottom meditating with us. Nobody said nothing for hours. Gravitational pull.
Something. So I said, man, they were just stacking and stacking.
Hey, so that was funny earlier when you said the paper you got for your driver's license. That shit was crazy because I understood what you said was I don't really need permission to move, right?
Oh yeah, privileges. Yeah. Yeah, they said you're driving.
Inherent right. That's just my inherent right to move. But I think moving.
Oh, it must have cut you out. You said exclusive. Yeah.
Driving is not an exclusive privilege. That's your inherent right. But
Oh yeah, it should be.
They changed the word to travel. So
Mhm.
now it's like, oh, this is exclusive? No, you're just fucking moving. You should be allowed to.
I don't like when they make an exception for somebody that they don't make for nobody else.
I think, what you over there doing?
Mm.
What's that, sister? What you doing over there?
I just finished with some work that I was doing. I'm just chilling. It's raining over here. Evening here, actually.
Yes, it's raining here. I'm actually in Chicago. It's raining.
I do it. Oh yeah. It was just.
You ain't know nothing.
I do it. No, I'm saying I knew it, that it was raining. I knew it. Yep. I mean, yeah. But it's been on and off for like the last hour. About stop. Stop. I don't know.
Yeah, I was listening and working at the same time for most of our conversation y'all were having, but it was really interesting and I enjoy discussions on spirituality. And I know you, there's a lot of that today. But you remember there was a time when you all were talking about clothes and just things in general, items that belong to other people or maybe that were given to you by someone and they may be carrying a
Yeah.
type of energy that you may not want.
Yep.
Yeah, I was intrigued by that actually. I wanted to ask you, have you ever received an item as a gift and the item is really nice? Like there's really like intellectually there's you can't explain why you don't use this item or wear it or whatever. Like it's just something is just blocking you from it. But you can't like intellectually explain it. And it's something that actually looks nice, right? That you would probably wear. But like have you ever had that kind of experience?
Mhm. Yep. Just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I experienced that like Christmas ago. My ex mother-in-law gifted me with some bracelets. My spirit was a little disturbed. I threw that shit out the window. I'm like, hell no. Some people they can patch shit things and give it to you. You know what I mean? I'm like, nah, my spirit let me know. No, absolutely.
Yeah. You just have to be sensitive to new stuff like stuff. Yeah. 'Cause it ain't gonna take long.
Right. I've had those kind of experiences, and and because the items were new, I wondered what it was. Is it like, and the people who gifted it to me were, people were very close to me. So I'm like, what is it? Is it carrying some sort of an energy that came from somewhere else or something? I don't know. Or is it
those find out type of things.
And I seen too, like what I found out too, your family be the first ones to offend you. Like they be the first ones to crush you. Like and sometimes we be thinking like, oh, we don't we give people the benefit of the doubt because they're family members, but those be the ones. Like even like when I used to read the Bible, like people I don't be understanding like where people get the idea. Oh, that's my brother. I can't believe he do this. Word that's everywhere in the Bible. Like, it's always sibling rivalry, parents rivalry, whatever. Like those gonna be your first haters. Those gonna be your first people who hurt you. Is your family. Like sometimes like the betrayal when you like, nah, my family wouldn't do this. It's the fact that you think your ignorance to the fact that they won't do it. Why would they? They the first people that's gonna do it. So those relationships, the family relationships, test you the most. Yeah, yeah, shalom. Can't hear you that much though. You got something you want to say? I can barely hear you.
He said hello, Gil.
Shalom.
He said what? Nasty meat? Oh, he said you got nasty meat. Oh, small. Okay, okay, I got you. No, you're good. You're good. I know a lot of people that they speak small. I speak. I speak large. Large. Oh, you're French? Okay, what is the word for? I gotta think. Yes, thank you. They're like mercy. Mercy.
Hello, beautiful people. What is the topic? I'm just joining.
So when you ready to doze off, just go ahead.
I knew it.
We kind of just been talking about a lot of stuff, but the question is, you have not because you asked. What a statement! You have not because you asked not. Did you do the vote?
Yep.
Curio? Did you vote?
Yes. I need to get more knowledge.
Excellent.
Do you feel like you asked enough questions about your goal?
You haven't done the question.
I don't really ask much question about myself. That's why I click. I need more knowledge.
That was it. It's just do you feel like you asked enough questions about your goals? It's either yes or no. If you do, good. But if you don't,
I'm asking you both.
what's up?
You haven't answered. You haven't answered the question though.
She didn't take the poll. Yeah, she didn't take the poll.
lover.
Okay, you just. Okay. You just.
Bulls did the poll.
Yeah, she just boldly did the bold, you know?
No, I said Bulls did the poll.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Mm.
Did the poll.
She's asking others if they took the poll.
No, she asked what the question was about, so I just answered. She asked. She's like, what's it about? What's the question about? Ata, you happy I answered the question?
Yes, I'm happy you replied to me.
Ask every day.
Asked and it's given.
Some questions people scared to ask.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, I don't know if I want to know that. I want to know. I asked a question yesterday. I said, what am I hiding? What I say? I was like, what am I hiding that I don't want to? Yeah, I forgot what the question was. I study in my birth chart, and the 12th house is the hidden house. That's the secrets and the part of you don't want nobody to know. I wanted to know that shit. I'm like, tell me.
Yeah, you supposed to know it. You don't want nobody to know it, but you supposed to know it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I asked a question yesterday about myself. I was kind of nervous to ask it, but I'm like, shit, I just gotta know. I'm nosy. Like, what's my fears around this, and that? And what I found blew my mind. It blew my mind. Like, it's crazy how off the other side of your fears is your bliss. It's bliss when you get over that fear, when you face your fears, the things that's holding you back. Yeah.
Where you live? What state you in, Bo?
Well, I'm from Ohio. I'm in Chicago right now, but I'm from Ohio. I'm only gonna be here for like another hour, maybe or less.
What, Chicago?
Yeah, I travel for work.
You're gonna be in Chicago for another hour?
Mhm.
So what state you reside in now?
Well, I'm from Ohio.
And you keep pointing that one out.
I'm traveling right now. I'm not home. I've been traveling all year.
Okay, so the longest you spend to an area that you're passing through is how long?
The what?
The longest that you stay in these areas that you're passing through is out.
Oh, like Michigan, like
a month, 3 months, 2 weeks, a day.
It's been like 8 months. It's been 8 months that I've been kind of like stationed in Michigan, but I be gone all the time though, like traveling back and forth.
So right now you're stationed in Michigan, but you go everywhere else.
Yeah, Midwest.
But you keep pointing out you're from. Yeah.
I don't know if you were asked what's my native tongue. I was, I guess, confused, but yeah, that's what I represent, Ohio.
LeBron fan.
Yeah, my mother was his elementary teacher.
Oh. What the other question I want to ask? What zodiac you under?
You don't remember? Because we had this conversation already, sir.
Wow, no, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
I'm the mother.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you remember now.
Mother and the judge, they keep pushing the envelope.
with me because we both water signs, and you
Now
can't
I
drown
need to
me.
be friends with you because I need to be friends with you. Son told me. So yeah, I'm exalted through mother. So yeah. What year you follow? What year symbol you follow? Year, not air.
What year symbol? What do you mean?
Year that you was what? You were the rabbit, the lion, not the lion.
Oh, the dragon. Dragon.
Oh.
What are you?
I'm snake.
Is anyone
That's
talking?
like the same
I can't
family.
hear
Dragon
anything
and
from my
snake.
end.
Huh? Same period.
Imperial. You saying something? Or do you see movements, but we're not hearing? So what were you saying, Bo?
The dragon and snake is similar. Same family.
Yeah. Yep. And stuff. But I know this. I know somebody mothers, especially the female mothers, very aggressive. Passively aggressive.
You think I'm aggressive?
Your tone.
Oh my God, for real?
Yeah, you talk direct, and a lot of times direct seems aggressive.
Oh, it's just direct though. Aggressive is aggressive.
I'm guilty of that because a lot of people are scared when I show where I stand, and I have the nerve to point it out. So people get scared of it. Being like, you always, they call it, you always batting. I'm like, me batting? Yeah, you always. I'm like, but did I force you to do it? No, because I could talk my stance, my position clearly while you were still procrastinating, ifing and button. I just be like, yeah, this is it. Yeah. So people,
So you really just talk. You just being direct.
I know, but people find it like it's
They
like.
just intimidated. They're intimidated, so they use the word. You being aggressive. No, you intimidated. I'm being direct. You intimidated by my directness.
Well,
and you call it aggression.
Yeah, because as you said, I'm timid. Shit, you got me timid.
How? By me being direct? So you want me to play games and beat around the bush? Is that
I'm
what you want?
saying me, I'm just saying that's what happened when you're direct. People get timid. That's it. So in return, they be like, you know what? I'm messing. I'm a to it. But they portray you like you came to fight and you came to take, which that's not the case. It's just the fact that you know who you are and you give your stance, and because they can persuade you, they're timid by it, so they're like, shit, yeah, nah, yeah,
conversating, right? But I don't like small talk. Like, tell me directly what you saying. I don't like beating around the mulberry bush and I gotta find clues and shit. Just tell me exactly what you're saying and we can dialogue, okay? That's just me.
Duly noted. Boldly and duly noticed. Man, Ohio is cold. Right now, Ohio probably got getting like 60s. Yeah. It gets in the 60s in Ohio and the 50s.
Yeah, my daughter, she born in October, the very beginning of October. It be snowing around that time.
So that's what I'm saying. Right now, Ohio probably be in the 60s. The day would be like 80. Like the sun is out, it will go to 80 and stuff. But as it's starting to get the sun get covered or going down, y'all be in the 60s, 50s.
Shalom. Oopie. Shalom, shalom.
Hello. Yeah, it's the fall, so it's gonna be different temperatures in different climates. Like, so it could be hot one day and being cold the next day. I don't like to see fall coming.
As long as the sun is not up, it's gonna get colder.
Yeah. I don't like when it's cold. I don't like to be cold. I don't like to be too hot neither.
I love the cold. I hate the hot.
I was born in the cold.
And I love it.
I hate the cold.
I was born in the cold and I love it.
Oh, so when your birthday?
In the winter.
Oh, it's January. You shy to tell.
I'm not in January, but I'm born in winter.
Okay.
I'm Pisces.
Oh, okay.
What you say, son?
I said, mm-hmm. Friend.
Oh. She left.
Yeah.
Waving their hands. See nobody. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, son pointed out that I'm exalted through the mother side of the zodiac. And I found out too, son, my moon is Capricorn. I get a lot of strength from Capricorn.
Capricorn is favorable to me. Many ways. And I'm like, oh, yep. It's just funny. And you were saying about smelling, pissing on yourself. You're not smelling. That's Capricorn. That's the ram. No, that's not Capricorn. Capricorn is the goat. Well, the goat and the ram got the same odor because they're very pissed up. Not pissed off. They're very pissed up. Or the ram, you could smell the urine on it from a distance. Yep. When I used to eat meat, yeah, that's the one that you want to butcher. The one that got the rank. You'd be like, he stank. Yep. Got the rank. Yep. And the ewes be like, ooh.
What you eat
Yep.
now? Vegan food?
Yeah, but I don't digest meat unless it's fish. Otherwise, fish and vegetables. And I'm crying because I'm getting a little weight. And I'm like, my sister was like, of course, boy, I put on weight and it's still skinny. I'm like, that's how it starts. You think you're still skinny, watching nothing, and then before you know it, in that sense, yep. I'm 6'1", and to be 6'1", you're supposed to weigh like 170, 175.
I thought you was short. For some reason, you gave me that impression you was short with bow legs.
No,
But
no.
I was wrong, I guess.
And I stated it like, women let me feel like I'm got light skin, bow leg, colored eyes. I ain't got them features, but yeah, when they throw guilt at me, it's like they're telling me. That's what it's like. What women say without saying. If you're dark, you black, you laugh, right? But you're light skin, they don't talk in the negative about you. But if you're dark skin, they're like, yeah, they're attracted to it, but they still talk about it with terrible vocal. They don't talk with admiration and adoration. Be like, oh, he's black, oh, he's so, You don't hear that. They be like, yeah, he's wicked, he's, but they're attracted to dark. Grace. But I'm 6'1". Yep. I ain't got no bow for my legs. I got rickets.
I like bow-legged people, especially old bow-legged people. I'll be seeing in the grocery store old ladies and an older man. They be short with bow. I'll be like, they be so cute.
I got the Charleston Aston.
They remind me of babies. You know how like babies come out
Yeah,
like that.
Legs do remind you of an infant. Infant
Circle of life.
and an infant and a pit bull. Yeah, yep. But for real, bow leg, I like bow leg for my personal reason. My personal reason is sexually, but I love the fact that I got regular rickets because somebody broke that down to me. I'm like, damn, I don't have bow leg. She got it, and she's like, you know that on the medical term in the hospital, they say that, like like a handicap. I'm like, you got bow legs? She's like, yeah. But they regard it as a deformity. I'm like, what? She's like, yep. Unregistered in the records, you born the right way, the normal way. I'm the one that have rickets, so the handicap. I'm like, what? Yep. I'm like, wow, ain't that something?
I wouldn't accept that. I'd be like, no, I'm exactly how I'm supposed to be. Now you got to deal with it. You can try to
She got.
label it.
She said she telling me that because when I was younger, I was caught up in that. I said, when I have enough money, I'm gonna do the bow leg surgery. Shit, people doing plastic surgery, I'm gonna do the bow leg surgery. But as I got older, I'm like, I got this body complete. To be honest, it's not really getting older. I've been through stages that I've been shot. I've been through stages that my skull was cracked. And then I realized all these features that you get and you take for granted, yeah, they're not really replaceable. You lose an eye, you can't just go like a car to get a new eye. Right? The fact to get up and walk, I was walking and running till I got tired of it. When I found myself couldn't walk, it feels to be in your 30s and make 5 steps and then you're telling yourself, you just took 5 steps, but the body's so weak and real. You're remembering like, damn, when I was fully and complete that, I act like this if I was jogging for like a mile or two. But I just took 5 steps. And I'm like, damn. So I started to cherish all of them little things. And it makes sense more. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I know, like, I can relate because I think, like, most of my childhood I spent in and out of hospitals. And I just, like, for me, I just had to get to know life through, like you say, the word they use is handicap or disabled or whatever. And for me, like I said, life is an experience. So we came here to experience all things: sickness, disease, happiness, joy, pain, love, all that stuff, right? So, like, if you know that this is just a temporary experience, okay, so they say I'm disabled, I'm limited. I'm limited to things that I can do. But for real, I found that it was a beautiful thing because it made me focus on the things that I was supposed to focus on, like, which is my spiritual hygiene. Because sometimes when you have the activities of your limbs and you can do things that people take for granted, you don't get the lessons you're supposed to get. You know what I mean? So, like, me being restricted a lot of my life and limited, it made me strong spiritually. Strong. So, but that's actually the path to enlightenment for me was sickness. Sickness was like a path to enlightenment. I learned so much about the divine, people. I couldn't even believe some of the things I've actually the pain that I've actually got a chance to experience in my body. I didn't know it was possible that a body can endure so much fucking physical pain. I just didn't know it was possible. So, like, being that I got a chance to experience that, I'm like, damn, it made me look at life so much more, than I used to.
What kind of illness you troubled? You said you was.
So I was born with something called sickle cell.
Wow.
I don't know if you know about anything about that.
Does that mean you are thin skinned? Meaning their body size?
No, it just means that the red blood cells break down.
I know, I'm just saying a lot of people that I know have it is thin. They're not fat or big.
Oh, they skinny, you mean? T-Boss, you know who T-Boss is from TLC?
Yeah.
She got it. You see how she look? Yeah, nice. She's like solid.
Yeah, she's
nice.
But I used to talk to a girl, and I know a few girls here, and I had friends, a lot of them that got that same sickle cell, it's a blood thing, but they're thin. Their bodies, like probably when they get older, but like in their teenage years coming up, over 10, the age of 10 coming up, they got that skin. Naturally.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just know that it's.
You were chubby growing?
I've been, yeah, I was a little solid. I was solid.
While he was younger?
Yeah.
I don't really meet a lot of people with that thickness that got that size while they were young. Almost everybody that I know, yeah, it's like you could, yeah, they got that. It's like you're ill because, as you said, the red blood cells thing, yeah, it's like the body is not fully developed. You know what I'm saying? I had a friend.
Okay.
He had it and he couldn't run. That when he walked, he stepped so light. When the breeze blew, certain, yeah, you have to hold him.
I think it's a little different because like everybody don't experience it the same way. So like for me, I have a brother who's 1 year older than me. He was born with it, and then I came right after that, and then I was born with it. And it come from both of my parents having a trait, but my brother, he was real sick as a kid. I wasn't sick like that. Mine didn't start messing with me until I got older. His was messing with him when he was a child. So I sometimes like when you have it, it can activate different. Huh?
You have it, but it never really bothered you while it was growing.
Well, it did, but it did bother me growing up. But what I'm saying is, it didn't bother me the way it bothered my brother. So what I'm saying is, different people with sickle cell can experience it differently. It's not like some people, it can have like crisis when they're younger, but it can like pick up. It'd be like maybe 3 crises a year when you a kid, but then you get older, it could be like 10 of them a year. So that's what I'm saying.
A lot of the people that I know have it, they say, the doctors would say, you're not going to live past 25 or 35, them type of arguments. They tell them that, and that shit was always kind of scary. Because Latoya, she was cute, pretty, even, but yeah.
Yeah, they told my father that about me too. They said she not gonna make it past 16.
They always put a label on people with sickle cell. Be like, yeah, they're gonna live, but they're not gonna get old. And you'd be like, you mean like, what you mean? They're not gonna pass 30. They're not gonna pass. Like you say, they're gonna live to 50. But people live with it too, but just the way how they talk about it, it's like you got.
That's because we don't know. Like a lot of what people know about sickle cell, we learned like from Europeans who don't even know what it is and don't ever get it. So like we're being taught about something that they don't even understand. From what I understand, sickle cell is a protection. Ancestors genetically mutated our cells and shit long time ago to be able to protect us so that we can survive harsh environments. So this and it acted as a protection originally, meaning we were the only ones who couldn't get malaria, and malaria was killing people left and right. And the ancestors genetically mutated our cells so that we can survive those harsh conditions. And then, so sickle cell used to didn't, it wasn't considered like a bad thing before. I think what made it bad is just the processed foods we eat and then everything else that we go through. But what I'm looking into now is like we already know they say there's no cures for it or whatever, but that's what I'm actually studying right now. Because everything that they tell us about sicknesses and diseases and stuff like that, we're finding out that it's not true. It's just, oh, they want to make money. They want to make money off of people dying slow. So they tell you there's no cure for this, but it is a cure for it. And then it's not a disease. It's not an illness. Sickle cell is a genetic mutation. But they taught people with sickle cell, oh, something wrong with you. But it's actually a protection. It was originally supposed to protect from malaria because at the time they mutated the genes and stuff. Malaria was killing motherfuckers crazy. So they're like, all right, we're going to put this in there to protect them so that they can survive.
You just stated something, and that's something that I know. And this experience that has been going on from I was young. A lot of us pay for our disasters and destructions. Going to the doctor, doing the regular checkup, depending on the doctor's every move and every word. When you're finding out, you're literally paying him to shorten your experience. Paying him to kill you. Ain't that a bitch? I'm telling you. Like, I'm a slug and I'm like, I want some salt. But I know that salt's not good for me because, alright, for an aspect of a human, I'm a human and I'm going to buy lava. What am I going to do with lava? I can't touch lava. Lava is going to done me, finish, end me out. But that's what I'm buying. Buying lava. So, yeah. So they're selling salts to slugs. We the slugs. They're selling the salt.
And they had to kill our mothers and our grandmothers and shit like that just to even for there to be a pharmacy and, hospitals like this as we know it, where you going in a revolving door. You're not getting the results that they're telling you that they supposed to give you. You go in there, you sick, you leave out sicker. So it's like they killed the grandmothers and the aunties and shit who had the cures and who can heal you so that they can set up this big ass organization. I follow it.
They don't want to heal nobody.
No.
They don't want to even know. They don't want to even know the antidote. They just want.
They're the angel of death. They disguise it as the angel of light, but they're actually the angel of death.
But the funny thing is, we all brag about our archangels. The archangel is the lowest one that don't really give you the positive that you think you get from these angels. All about what? Perception. They having us perceiving what is not good for us is.
And the things that's good for you, you looking at it like weird. I remember this one time my aunt, she had something wrong with her. I don't know. She had like she couldn't go to the bathroom for a while, and the doctors was giving her pills and stuff, and she still couldn't use the bathroom. I made her some cookies. In these cookies, I had flax seeds in there. I had dates. I had I forget something else I put in it. She used the bathroom that same day. But she looked at me like, hey, I gotta ask my doctor. I'm like, what? You gotta ask your doctor to eat some nature cookies, with natural ingredients, but it's like it's witchcraft. That's what the fuck it is. It's witchcraft.
Oh, but this experience have all of these things.
of time we as humans like to be dependent or dependable. So that's why they're gaining so much strength now. They're bringing in AI and all of these things. It's like, go cook for yourself. Or I could bring some food for you. Damn, I want to do nothing. Bring the food come. So the food will come, but it's not going to give you benefits. So, yeah, you're getting the food, but you didn't really prepare it, so you don't know what is truly in it. Gobbling it down. When you finish, you find yourself facing a lot of symptoms, injuries, and things, and you question it. Yeah.
Because us dying is life to them. They need our organs, they need our plasma, they need everything from us. So if I can, like, damn, why every time I go to the doctor you gotta take blood? Like, damn, you ain't. So it's like you don't realize, like, they siphoning your energy, they harvesting you. You know what I mean? They cutting on you. Like, even like, I know my grandmother had cancer, and she was cool. She was cool until she went to the hospital. When she went to the hospital, they said she had cancer, and she died right a little bit after that because they start cutting on her. I believe if she did not go there and get cut, she would have lived longer. I think, like, once they start cutting on you and shit, that's when you start dying. And then the fear that they put in you, like, oh, you only have this amount of time to live. Like, I know, like, the illusion of fear, I know that to be true because, like I said, being in and out of these hospitals my whole entire life, that's the main thing they get. When they want you to take something, fear, you might die. When I was pregnant with my daughter, that's what they told me. You need to take these pills, or your daughter, you and your daughter can be at risk. And I sat up there and I told her, I said, ma'am, I don't feel like I need them though. It's like she like making me ignore my own body. I don't feel like I need them. And she was like, this is dangerous. I'm gonna have to release you from my practice because you're compliant. I'm like, all right, let me do one more thing. I said, test me again. Test me again and tell me if I need it. She tested me again. She was like, oh, you don't need it. I didn't feel like I needed it, but if I would have allowed that fear of, oh, you and your baby, and I'm pregnant already and shit, and she like, you and your baby, any woman gonna get scared and do what they say. But I'm like, nah, man, I just don't feel right about it. I don't feel like I need that. So, yeah, they use fear.
Because fear, they use fear, but it don't seem like fear because it's just tricky. When you go to the doctor, right, and the problem when he start to feed you with his prescriptions because he's giving you drugs and these drugs that your body reject, even drinking water. It's funny. After you start to take these prescriptions that they prefer, you don't even want to drink water. Literally.
Them bastards.
Yep.
That's what they do.
You keep on depending on them, turning to them for what people you seek. What that word? Validation. Yeah. And they just be gaslighting you.
Serious.
Yeah. But no. You ever, for instance, you ever seen a child figure out something, but you don't want them to know what they figure out? You gaslight them. That's what they do it to us. So it's like, oh, this is a cup. No, it's not a cup. No, well, it's a mug. Mug is a cup as well, but they're not telling you that it's another form of cup. It's a mug. No. So the no that you reject what you were saying. Then you got older, you be like, damn. But a mug is a cup. The fuck grandpa said or grandma or mommy or dad. That's what they keep doing us.
All we need is to get back to the heart of nature. Nature. Use roots, spices. I mean, it's okay to go to the doctor if you find somebody you can trust. But sometimes our bodies do need some of the medicines they have is okay, but and then you might not need to take it for extended amounts of time. But go to the hospital and see what's wrong with you, and then talk to your intuition and ask, okay, is there some natural things that I can do instead of, you know, some of these harsh drugs or whatever. But I know for me with the sickle cell, because sickle cell is basically like a lack of oxygen in the blood cells. So it makes the cells, the lifespan of the cells die faster than a regular person. Like, so, huh?
Are you short?
Am I short? To some people, I might be. I'm 5'5". That's short.
For me.
Yeah, I was gonna say some people think I am. I think I'm average, but
They say average is 5'6", 5'5".
mhm. But yeah, like once I start like learning about, cause usually like the cure is gonna be in the disease. So like if they say, okay, you have a lack of oxygen going through your blood cells. Okay, so now, now I gotta find foods that have oxygen in it that can support the lifespan of my cells. So now I'm gonna eat more fruits. I'm gonna eat more berries. I love the berry kingdom. I'm obsessed with the berries. Berries, and then I love like spices like cayenne pepper, turmeric. Like I can't say what works for nobody else. For me, turmeric, cayenne pepper, ginger, rosemary, parsley, cilantro, shit like that helps support my, my oxygen intake. So, and then I also found out I need juice, like, cause they used to tell me drink a gallon of water a day or some shit, so your blood cells won't clot and keep. Yo, that shit made me thirsty. It wasn't until I started juicing shit like watermelon, eating more watermelon, cucumbers and shit. That's the liquid that my body responds to.
H3O, they're telling us about 2, but it's 3.
Mhm.
That's what you get from the fruits, juice.
And I don't drink much water no more. I drink coconut water and juices mainly, and teas.
Water don't really make you don't fulfill. It just get you more thirsty. That's what I really find out. You heard what I said.
That's BS. What you mean water don't quench? What the hell?
I'm telling you, like what she said, the juice, the fruit.
So you drink enough of it then. You have to drink way enough.
I did. It wasn't doing. I was drinking a gallon of water a day. That shit was making me thirsty.
Gallon of water. Yeah, that means you got salt. You got salt in your system. You gotta drink more.
It would help me with juicing the water from the fruit. The water from the fruit, that's what quenched me.
Well, that what you're saying about salt is like a lot of the food that I do intake, as I said, salt. Like chips, I like banana chips. Salt. I like threw off a lot of the extra salt in it, but yeah, I find myself, I will play with salt. And my sister be like, tension is in the family. And I'm like, yo, I can't taste if I ain't got no salt. I can't. So.
What about that mineral salt, that Celtic sea salt? You hear about that? That's supposed to be pretty good.
Salt, but as I said, I found myself ketchup give me acid reflux, and then it's triggering off inflammation inside of me. So I don't really mess with too much tomatoes.
You like oregano oil or oregano?
A regular what?
Oregano oil.
I like coconut oil.
Okay, that helps with inflammation. Oregano oil.
And then I was introduced to black seed oil. Now, that's good for me.
Yeah, I got these capsules that got black seed oil and oregano oil mixed. And they say you're supposed to take it like 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off. So that's what I'm doing now.
That's good.
Hey, Shantae. Tay-Tay. Peace. I said peace in the chat. Let me hear your voice today. I don't have one today. Damn, let's go. Yeah. Eesh.
Well, let me find out if you pieced somebody out.
I probably did.
Don't let her talk. Let her listen.
You know what talk is backwards, Ata?
Say that again?
You know what talk is backwards?
No, I never really stopped having that. What is it?
Keep trying, keep trying.
Keep trying?
Close. That's it.
K-L-A-T.
Kalat. Bumbo.
I'm done.
Say it again. Say it again. Bumbo. Say the bumbo so I could put the line. Yo. Say it.
Bumba. Yeah, let's talk backwards. Spot. Yep. Now to find out what Bomba is backwards. Mom.
You know, the Jamaicans was inspired by Sekhmet, the lion. They got that from her. They was influenced.
Judah. Yo.
Yep. The line of Judah.
Yep. The lion of the tribe of Judah is a female.
They all were female. That's what I found out.
Yep.
They reversed all that shit. The sky was the mother, and the earth was the father. I found out. I said, wow, they reversed all this shit. Because the father was dry. You know, the rain comes from, they got a drawing of it in Timmy. The rain is moisture. That comes from the sky. That's a female.
Well, the
That
other
rain.
day,
Rain.
a guy, he's aware of a lot of things naturally through himself. And I pointed out that
God, I'm like, God is more feminine.
The traits, yes.
He's like, he's like, because it's what was taught to him, right? The principle of the Bible, a lot of what it said is logic, but the concept that, the concept that we got is not valid. But yeah, so everything is because that part he pretty much reject because he's a male, and to tell him that God is it's like God is man, God is male, and that's what we were taught. So it's just funny.
God is male though. It's male with a fee in front.
Yeah, because you can't say male without it. Male come from female.
Yep.
Right? But they don't talk that much. They're like, no, it's male. No, female is different. It's male. And it's just funny. They keep dissecting things and they don't want to make you realize that you have to come from the old. Like earlier, I wanted to point out the point that you showed, like division, multiplication, and what's the other one? Yeah, division, multiplication, and subtraction.
Who does this? Who does these things? A man or a woman? Who does multiplication? I'm talking about with her body.
Woman.
Okay. Who does division?
I think the woman too.
Yep. Who does subtraction?
The woman as well.
So that's we can't even do none of those things. The man can only do addition, but we have to have a woman to do addition.
That's the little trick that got me. Is like that's the only true math.
Yeah, like Kemet, the Isis with the hieroglyph got the throne, right? She is the throne. She's the seat of power. Without Isis, there's no rulership. Pharaohs got their authority from Isis. She was the ultimate authority. She the one gave niggas rank and shit like that. Like I said yesterday, your first crown we wear come from our mother. When we coming out the coochie, she crowning us. And when she's sitting us on her lap, she sits on the throne. Can't nobody become a king or a ruler without her.
That's correct. And the Pharaoh was not the leader. The Pharaoh was the leader of the military. He was not the. Yeah, he was protecting the asset, the offset.
But these, the ant, and all of them, it's the queen that runs things.
But we know that though. That's why they say things like, "Oh, behind every successful man is a woman," or "A man's life get better when he with a woman." Yeah, why? Because she is the authority.
That's right. The asset. They say your house is an asset, right? No, the woman is the asset, the offset. She is the house, because the house that we live in is a room for 9 months. That's a room. That's your room. What's up?
I said Heru.
Heru, yeah. But it's the house of Heru. Heru means son or soul, S-O-L, soul. So Heru Salam means the house. They pronounce it Jeru. It's Heru Salam. That means solar plexus. It's the same word. Solar plexus.
They're saying that Jay was always around. The Europeans couldn't pronounce
was j, but it wasn't used with a j. But they couldn't say j. They couldn't say j.
It's funny. You know how many years it took them to can't say that letter?
Yeah, a lot.
That
A lot.
Somebody in the chat said y'all be saying weird stuff.
Well, guess what? It sound weird when you heard the truth.
They don't understand. That's why. All right, understand. But the funny thing is,
because we talking about Kemet stuff now. That's not as common. So you're probably like, what the hell are y'all talking about?
But listen, as another example,
because I didn't break down. Hold on, wait. But I didn't break down none of what I was saying about the woman doing the multiplication. That's probably why he's saying, what the hell do you mean? Like, I know y'all know, but they're wondering, what do you mean only a woman could do it? So, yeah, the X chromosome, that is multiplication. That's why when a woman makes something, we call it what? Reproduction. Reproduction is multiplication. But now, go ahead, Arthur. We don't have X's as a man. So we don't have a copy machine. The X is a Xerox. That's correct. That's what I was getting at. Yep. That's why I said only women can do multiplication. Y'all have the Xerox. That's why they call it a Xerox. Xerox starts with an X, ends with an X. They made the Xerox machine after studying the X chromosome on a woman. That's why they call it Xerox. And X is pronounced sh. Did you know that? X in other languages is pronounced sh. 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 So Xerox really is she rush. She rose, really. She rose.
Even masculine. The word masculine. The first two letters is what?
M-A.
Mama.
Yeah. And Colleen means the stalk. Did y'all know that?
No.
Yeah. Colleen means the stalk coming off of something, the stalk. So yeah, it even starts with ma. Yep. Feminine, all of the numbers come out of 9. So if she's feminine, we only half of the 9. We're like a 5 or 6.
That person that came in just distracted us, saying that we're in the chat.
I was explaining to him because I said some statements earlier.
No, I'm just saying the person that said
they left. The people, other people are hearing it. But yeah, a man can't multiply. So that whole shit about a man made a woman, no. Half cannot make whole. A whole can make half.
Listen, they were willing to fight and hurt people. That don't make it right. But yeah, they will hurt people. We'll call it. It's just crazy, yo.
Yeah, they're trained. Training does not mean truth.
Now this is, I guess, it's the same topic but a little bit different. Do you think, hopefully this don't trigger nobody, but do you think like this could possibly be also a reason why like a lot of guys may struggle with their sexuality? Because originally they were female and then they end up mutating into a male. So like sometimes, okay, if you start off as a female, you still female. It's just that you might not have all of the, you know,
you don't
might not have You don't have, yeah. So like, it's like you, it makes you more vulnerable as a man emotionally. And then, like, do you think that's why they wrestle? Because it's like they trying to get back to who they were in the origin, like their origins. The origin of men is female. So do you think that them they're trying to get back to their original, their origins, like when they doing that?
What you mean, being
Female.
being happy?
That's why I said I hope this don't trigger. What was you laughing at? I'm just saying, like, what if that's what it is? What if they just trying to get back to their origins?
It's good to laugh. It's good to laugh. I want to look cute, but I'm just saying. Yeah, the word that I'm looking for. Yeah, the core of a man. That I always say the core of man is the womb man, and you're right. The origin of man comes from womb man, and a lot of men when they hear it, they get defensive. It's like you know what they would say to me. You know what they would turn to me and say.
Let me ask you this.
Let me say what I was going to say before you ask.
Oh, you about to.
When you say that, when you say it out loud, a lot of men will come back to you and be like, "Are you a bitch? Are you a faggot? Are you what?" Because you stated that.
Could just be waking up. Stretch first. Joe ass.
Who's that?
I don't remember. They just be coming in here.
And then I don't even know what he was saying. It sounded like another.
No, he keeps interrupting, but that's another thing. A lot of people is joined to the room.
They keep coming in here, son. Like, keep coming in here trying to. No, what I'm saying is, this how I know they playing. Because they come in and they want to come straight to the top. They don't even read the room. That's how I know. They keep they've been coming in all morning. You probably even seeing them. But they come in the first second they hear, they want to come to the top. You did not read the room.
Even the one that pissed Steph yesterday off, pissed her off because she wanted to ask question last night, saying that she just had a child, and but when Steph is explaining, she's like, and she wanted to make her point. Steph put her down.
That young girl.
Yeah, and then she just
I left a little bit actually.
Off. Steph was like, she dropped her mic like she was on stage and left. I'm waiting to see her later because today is Farmers Day, so she's at the farmers market. But it's funny.
She was being patient with her. Like when she first came in the room, I kind of felt the energy that she was trying to be disruptive, but
yes, that's how
she was being so patient with her.
And put her questions because we was talking. She didn't ask, just came and just threw it out. I want answers, and we did give her answers, and then but she never wanted. She just wanted to have that spotlight until Steph was like,
People just need people to talk to. I realized that on Clubhouse. People just need to talk to somebody. Like, damn.
You paying? Remember, like I said, they go to the therapist to pay somebody to say, you paying to listen to yourself. So yeah, a lot of people do need
people in it. As you probably know, my phone is just like losing its mind today from the very beginning. So I've been irritated with that, but no, it's been very interesting, and kind of what Les was saying made me think of that aphorism in journalism: if it bleeds, it leads. I kind of think in the modern era, it's more like if it makes people go yikes, you'll get the likes.
I think that is certainly true. That's a great insight, Violet. Thanks a lot. Lynn, great to see you on the stage. How are you going? Are you doing? You want a fresh five? You want to talk about anything?
Well, I mean, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is well today. And yeah, Les, I have to say that I'm in absolute and complete agreement with you. We all need to tone it down. We all need to wear.
Lynn, you're in the Matrix. You kind of went in the Matrix there
All
for a
of-
second.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Okay, you're still
Can you
there.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay.
Yep.
And I agree with Denise as well. We're all kind of stuck in an algorithm that kind of mimics what we think and feel, and you know, I have no leanings either way, but I did ask in my profile on my Facebook for people to show certain things, proofs, or just not a meme or whatever, but actually a content on Kirk that proved the allegations. And I'm seeing allegations everywhere with him. It's just absolutely unreal. And I'm not a follower of his, but nobody could provide the actual videos. They told me to find it myself, and which I found really interesting. But then when I did, I found that some of the things that they had alleged were actually not completely 100%. We can still agree with the content of what he said, but their excerpts of what he said was not entirely true. So I really do think that Les is correct, that we need to tone it down. We need to quit giving it power, and just be kind, be human. We don't have to have empathy, but sympathy would be a great thing in this time. And that's what I hope for. So that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for your contribution. And I want to recognize we are in the presence of greatness. Young Elvis is here. Christian, my main man, would you like a fresh five?
I would, and I would like to talk about Charlie Kirk in it, and I'll try to keep it in the 5-minute range because I have a lot of feelings on it. And Scott, you're the best. Thank you so much. I've had a discussion for the past few days about Charlie Kirk, and one thing I first off, rest in peace, and send condolences to his family and hope that they're doing okay in such a terrible time. I think that we are seeing a very, very horrific thing in this situation, and the one thing that I'm seeing that is horrible is that we have people celebrating his death. And I find that so wrong for so many reasons. We should not be celebrating a man who died. He was a father. He was a husband. He was, and this is more on my side of the table, but he was a debater. He impacted the youth so highly. And just because he went around and brought these young people into the political world, into the political span of things, he unfortunately had to die at 31. And I think that this just shows how horrible some people can be. And one of the things that I did see, which I was very, very happy for, is that his wife finally came out with a statement, and it was very, very sad to watch, but she did say very, very thankfully that she would continue the work that Charlie Kirk did, and that it wouldn't go in vain, which is very, very exciting, because what Charlie Kirk did, despite what some people might disagree with, he did something that most people would never, ever be able to do. And I think that the impact that he left will be something that we cannot ignore, regardless of whether or not he's dead. And I hope that we can remember him for what he did and how he impacted people, and not for him just, based off of people making up, exaggerated points about him and labeling him as a bad man. Because there's things that he did well. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Christian. And hey, do you want to do a little plug for your show there, Freak?
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Ask the Autistic today in about half an hour. So for anyone who wants to show up, you can add me or join my house on my profile. I think it's there. And I hope to see you guys there.
Thank you, Christian. I want to lift up a comment that Courtney Love has said in the chat. She says, exactly, this is beyond left or right. He was politically unaffiliated and previously a conservative Trump supporter. It sounds like he's an extremist, beyond the political spectrum extremist. I don't know if that was Courtney or Courtney was responding to somebody. But that's interesting because I often find that people like this that commit acts like this are not. I mean, we know that they're not mentally all there. I mean, there's clearly, someone is clearly struggling with some degree of mental illness, and I mean, mapping them directly on the political spectrum isn't always helpful. I think that people are
Scott,
left
at least a high IQ though.
You can have a high IQ and have mental illness. I mean, it's
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, to say he's not all there, I don't know if that's true, but I think he just had a...
Whatever your choice of, I don't think this is the behavior of a rational political actor. Right?
While I agree with you to an extent, I also do want us to be careful. There is a Groyper movement on the far extreme right that we need to investigate and spend time studying and counteracting. I want to be very careful that we don't make this some weird outlier. The Groyper movement, Charlie Kirk has been on there. They've been at war. Those two factions of the party have been at war for several. There's been multiple interactions. So yes, you're right. Every individual person is responsible for their own actions, and I think as this comes into the public forum, we all need to be curious and start digging into this group of people and to be careful about it.
Why don't we dig into the left though and how they've tried to kill Trump?
I'm fine with that. I don't support any violence.
I know. I'm just saying, Denise, though, I just don't understand where the logic that the right, the far right, would want to kill Charlie Kirk though. How would that help our movement?
And you feel like that because you haven't investigated. You don't know anything about this guy.
Can I just finish really quickly? The thing that we agreed with, I was kind of in the middle between the Groyper and the Kirk thing. I guess the Groypers had differences with Kirk's support of Israel. But here's the thing: is a lot of you, I myself, I support Israel. I'm a supporter of Israel. I don't really know where we had such bad differences. I guess that they said that Kirk was a little bit too moderate and the Ben Shapiros were a little bit too moderate. But there's no reason to kill Kirk over this. I don't know, the logic in this doesn't make sense for the Groypers to want to kill Charlie Kirk because it's not a killable offense here. That's not gonna, and we understand on the right, we understand that's the thing, that killing a person is not gonna silence them. It's gonna make them more powerful. So I feel like this whole Groyper thing is bullshit, and it can be looked at, of course, but I think that we're barking up the wrong tree here. It's a distraction from somebody. I just don't understand. The real thing is here, listen, if you talk to leftists, if you talk to people on the left, they have very little sympathy for Charlie Kirk, or not at all, or they're celebrating it. Because they think
there's a lot of
but somebody on the right actually shot him. I don't even know what we're talking about. You don't have to believe anything. You can believe anything you want to believe. You can believe anything you want to believe. What I am saying is be curious and keep listening. I don't know why that's upsetting you.
I don't know how do you know
let's not do a lot of direct cross talk here. We try. Steve doesn't. We don't really do that.
Sorry.
But
yeah, what I'd like to add
I will just say this. I have heard lots of people on the left, myself included, express sympathy. I express sympathy for his family. I've had many Democrat friends, people that are where I'm at on the spectrum express sympathy. I've heard it countless times.
Well, Scott, you're not mentally ill probably and actually have a heart, dude. But a lot of these people don't.
I mean, this is anecdotal.
Yeah, but see, but let me jump in here because Mountain, you're doing exactly like what people are saying. Like you're saying, so for example, if this individual is mentally challenged, right? Like the guy who shot John Lennon or the guy who shot Reagan, you know, put them in that box and leave everybody else out of it. You're saying it's almost like you're saying an entire group of people killed Charlie Kirk as opposed to this individual killing Charlie Kirk.
Saying that we are a danger to democracy is things that can motivate people. When you're telling people every day that one side is a danger to democracy and danger to somebody's way of life, that might motivate them to want to hurt us, dude.
Yeah, it might motivate, but think about it. It might motivate someone who might be mentally, you know, either mentally susceptible or just mentally damaged.
Oh, man,
you know,
it's that's the one side is a danger to democracy. That is a direct. That's telling normal people that we are a danger to democracy. How do you?
Yeah, but Matt, I hear the right say that we're a danger to the republic, that we're fascist, that we're
because look at your very hold on, Mount, hold on. Listen to your language, right? Like you've said like leftist 10 times, right? So I mean, you have to admit you have a perspective on people who you think are on the opposite side of the fence from you, and
pattern here, bro. Now, Scott, you might say that it's overwhelmingly been the right, man, that's been causing the most violence. But if you actually type it into Grok, it'll say that right has caused more harm because they consider Nazi Germany, who are the National Socialists, to be right, which is fucking crazy. And they consider fascist Mussolini to be on the right.
Yeah, but I'm talking about contemporary studies by like the University of Maryland.
No, I know, man. And if you look at,
I mean, that's American violence. It's not throwing in.
And so we're looking historically, though, not just American. It's been the left overwhelming.
I'm looking at contemporary studies. I'm well aware of the arguments that Jonah.
I'm looking at modern political history.
I'm looking at American political violence. I posted some studies.
I don't know why we gotta exclude just violence in general as humans in history.
The reference I made was to American political violence.
You didn't at first. You just said the left would do something violent.
I said that I put two studies in the chat. They're very clear that the context of those. So if I didn't make that clear enough, I apologize. I was not talking about world history. I was talking about the contemporary political moment.
I'm talking about human world history.
Okay. All right. This is 12:40. We're going to go to closing comments. Mountain, since you're speaking, do you have any closing comments before I give you a first-class escort to the VIP set?
Yes, thank you. I'm worried about my country. You know, if any of you guys who I might disagree with politically were shot and killed, I would not be happy, or I would not say I have no sympathy. You're a human being. It's tragedy. So can we just remember there's a human being who has a little girl and a little boy and a wife, that a guy died, and that we're in a scary place. Let's just remember that, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Mountain, and I give you a first-class escort. And by the way, I want to say I did a podcast about Charlie Kirk yesterday. I am on the record as expressing my sympathies and tragedy. I'm a public guy. I put everything. A lot of my sentiments are on replays on the podcast world, right? So you can. And by the way, I see Uncle Steve has joined us. Uncle Steve, how are the high?
Reverend Scott, I humbly apologize for interrupting your closing thoughts and burning desires. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm in the shuttle. Just left the ship a few minutes ago. And we're on the way back to Casa de Appel. And I wanted to thank all of you for holding down the fort and remind the nieces and nephews that I'll be back tomorrow. So thank you, everybody.
Great always to hear from you, Uncle Steve, our fearless leader. Jarl, do you have any closing thoughts or burning desires you'd like to express as we're winding the room down?
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you. I just came back. Really quickly, I I saw in the room research purposes only, they had a poll, and that room is predominantly left-leaning, and only 3% of the people in that poll felt that political violence was okay. I saw another poll in JB's room, maybe that one's more 50-50, and that one had about like 9%, I think it was, felt that political violence was okay. So this idea that like people on the left are all supporting and cheering and celebrating this, I mean, you can just go in left-leaning rooms and see that that's not true. Thank you. That is.
Thank you so much, Yarl. I will give you a first-class escort to the VIP. There's other thing that's interesting when they've done studies on is violence acceptable, political violence acceptable. The numbers go up, not left, right so much, but generationally. When you poll younger people, the polls for acceptance that violence is acceptable to say silence certain speech on campus at certain times. It goes higher when you go to young people, which is kind of a strange thing, but that's sort of what the stuff I've looked into this week. Christian, my main man, young Elvis, host of Ask the Autistic. Closing thoughts, burning desires, anything you would like to share before I give you a first-class escort to the VIP.
For sure, and everybody, I hope you guys are having a safe and blessed morning or afternoon wherever you are in the world. But the one thing that I find very, very heartbreaking is that when the shot rang out, obviously, as we know, his wife and kids were there, and this is information I got from somebody else, so it's very sad to hear this. His daughter actually went looking for him when the shot rang out, and by the time his daughter actually, found him, if she even did, before her mother probably took her away, then she probably saw everything, which is very, very heartbreaking. Because I think if I recall correctly, his daughter's like 3 years old. So very, very sad news to hear. But rest in peace to him. I hope he does all right up there, and hope I see you all at Ask the Autistic in about 15 minutes. Stay safe out.
Thank you so much, Christian, my main man. Take my arm, I move you down to the VIP section. There you go, buddy. And now we come to Caleb. Caleb, would you like to say anything, any deep closing comments, burning desires you want to get off your chest before I give you a first-class escort to the VIP? Caleb going once, Caleb going twice. I'm going to escort him down. Always great to see one of Clubhouse's great rabbis on the stage. Denise, we're so thrilled to have you for so long, and grateful for your contributions today. Would you any closing thoughts or burning desires before I give you a first-class escort to the VIP?
Yeah, I think that we have an opportunity here. I think that we saw something happen in real time that was absolutely horrific. And there was a jump and a rush to judgment. And I think the dialogue was set on one path, and then new information came into the game, and people still want to hold on to the old, broken, incorrect path. I think that people of integrity can admit when they are wrong. You can say sorry when you rush to judgment. We all have to have the ability to incorporate new information into our calculus of anything that we're doing. So my fervent desire, I don't know how far it's going to go, but my fervent desire is that people will start to read and examine and incorporate new information from different sources. And, what if we can just move away from sides and be actual truth seekers? What would that look like? Thanks, Scott.
That is great. Thank you so much. And yeah, reality is strangely ideologically resistant sometimes, right? And getting into the details is a lot of work. It can be unsettling. Thank you, Denise. First-class escort to the VIP section. And now we have the mods. who do not get escorts to the VIP section. They have to stick around to do the heavy lifting. Gal, I see your mic is open there. Do you want to say goodbye?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that. About political violence is much broader than someone being shot. Because perspective is a matter of everything, right? It's like political violence to some might be, the president sending the National Guard to my city to police my city. I could see how some people might see that as a type of political violence. And I don't think we're at a place where people are going to suddenly want to become more educated about things when as a nation we are becoming less and less educated outside of our bubbles. And I don't think, I agree with Mountain on one thing, that I don't think we're in a good place. And I can't see around the corner, unfortunately, at this point in time. It's every day something new is happening, and I fall back on, this is, don't let the Epstein thing die. That is, to me, the most important conversation that we've been having for the past 3 months about, young girls being trafficked to rich people or by rich people in this country. And don't let this incident, however horrific it is, distract from the greater conversation that we should be having as a country.
Speaking to you as a friend now. There's about 50 things that person wouldn't have thought of.
Would you like to say goodbye?
The more time that passes, the more lies that are told.
Really great show today, Scott. I'm looking forward to hearing about how Steve's trip went tomorrow, and I hope everybody has a great day, and see y'all tomorrow.
I know. An accident is not the worst.
Alfonso, are you on the phone?
We talk to them now, we probably work it out. Every time what happens. It stands at the end. Does not close. I gotta tell my investors about our losses.
We can hear you loud and clear. Our fearless leader, Alfonso.
And depending on what they decide to arrest me on.
Still have the sign short
Anyway, 20 years.
Thanks, guys.
I get it.
Off to having a great days of celebration.
Oh, I lost you in the Matrix a little bit there, buddy. Thank you, Alfonso. I think you're in the Matrix, but it's always great to
While
have you.
looking for things during the night, I
Would you like
spotted
to
an adult female
say goodbye,
Lactobacillus
Sherry,
nactans,
parting with-
commonly referred to as the southern black widow.
I think I
residing
shared about
underneath
all the
the
wisdom
building.
anybody wants to hear
Using
from
a
me.
twist tie that I found on the
Everybody
ground,
have a
I
great
gently
day.
tugged at the silk
And
strands of her web to
maybe join
simulate
us
the
with
vibrations of a trapped
asking
insect.
Elvis afterwards.
The more I continued to
And
pull,
see
the
y'all
closer she
soon.
would inch her way out from
Amazing.
underneath.
Thank you, and everybody.
Take a look at
It's
that
been great.
bright
We're
red
winding down a
hourglass
little
on the
early
underside
today,
of her.
but it's been a great room. I thank everybody for participating, and we, of course, will see you tomorrow for Ask the Atheist.
About Charlie Kirk. And how are you being disrespectful? Are you not disrespectful? Are you giving too much empathy to this man? You're not giving enough empathy to this man. That is what is like really, they want the drama, right? And unfortunately, all of us, I think, that's just my opinion, we're all buying into this drama. And instead of sitting there and discussing his views and going over about, how much empathy we should have towards a human being, I'd rather say it was horrible. As a human, it is horrible. I don't think we should have gun violence like this in our country. And yes, we can talk about what happened to him. I just switched to the kids at the school. And don't give in to it. Because I see it's happening a lot right now, and that's the narrative that they're pushing is like, well, the left doesn't have enough empathy, and they're happy about his death, and all this other stuff. So I try just don't even buy into it. I acknowledge it is not okay for these things to happen to anybody. That's just my opinion as a human.
All right, come on now, wrap it up.
Yeah, and that's it. Just kind of like, don't give in. Don't give him the more fuel.
Okay. Hey, Avatar, good to see.
The double standard for me is how there is bipartisan condemnation of the killing of Charlie
Michael,
Kirk.
let me just say this to the mods real quick. I'm hopping in the shower, so I'm not going to be able to pull people up and conduct this conversation for at least 20 minutes or so. Anyway, yeah. So I just want you guys to know that I need you to be on alert. Thank you. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
That's all right. So the double standard is the bipartisan condemnation of the Charlie Kirk killing, but only